Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil. She taking me out of this world, bitch, I'ma go wave. Nice guy with a cold shoulder. You be cool, but I don't know you. Wrote a flower when I'm off the potion. Give me superpowers that I won't stop. To the bank roll on supermassive. Big bank for the space chatter. Way up in the squad NASA. Couple filled with the dark magic. Subtle flex when I run a race. Tell these rap niggas eat my dust. Lil baddie after cellular. Talking life and how we set it up. I'm a sharpshooter, yeah, Will Smith. Call me Prince Park, let me freshen up. Bay boy on a level up. Way up, near the nebulas. I'm never copping a chain. Cause I see it all through the frames. And I leave it all on the pages. Feeling like they want me locked in the cage. They want us all on the fake shit. But I'ma go all the way A with it. Cause I don't feel all the way safe here. Nah, spray the champagne shower up in the air. Stunner goggles, what the fuck is a flute? Untamed and she wide off the goose. Ghost ride, bitch, I come through the roof. Fuck 12 cause they all on my tail. Hella wild and I break all the rules. Chill, bro, you way out of line. Yeah, I know it's a mood. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud. But I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil. She taking me out of this world, bitch. I'ma go all the way. Got the spinning, got the Katie spinning. I'm outrageous with it, going crazy with it. Got the phrase jumping off the page, gifted. Got the waves pushing, got the neighbors tripping, got the trap booming, jumping out the speakers. Drip on me, jumping off the easel. Gold wristed, couldn't tell me shit, bitch. Nah, bottle fisted. Cooking the bars, turn a lab into a living kitchen. Niggas grimace when I water with it. Subtle flexing, live a candid image. Come from pushing in the S type with no license, gas load, the windows tinted. Still couldn't see me with the zoom on your little vision. Nah, we are not the same. We got different lenses. No one snapping like we something real vivid. Keep it realistic. Fuck the splitter with my day ones. Got the label making bank runs, cause a train of thought like a freight, huh? I'm the type to get a late start. You the type to be afraid, huh? I'm the type to never have things. You the type to have it made, huh? Yeah, wave. And I keep you to the flame, huh? How they got me going this hard. Really, I'm the type to never say much. Vice grip, got the game clutch. Every song make the stage rush. I always said making money might change things, but never let it make us. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the soil. She taking me out of this world, bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, bitch, I'ma go all the way up. Young nigga with a dream, hold it down for my team. I'm afraid of how I'm feeling. I get high in the ceiling. How I'm feeling, high in the ceiling. I've been living like on pass routes. In this ride, kept to living like I'm finished. Wait, louder. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. Wait.
It's too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tiege Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tiege Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tiege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tiege Hanley. And because Tiege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tiege Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tiege. Let the Tiege force be with you. That's right, family. Feel the Tiege. Almost go time. Let's just have a conversation. Doing, family? What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk on Lapeef Network. Let's introduce the crew. We got Precious, Mr. Let Go, Lady Guy, Anton, B. Taylor, Ali, Lady Chan, Lucky, Bruce, me, myself, I'm Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Hi. Doing good. Doing good.
What's happening?
Happy Thursday.
It's Thursday already?
Bruiser in the dark like usual in a confession. Like you're what you got going? What you doing over there, Bruiser?
Experiment with different lighting techniques.
Okay. This is gonna just be a black box in a second.
You about to give a confession tonight or something?
What you do? Black on, like black, what black, like.
Just say you like it, Mr. Lego. That's all you got to do.
Mr. Lego, let me find out you've been teaching them this about this little light trick you got going.
No, I have not been teaching him this, but look, yo, he's making some changes. I like that. I like that.
Okay. All right, Bruce. Don't make too much changes now. I mean, you have been different on the panel. You drink it too?
Oh yeah, he going through something. Talk to us, Bruiser. We got you. We your support system.
I'm just making a little bit more money. That's all. No, I'm just kidding.
Ooh. Okay.
More money, more problems.
Trying to pay that light bill.
Well, shout out to Bruiser, man. It's good to see you guys. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. As I stated earlier, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Handling Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. So make sure you guys click that. That is your opportunity to get the 30% off along with a free gift. So we got in the chat. I see Ronnie, Miss Parker. This is all green gang that I'm announcing right now. Sugar Curls is in the house. Marquise Keys, Trina, Trigger Mike. Great show this morning. Maleficent Elephant. I said it right. Shout out to you, sir. Shout out to all the green gang. If you would like to become part of that, that link is pinned to the top of the chat. Just go ahead and click it and come on and let's go green. Y'all ready to do this?
Let's go. Okay.
Our first topic of the night is a little icebreaker. And I want to start off by asking the men. Women, feel free to chime in on the back end of it if you want to give you guys perspectives. But I'm just curious. I ran across a conversation and they were discussing men and if men be holding back, whether they're going to put it down on the woman or not. First topic of the night. Before engaging in sexual play, do men assess whether they are going to lay down the pipe or not? It's a question for the men. Is this something that we do? And if women, have you guys experienced this? Maybe you got a friend of a friend or a friend. Have you guys noticed that men kind of tread lightly if they want to put it down or not? So go ahead, man. I'm gonna start with you, Ali. What are your thoughts, sir?
I found out the least you talk about it, the faster you have access to, if that's what we're talking about, intimacy with a woman, the least you talk about it, the faster you have access to it. I mean, from my experience, I don't know if I could talk too much. I'm not the type that brag about anything. I'm more the action speak louder than word kind of guy. But I know from experience, typically if you talk about it, you probably ain't the best performer. So I would say that the least you talk about it, the faster you have access to it.
I wasn't talking about it. I'm just saying, like, do you assess whether you're gonna put it down or not? It don't have to be you. It could be a friend or a friend. Do men do this? Because they understand what comes with it. Sometimes you put it down too much, you ain't gonna be able to get rid of it. So do men, when they approach the situation, do they assess it?
I guess, I mean, yeah, we assess it. We assess it I'm going to answer the best way I can answer it. Like, depending on who the woman is, if we know that it's dealing with certain type of women, if we deal with her, it could be a different outcome if we put it down with one woman versus another woman, how that woman react, depending on the personality of that woman. But I don't, that kind of question, I don't think of myself in that matter. Like, that's a hard question for me because I don't think about it. I don't talk to my boys about it like that either. Okay. It's not a conversation in our circles.
All right, let me get a lady involved, and then I'll come back to a guy. Women, have you heard of this? Is this a thing? Like, do you think men tread lightly sometimes?
When you say assess, are you saying like they talk about what they're gonna do before they do it?
Okay. I've heard of a conversation, right, that they had, and they said, well, you know, I just kind of put it down on a little bit. You know, I didn't want to go all out. You know, she just I didn't really want to keep her around too much. I still wanted to nail, but I didn't want to keep her around too much. So I just kind of just tread how I performed in the bedroom. Ali, yo, Ali.
Is it better now?
You're gonna have to mute you for a second. No, it's just all type of feedback, AOL. It's all type of stuff going on, brother. Yeah. Go ahead, Lucky. Go ahead, Lucky, with your question.
I'm sorry, I was distracted by his sound. Just repeat what you just said. Assess, you mean in what ways?
Meaning that like men kind of assess whether they're gonna put it down or not on the front. Man, it's a difficult. I just might scratch this question. Is anybody?
No. So
I don't think I've experienced that. Just to answer. So
I don't think the women will experience it. I think it's more of the men are saying, I don't want to deal with this. I want to hit, but I don't want her to keep coming around. So I'm just gonna give her a little bit of effort when it comes to my performance.
Oh, they don't want her dickmatized. That's what we talking about.
Oh, I don't know.
That's what I think. Because like right now, you giving women secrets now because we don't hear that type of talk.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Anton. Go ahead and chime in.
I haven't ever heard of it before. maybe it's just because the majority of the guys that I'm around is married, and we don't really talk about that. Well, when we talk about it kind of like in a group setting. So everybody is there. We don't just talk about it amongst the guys. Like, you know how you just be kind of having parties and everybody be talking, joking and drinks, and then people start talking about different stuff or whatever. But I've never heard of that. I don't believe in it. And maybe it's just because I'm married, it's a completely different thing for me. I pretty much have sex almost every single night, and it's just different moves and different ways in which you approach the situation, depending on, how it is that I want to do things. Like sometimes you want to fuck, sometimes you want to make love, sometimes you just want to chill, sometimes you just want to roll around in it a little bit. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But more importantly for me, I think it's the foreplay that actually sets the mood for whatever is going to happen. So, it's just a different type of vibe depending on what it is that you're doing. But I've never heard of that. I think that's cap. The only caveat to that though is if a dude just want to get his nut off with a chick that he don't really care about, that's the caveat. Like he might not really care about what it is that she think. And I don't even think that buzz downs. And when I say buzz downs, I think it's a difference between a chick that you with, like that you're in a relationship with, or that's your wife, and a chick that you just want to buzz down. Obviously, I'm leaving out side chicks because that's a dude that got attached to a chick he shouldn't have been with in the first place. But when you're dealing with a buzz down, I don't really think you should care about what she think. I don't think you should even care even a little bit about what she think if she a buzz down. If she just a moment, get yours. Hopefully she got hers. If that, hopefully she did what she was supposed to do. But I don't even think you should give a fuck about what she think anyway. So
I don't give a damn if she get hers or not.
I'm sorry.
I don't give a damn. If it's a bust down, if I'm single, I'm out here. I'm trying to get mine as quick as I can and get the hell on. I don't give a damn if she get it or not.
Facts.
But it's my wife. I'm gonna try to make sure she get hers off first every time.
It sounds like a horny guy bragging about, well, I didn't give it to her that much, right? And he probably was whack. So he's probably trying to just use it as an excuse on why he didn't get none. That's what I'm hearing. That's what it sounds like to me. Anybody that brags or talk about sex like that normally just don't have sex like that, or they don't know how to put it down like that. There's no one that just talks about, oh, I'm just going to give it a little bit. But you either going to give it all or you not, then why are you doing it? That sounds like an immaturity.
Because she a buzz down and she don't matter. Like she don't. I think when you're in a relationship, like when she your girl, you have an interest in seeing her satisfied because it's almost like you got a connection. The emotional connection is what actually heightens the experience and the orgasms and all of that other type of stuff. So it's a completely different vibe when she yours. You know what I'm saying? Because she get pleasure out of pleasing you and she get off and all that other type. So it's a different mindset that you have. But when you're talking about a buzz now, I'm not give a fuck about what she think. Like, I'm just trying to get your nut off.
Have you guys ever heard of men that say that they don't want a bad dick report? So they make sure every woman they have sex with is not going around.
A bad dick report with who?
Just whoever they're having sex with, kind of like what Lady Di was saying. Like now that y'all talking about it, yeah. Like since high school, I've heard men. The only thing they're bragging about is how well they put it down. They don't want a woman going around just saying, "Girl," they want the good.
See, that's corny though. Because Ali kind of hit it without even answering the question. Ali hit it without even answering the question. Like most guys, first of all, most guys don't even really want to be. They don't really want their name out there like that. Like, if you a gentleman or you move in a certain type of way, you don't kiss and tell. You don't even brag about it before it happened. None of like that. That's not a thing. You know what I'm saying?
You missing it, man. If a woman is going out here giving out a bad report, that's bad on her. The fact that she can decipher between a good dick and a bad dick lets you know that she's loose.
But see, here's the thing though, Bruiser. The other side of it is that most dudes I know don't really want to mess around with. Okay, most dudes that I know put an NDA out on the chick anyway.
That part.
Most guys that I know don't want other people to know that they messing with that chick anyway. So they putting paperwork on her before they even mess with her. So the whole dick report thing don't even apply. right?
Yeah,
it's not even a thing at all. And so my thing is that it's a certain, when you get to a certain level, you don't even want your name associated with women or different types of women anyway. You moving more like a gentleman. You're not talking on that type of level. And so the dick report thing is like for kids or broke people. That's not for dudes that actually have, you know what I'm saying, a whole nother type of way in which they move in society.
Yeah, just like with friends of mine. One, we don't sit around talking about chicks that anybody has smashed. We talk about money. And the majority of my friends either have girlfriends or are married. But just like you said, Anton, like NDAs are a thing. Like, we don't want any woman talking about nothing, because the bottom line is, like, that's our name, that's our brand. Like Joe Budden said one time, like, the last thing he wants is a woman trying to use his name in order to get some type of clout. So every time Joe Budden says something or whatever, says something crazy, one of his exes jump out of nowhere saying, oh, he did this, he did that, trying to get some clout. We don't like that. So all that dick report stuff, we don't want any woman talking about us. And we may actually lie and say we did not even sleep with you, instead of the cornball dudes lying and saying we did sleep with you. We don't want nothing to do with you in a lot of cases. You know what I'm saying? Because we have a level of
maturity, right?
Yeah, we have a brand. Well, certain men have a brand to protect. And the less women we run around messing around with, just like y'all have, the less men y'all date. It's almost the same thing. So the same way y'all operate is like, the less men y'all sleep with, the better y'all look. The less women we sleep with, the better we look when it comes to us as a brand. I never want to look like I'm just running around smashing chicks left and right.
Facts.
All right, let me get some other people in there. Lady Chang, you want to chime in on this? Anybody else?
Yeah, I was just thinking that if you want to protect your brand and you never want to be seen or look like that you're smashing every chick, like, well, then perhaps don't smash every chick like that. Then you don't got to lie. I don't understand. Like, you're saying protect your brand. The only official way to really protect your brand is not to really do what's going to tarnish your brand. Just keep out of it. That's the real protection of your brand, is it not? Instead of doing stuff.
No, the protection of our brand is the NDA, and that,
like, oh, that wasn't really me.
But you got to understand,
the
ladies,
NDA is what protects our brand.
It's that he's right, because even if you don't, let's just say, for example, you never touch her, right? Because any woman can say anything, right? Whether you touch her or not, she can say anything that she wants. And so to protect your brand, you want to remove her. When a woman comes into the room, right? When a woman comes, I know guys that when you come into certain rooms, you can't even have your phone, right? You can't bring a phone into the room with them. That's not an option, right? And they make you sign an NDA, because not just whether or not you sleep with them or not, consent agreements, NDAs, all of that other type of stuff, right? Because it also protects you from running your mouth at all and saying anything about what you could have possibly heard, seen, anything that goes on in the room or when you're around them, right? Even women that work for you, you have to make them sign certain agreements, because they can't go out and run their mouth about certain things that's been communicated. So it's not just about the sex aspect of it. It's not protecting that. It's protecting yourself as a man in 2023. You don't even want to be in a position where someone can say anything about you, whether it's true or false.
And to go even farther, we don't want, like, say I sleep with a chick or whatever, right? And then a year later, she out here acting stupid, doing crazy shit, or twerking on the gram or something. I don't want nobody knowing that I smashed her or used to date her. You know what I'm saying? So we aren't in control of what y'all do after you leave us, right? But you could turn around and still, like, stake some type of claim off of us. So as we grow in notoriety, say you start falling off and you just start doing stupid stuff, you are still linked to us if people know that me and you used to be together. So we don't want nobody to know, just in case you start wilding out a year or 2 years later.
should you not have vetted her, like her character, before you?
Well, I personally vet women. I watch women. I literally put a woman on a watch list, and I literally watch you for a certain amount of time.
She shouldn't be on the pole then afterwards. Then,
but even if you
no, people change, Lady Shan. People change. And then I can't look at you. That's not a direct understanding of who you are. I don't know your family life. I don't know nothing, right? All I can do is watch you and get an understanding of what you portray before I sleep with you and before I date you. But after I sleep with you, after I date you, ain't no telling what might happen.
That's wild. Like, if the chick that you've dated goes from being like, you vetted her and she's on the watch list, and then all of a sudden she ends up on a pole. That is a great. That
I ain't
is so
saying on a pole.
Yeah, it's polar opposites. I think that everybody's sex life should be their sex life, and I think that you should keep it to yourself at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Because why is it anyone else's business what you do in your bedroom?
I'll tell you this, right? So I had a conversation with, like, for example, Brittany Renner, right? I had a conversation, and we actually interviewed right behind me, right? And the reason why she couldn't put names in her book is because every single guy that she's ever dealt with has forced her to sign paperwork to ensure that they can't mention her. And she literally will tell me, like, yo, they are sitting, watching, and waiting for me to even mention any sign of their name whatsoever, right? It doesn't matter if she messed with them back when they 10 years ago, or it's all the way down in the line and she want to write another book. No, you're not going to sit here and put nobody that they don't want name associated with you at all in your book. And that's how dudes that are about their business and look at everything from a business perspective. And it ain't necessarily even a money threshold. This is a way in which you're supposed to be looking at life from a business perspective. Stop associating yourself and not taking care of business before you put yourself in harm's way. You have to take care of business 100%.
So let me ask you this. So you get the NDA, you get both signatures, and you get it notarized and stamped, right? Does it have to be notarized?
You don't have to go. You don't even have to go that far. Well, Bruce is trying to get me.
You said notarized.
You don't have to get it notarized. Notarized don't have nothing to do with it.
NDA,
right?
Okay. I was just making sure.
Usually the way that you want to do it. So let me give you the game. Usually the way that you want to do it is obviously she want to sign the paperwork, but then she can come back and say, well, I didn't sign it or whatever. So usually what you want to do is you want to get them on camera signing the paperwork.
Oh, okay.
It seems like an extra step, right? You actually, like, it's a statement that you say when you record, and you say, hey, do you agree to this? Blah, 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 blah. And they say yes. And then you record them signing the paperwork, and they actually have to have a license out there when they're doing it also.
Sometimes it's just a paper that you sign. I went to an NFL players party, and we all had to sign NDAs and put our phone in a it was like a device where it locks your phone, and you have to, on your way out, like, you scan it to get your phone.
When you left in the morning, was it somebody there to get your phone to you or something like that?
I don't know. Ask your woman.
No, I'm just asking a simple question.
I mean, think about it from a job, right? A lot of times we give out bids. Let's just say, for example, I work for a company, right? And in corporate America, we may take different bids for people to develop a design that we have for a new product that we want to release. In order for them to do their due diligence, we have to bring them in for them to see stuff that they then can't use or capitalize off of or communicate about or talk about to anybody else. And so we have ironclad NDAs in order for them to even be able to come in and do their due diligence before they bid on a job. It's the same way when it comes to business and a person and operating in certain spaces. You have to make sure that you take care of things from a business perspective in order to protect yourself, protect your brand, and protect you against the people and the future opportunities that they may see as a come up as a result of it. You don't know who you're going to be, right? Right now, you may be a millionaire. 20 years from now, you can be a billionaire. And then somebody trying to come up off of you. No, it can be anything. So you make sure that you protect yourself. You got to look at every situation and every interaction from a business perspective.
And when it comes to the type of women, going back to Lady Shan, we have to sleep with particular type of women. So we ain't got to worry about no issues. Just like I said, if she starts wilding out or whatever, because that can potentially embarrass us. So the Pookies and the Ray Rays, they can sleep with so many different women. We actually can't. Not saying that we want to, but our choice of women is a little different than Pookie because he can sleep with whoever because he ain't nobody. You feel me? So I can't just be running around sleeping with random chicks or whatever, because the thing about it is, like, in it, NDA or not, like, it's still a risk, you know? Like, as I ascend and as any of us ascend, you got to think about the past bodies that you have that might just start coming out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? You end up being on a talk show or whatever for like 2 years. Do you know how many people or your exes are going to start trying to come out and say, well, I did this, I did that? Don't nobody want to deal with that. So yeah, we have NDAs, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't the relationship stuff, is the, you know, when you bust a chick down or whatever. But the bottom line is, we men at a certain caliber, we ain't bragging about sleeping with nobody. We don't want nobody to know. It's the opposite.
So if you were just a regular guy, right? Just a regular average earning guy, you're not trying to elevate, you just settling into your position. Would you sleep with any woman at that point? Because you're saying you're trying to make, you're going to elevate in money. So your status is going to increase.
My pool of women would be a little different because I'm just a dude that has a job. And like I said this a while ago, the average dude that works at UPS or whatever, the farthest he's gonna go, unless he literally pivots his whole life, is a manager or something. That's not really a brand. He's just a manager. Even if he gets into the, whatever, he's still a manager or something. His name isn't out there. There's no noteworthiness of being a manager of UPS or whatever. He's just going to make more money. But when it comes to notoriety and you on social media or whatever, whether it's jobs or whether it's women, you got to make sure you handle yourself in a certain type of way out here, because it can affect your brand. The dude that work at UPS doesn't have a brand. So yeah,
I'm saying though, wait, hold on.
Say something about this whole topic, because I feel like we're at this age, like, we're not relatable to this topic. This topic is for people who are in college or high school or whatever.
Broke people, dumb people.
Whatever. I'm just saying that, like,
how old were you when you went to the NFL party?
Sit here and talk about brands and all of this other stuff and protecting each other, like, we're adults. So nobody's going around bragging about who they're sleeping with, because we're all adults, right? So this conversation, what he's asking, the original question, it does happen. There are men who claim women who they haven't even slept with just to look cool in front of a group of men, because this woman is the most desired on campus and he probably hung out with her one time in a dorm room, and now he's claiming her body as if that's true. I've seen that happen on college campuses where men are going around claiming they ain't never hit. And then vice versa, women have done it to men. Oh, I slept with him, or his dick, his trash, and blah 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 blah. Like that. Those conversations happen with youthful young people who are just still trying to find their way in the world. This conversation is just not relatable to us.
Yeah, but the problem with it is that, again, it's not relatable until you get Me Too'd. It's not relatable until because again, we live in a completely different world and a completely different society. And instead of people being proactive, they're only worried about whether or not they're going to get the pussy right then and there, and they're not trying to mess up the vibe or the mood, and they're going to fumble the bag, or they're going to fumble the opportunity later in life. And right now, Mike Tyson is being sued by a woman that said that he did something to her 30 years ago because there's no statute of limitations on civil lawsuits. And so she coming back 30 years talking about he did something to me in a limo. You know what I'm saying? And so, again, I believe in being proactive. I don't believe in being Me Too'd. I think that people should be a lot more careful with having dick discipline and moving in a way in which they protect themselves. And you don't have to be famous. Like, you ain't got to necessarily do an NDA, but yo, from the minute that you walk into the studio to the time that you leave, the cameras is on. The security cameras is on. The regular cameras is on. And if at any point you want to come through and say, yo, I did this or this played out or however it's going to play out, we know you lying. We know you lying. And all of this stuff is uploaded into the cloud and it's stored in there forever. and we never gonna find it. So I think that even regular guys need to take heed to what's happening, because the only thing that they see is what's publicized. They don't see a bunch of guys that's getting out of prison a day for being accused of something that they didn't do. It's guys getting released every single day from the Innocence Project that was accused of things that they didn't do. And just because it's not publicized, we don't talk about it, or we can't relate to it because it's not pertaining to a celebrity. But people need to be a little bit more careful on the type of women that they're moving around, and you can't fully vet a woman. And so you need to start using technology in order to protect yourself.
Unfortunately, those people walking around free who actually did sexually assault a woman.
But that's not what we're talking about. We see, and that's what the problem with women is they start to conflate different issues. That remind me of my wife sometimes, right? And when I say, yo, yeah, I'm sitting right next to you, I'm talking about you. That remind me of my wife right sometimes. And I say, yo, what happened over there? And she'd be like, but last week. Well, if you had a problem last week, then you should have brought up last week. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about men that are protecting themselves based off of the society that we live in. And it's too many guys, because if you really want to go on to the women aspect of it, it's a lot of women that should be doing prison time as it relates to accusing men of stuff that they didn't do. And then they just get to walk away scot-free when that guy had to spend the last 10, 20 years of his life in prison locked up trying to convince somebody that he was innocent, he was free, but they said, believe all women. So I don't really give a fuck about what women is talking about, especially as whether or not they got something done to them or not, because that ain't the movement right now. When we wanted to focus on the feminist movement, when we wanted to focus on believe all women and the Me Too, ain't nobody give a fuck about the Innocence Project and what men was talking about. And so now we want to start conflating issues when we bring up something that's concerning the men, and that's not what we're doing. We focus on the men. We focus on the men. We focused on the men, and we don't give a fuck about what these women is talking about, because it's already too many women that's benefited on the backs of men, and they ain't did shit anything anyway except lay on their back, get opportunities, get movie roles, get greatness, and then when they fall the fuck off, they want to come back and say, no, he did something to me. No, you willingly took it. You let him pay for you to go to college. You gave up that gawk 3,000, and now you want to come back and get some more. You a greedy bitch. Get the fuck out of here. And stop talking about what men do to you. We not hearing shit from women no more.
I'm not sure where this. I'm not sure where this even went. I'm not sure where this even went, because the original question was if men how they are. What was the original question? I don't know.
We were talking about men.
I'm confused, Anton. Because
we were talking about men. You started talking about some other stuff.
We're going off subject. Wait, hold on. Let me finish talking. You're saying we're going off subject, right? You going off subject. You completely went off a different subject than what the original question was. So I'm just following, and I'm just piggybacking off of that. Now,
B. Taylor, I just want to ask you a question.
I'm fine.
I just want to ask you a question. Is there a reason why you said that? The conversation is about men having sex with women. Is there a reason why you came out of nowhere talking about how?
Question.
Huh?
I answered the original question.
No, just out of nowhere, where you just came out and said women are getting aid. I don't want to say the word, but aid. Why? Where that come from? That's not even what we was talking about.
That's actually true, and I can state it because I want to.
But what does that have to do with anything? So you just want to come in and just start making up random shit and start arguing.
Who was that? No. It's fair that we veer different ways and different topics, because different subjects spawn different ways in which we talk about certain things depending on how it goes. So it's fair. It's just fair that she get a reality check on what's really happening out here in these streets. It's too many guys that's suffering, losing their scholarships, going to jail. And then we always want to highlight and bring up how great women are or what women are going through. We don't care about what women is going through right now. It ain't y'all time.
Because the thing about it is, B. Taylor, like whenever we talk about
what?
Hold on.
Maybe that's why women don't care.
Hold on, B. Taylor. Look at this, though. Look at this.
We don't care if women don't care. It doesn't even matter if women care or not. Once you get to a certain level, and that's why we tell guys to focus on themselves. Because once you get to a certain level, you're gonna have your pick of the litter anyway. The ones that don't care will fall the fuck off, and they're gonna be begging for a man later on in their life anyway. It don't matter.
If that makes you sleep better at night, sure.
So, B. Taylor, what I'm saying is, like, just overall, and not even just this conversation. Every time a man says something about what happens to a man, what we go through, what type of struggle we have, is always some woman that's just going to unmute or say in the comments or wherever, Well, what about women? Women do this and is like childish. You know what I mean? It's really childish.
Yeah, let me get Lucky in there. Go ahead, Lucky. You had a question?
Yeah, I was gonna say, based on their point and what Anton was saying, don't you think the most effective way of prevention or to protect your brand is to kind of like what Lady Shan said, just don't do it. Like, because you can have an NDA, you can have all these things in place, but the average man doesn't. So if you're talking about the Me Too movement, which I agree, there are groups of women who do lie, just like what she's saying. There are serious situations, so they get conflated. But what Lady Shan said, to prevent that, wouldn't it be smart to just, like you said, not do it and just sleep with your wife?
Yep. Very preventable.
If you're married, yes.
I'm gonna say, what about the men that's not married?
What about the men that aren't married?
Don't have sex.
Well, I don't know. That would be for me since you guys represent yourself as high level men, if you aren't, well, Anton been married for a while. I don't know about you. But if you while you're single, how do you operate? Like, are you promiscuous? Like, do you take home a lot of different women, or do you have one consistent woman that you trust, kind of like on some Bill Gates, I'm gonna just keep going to my ex type of situation where I know that I trust her? Like, I guess that would be for y'all to tell us, single men who are at this level operate like this to avoid these situations.
Well, that's kind of like what I talked about, how earlier, like, I'm not running around sleeping with just random chicks because I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? And then as I ascend, it doesn't make sense to, even if I wanted to, because, you know what I'm saying? So no, I don't do that, you know, but yes, there are certain women that you trust or you've been cool with for years or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that is, and I made a joke about how that's me being in a polygamous relationship, because I can be in a relationship, non-relationship with a woman for a certain amount of years. I don't know what she's doing and she don't know what I'm doing, but we trust each other when we're around each other. So yeah, so I agree with you, Lucky.
I look at all of us as regular people. Like,
is it
none of us is
to
like
be in a relationship when you do that?
Y'all don't
have someone you trust that you're having sex with.
Huh?
Because you don't, I said, is it hard to be in a relationship when you do something like that? When you have two people trust each other and they're continuously having sex, how does that allow you to be in a healthy relationship with someone when you choose to do that?
Well, once one of the people turn around and say, I'm in a relationship, or I got a girlfriend and boyfriend, the other person falls back, and then they just fall back. You know,
because having sex with somebody over time does bring about feelings, is especially for the woman.
Well, yeah, but there's an understanding.
What does it do for y'all?
If you've been dating somebody for years, not just straight up with, you know, for years or whatever, but on and off, you know, you care about that person, they care about you, and they have a certain spot in your heart, right? And in their minds, they're like, they can get with this girl, he can get with that girl, like it's whatever. He's gonna come back to me, and then it'll be like that. And sadly, the relationship actually ends, and you know, the dude goes back to her. But if the relationship doesn't end and it turns into a marriage, you just never see the person before. I've actually said I lost a woman to marriage, and it hurt, but I respected it. You know, me and a woman, we had that type of situation. She got into a relationship, and in my mind, I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then a certain amount of time later, she says, I'm getting married. And I'm like,
how long would you smash?
I spent all that time having sex and she got married to somebody else.
She got a hit. She got bust down once, and he ringed her up.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you be in a relationship with someone if you're okay just having sex with somebody, but don't want to proceed with them, and then you lose people to getting married to somebody else because you just want to sleep around?
Well, with me, I, to a certain degree, want them to get married to somebody else, because I'm never going to be the type of dude that wants to keep a woman out here. So I'm not going to lie to women. I'm not going to make a woman feel a certain kind of way about, like, if there's a future with me and her, she's going to know, and then she's going to be my woman. But if we just sleeping together or whatever, she's going to know, not on a normal basis, but there might be a certain update. We laying around talking, I'll be like, no, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes there's a particular reason why.
So basically you was tweaking her performance so she can be more optimized for her husband.
Yeah,
he was tweaking her sexual performance.
No, I'm just saying, just being around me would actually peak her performance as being a wife. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm just not your husband. I will literally make a woman better for somebody else because I don't want her. And
but
it's okay.
But I thought you said I thought you said
I'm not going to make her worse. Hold on, let me say this. But I'm not going to make her worse for somebody else if I don't want you.
So what are you, like a sex therapist or something? Like, how do you make
No. It's not about sex. It's about just being around me. Just being around me is all I'm saying. Not the sex stuff. It's
so let me get this straight, Mr. Lego. So if any man want his girlfriend to be more prepared to be his wife, send her over to you for a couple months.
Whatever, man.
My complex is crazy.
Wouldn't that mess up your image though? Because you're not marrying these women. And
Right.
That's good business. I ain't gonna lie, Mr. Lego. That's good business. Do they pay you for that?
Somebody that I've cared about for a certain amount of time. So one, she ain't gonna run around saying nothing crazy or whatever because we trust each other, and that's the reason why one of y'all ladies brought that up. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing. Then at the same time, you know, there's a nice bond there, and there's certain people in your life that is for a season. You know how people say that, but everybody in your life isn't going to be your husband. Everybody you meet in your life isn't going to be your wife. But as long as you compartmentalize the fact that that person is never going to be your husband or wife, you can appreciate that person for who they are.
It just seems like a pattern with you. Like, you know, it's just like it's a cycle with you, with women.
What do you mean?
You just feel like you make them better. Like, why do you keep going through so many women and making them better, but you're not choosing any of them? You're not making them better to be your wife.
Well, is a certain
Doesn't that say more about you?
Well, there's a certain reason why she isn't my wife, or I don't deem her to be my wife, and that's different variables. Like,
why
it could
do
be
you
a woman
choosing women that you have to fix?
Hold on, B. Taylor. It could be a woman who says, I want more kids. I don't want more kids. It could be a woman has a certain type of life or whatever that, you know, for example, say a woman lives in Texas and I'm like, would you see yourself living in Atlanta? And she'll say, no. I'm like, okay, that's a variable that will tell me that there's a very good chance that this is never going to turn into anything because I'm not moving from Atlanta.
So it don't matter if you meet a wife or not. You're just stubborn, stuck in your ways.
If she doesn't have any plans, because I don't force nobody's narrative. If she says, I love Texas, or I love Cincinnati or whatever, and this is my hometown, I'm never moving here. Or either I hate Atlanta because Atlanta is this and that. Well, that's a variable that will say, well, this is never going to go anywhere, but I like you, you like me. We can keep doing what we're doing. But as long as you know,
I think if you're gonna make a great husband and you're gonna provide, you have all these things this woman is looking for, then women will move. But obviously, she probably didn't deem you as worthy of moving. So, are you a husband?
Okay. Because I see what you're trying to get at. Okay, I'm not husband material, and I'm trash. I'm this and that. What'd you say, Lucky?
I said, is that why you call yourself Mr. Lego? Because you letting them go?
I let them go. Like, you know, I'm just saying, because my thing is, like I said, one, I'm not going to force a square hole into a round, you know, whatever you go, a round peg into a square hole. You know, if, like I said, with me in particular, I mainly date women from out of town. I don't really date chicks in Atlanta because Atlanta is like nuts. Everybody's sleeping with the same chicks or whatever. So I kind of stay away from Atlanta chicks. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, for me to see a woman as wife material, one of the first questions is going to be for me is, well, two questions. Do you want more kids? And then the second thing is, would you see yourself moving to Atlanta at some point if something turns into something? And if the answer is no, I don't want to move to Atlanta, well, we can do whatever we do, but it ain't never going to turn into nothing.
Gotcha.
Variables.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. You guys just tuned in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you want to become a member, that link is pinned to the top of the chat right there. Also, again, shout out to the sponsor, Teach Handling. You good, Ali?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just crazy that Mr. Lego get them to explaining himself when if we on other panels they say they're about sexual liberation, doing what they want to do. And is it fair to say that a lot of women got used for practice, but then you're asking him about who he having sex with?
Okay, I don't understand the context, but okay.
She put you in a corner about what you're doing with your manhood, and she's saying, isn't the objective to get a wife? But majority of times we on these panels, women say it don't matter if they're a wife. Even yesterday's panel, we were on a different panel. Women say they don't have to be a wife; they can just prioritize themselves. Excuse me, B. Taylor. So they can be sexually liberated, promote thought culture, and you be used for practice. But you let her put you in a situation where you a man. You can do whatever you want to do. But you allow them. So do you understand what I'm saying? All you have to say is
my whole thing is this: either as a brand or just simply for a level of consistency as people just watching content, I'm always going to stand on my square and say, hey, I do this because of that. See, I like that B Taylor does that. B Taylor, she's a homie. The thing about it is, because sometimes it's important for the audience to get a better understanding of me, of you, of Anton. Anton talks about his whole life because that's good for the audience so they can get a better understanding of why he does what he does. So I have no problem with that.
I think your response is very dangerous for brothers because what she's done for twice is try to shame brothers about her rhetoric.
Are you okay?
And excuse me. Let me finish. I haven't cut you off. You've been talking about graping and nobody was talking about graping. Every time there's a conversation that surrounds you, you find a way to talk negatively about men. Brothers like Mr. Letgo will talk about women like you, but then on the other hand, you'll put him in a corner and he'll start explaining his manhood to make you feel better. That's the problem in society right now. So he's treating women accordingly. If you're a woman who about sex, he's gonna give you sex. If you're a wife material, he'll be wife, or you get used for practice. So he could have asked you, why have you got used for practice?
I just want to know, are you okay?
Have you gotten used for practice?
Are you okay?
Have you gotten used for practice? Just answer the question.
Like your internet was messed up
himself for 5 minutes. No, B Taylor, he explained himself for 5 minutes.
Have you been burned from yesterday?
I wasn't burned. Have you been used for practice?
Can we move on?
Have you been used for practice?
About the back
if you're not married in a relationship, you would use for practice. So I'll answer for you.
Well, I would just hope nobody's burning on the panel.
I think something's okay. I don't know if he's okay.
No, don't do that. That's you try to shame men, and then when a man gives you the same treatment, you get offended and you play victim. That's what happens.
But Ali, you got to remember what you know.
Mr. Lego. No.
You know I'm about to say.
I gave you the family. I gave you the chance. She tried to shame you.
You know what I'm about to say, right?
I came through again. I'm watching a brother getting shamed. Anton was talking about women, and she went to start and talk about graping, and nobody was talking about graping. And y'all stood on coat. He's the only person that says something, and she's still going at you. Shouldn't you become a husband? And you're saying, well. No, Mr. Lego.
When she started talking about that?
No, this the problem. You should have just told her that men treat you accordingly, and you went to explaining what you do with your manhood. She being used for practice, and you sitting here explaining yourself.
I don't think anybody on the panel really understands why you're argumentative about this.
Now I'm argumentative, Mr. Lego.
We're having a conversation, bro. Like,
what's family? You staying on coach. This is the problem. Is men flip flop. Men start coaching sessions about how to treat women accordingly. If she doesn't act like a wife, throw her in the streets. If she acts like a wife, marry her. But then you let her. You went to pandering for her. That's what you just did.
Pandering for her?
You're pandering her because she tried to shame you.
She can't shame me. She
was doing it.
Women can't shame men. Nobody cares about what women think. I say that all the time.
Yes, you did, because you just explained yourself.
I'm having a conversation with a woman.
No, Mr. Lego, you contradict yourself.
When women,
you explained yourself.
No, that's where let's have a bit of respect. No, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares what women think. Because your mum's a woman, isn't she, Mr. Let Go? She is.
What is that? What was my mom had to do with this?
Yeah,
Lady Chan, you might want to stand down.
No, I won't want to stand down.
You might want to stand down.
Got a panel of women. You've got a panel of women that are on here, sir. And whether you guys are having your back and forth, that's cool. I'm the new kid on the block here. But at the end of the day, to throw out comments as nobody cares what women think, then you may as well have an all-men panel.
Okay, one, I can say what the hell I want to say.
And two,
okay, how about that?
Two, you can count. Go ahead.
Okay, so is there anything else? Do you want me to say what I just said again?
That's all I had to say.
Nobody. Thank you. So mute back and B Taylor, and y'all can finish arguing back and forth with Ali.
Can
you just mute?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and
can you mute.
Excuse me.
I'm shooting.
Yeah, we go.
You haven't muted yet.
Neither of you. We've been waiting for you to stay mute for the last 20 minutes and waiting.
Okay, I'll mute. If I mute, would you mute?
Mad boring.
I'll mute, so you'll mute.
Just have to just call it, keep it a buck. I'm bored.
Oh, wow. You guys just tuned in again. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let's go ahead and get to these super chats. Michael Jones, $20 says, Bruce, I'm feeling that all black around. Dope. Have you said that name? $5 says, shout out to the greatest network. May God bless you all. Bruiser looks like recession is real. Queen Sheba says, here for my little sis, B. Taylor.
Hey, boo.
Stevens, $5 says, I know it's gonna sound outrageous, but I feel I can substantiate and egregious counter for Anton. He got me saying this now, much love. Queen Sheba said, let's go be Taylor and Lucky for the $4.99. Queen Sheba 199 says, Ali, I'm gonna start you off with $2. Work your way up.
Take that back.
AP accountability partner $2. Also member says, B Taylor, I'm gonna start you off with $2. Work your way up. I'm lost out of that one, but Real 83 1999 says, good panel tonight. Marcus Evans $5 says, what up to the panel? Let's have the high level conversation. Let's get it. Christopher J 189, a member, also says, real question, what is the NDA to a broke person? Marcus Evans, talk to him, Anton, with the $10 super chat. Wyatt B856189 says, oh my God, please let's let go. Stop. Anton, can you finish them?
Filibustering.
Yeah, I got you, big dog. I got you. Wyatt says, oh my God, please, Mr. Let Go, stop filibustering. My dog, the accountability partner, is in the building, says terrible messaging, let go. Basically, you're a side dude. Marcus Evans says, Ali on one tonight. Queen Sheba's in the building. We all know who's she's associated with, but never mind. Queen Sheba with the fireball said, give me my
what up, Queen Sheba?
Ali gave me anxiety. Shout out to Kid. Kid is in the building, says, I got Mike. Ali with the 2 ball. And you don't stop, yo, says big ups to B. Taylor for having an awesome and inspiring love on her channel yesterday. What you got going on over there, B. Taylor? What is happening?
You know, you can check out B. Taylor TV.
All right, I'm gonna have to come over there. I'm gonna pull up on you. Shout out to Malcolm Shaka, also a member, and dropped off the 20 ball and didn't even say nothing. Just said, yo, what up, though? Shout out to our new member, Joshua Turner is in the building. We appreciate you. Trucker Yale's also a member, said, let go, please. Stand in the corner. It's too early. Trigger Mike. We love Trigger Mike. Trigger Mike with the 20 ball also said, I nominate Ali for Secretary of Defense. His ability to fight terrorism is unmatched. Make sure y'all check out the Trigger Mike show weekdays on a daily basis, and he be kicking it and doing what he does on the Lapeef Network. Shout out to Nick the Magnificent is in the building, so on top of his game. He coming in through the ceiling, says, stand your ground, fellas. Salute to my dog, Nick the Magnificent. We appreciate the 50 ball, big dog. And he is officially the sponsor of the show, by the way. G Firm with the 5 ball said, yo, Anton, put me down with Precious. I'm marriage minded and I make $90K a year. I don't know if Precious is going to allow for that. We might have to fly Precious out to Detroit and make her sign that NDA. That's a whole nother conversation. I'm gonna come back to Black Titan. We gonna acknowledge Black Titan last. Shout out to I'm Saying One or Insane One. What the F chat? Get these likes up, and to the fam with the 2 ball. We appreciate you. Is it Chike Auto LLC says B Taylor negative energy. You can tell she is single, living single. Accountability partner says BT, give me my money back. Ali out here setting it straight. Thank you, accountability partner. Queen Sheba said, let's go, B Taylor. We gonna
look, she got a trend started. Y'all,
Uncle Stepdaddy is in the building, says Ali Boumaye. He need his own show. Torrance B is in the building, says every time B Taylor wear a ponytail, she be on some BS.
I love
Accountability partner is in the building, says Ali keep cooking my dog. Queen Sheba said Ali is still at $2, technically $1.99. But let me give a special shout out And a special acknowledgement. Listen, that sponsorship, that $50 sponsorship, and although we love you and we appreciate you, it did not last long. Going once, going twice. Yo, we got Black Titan in the building, and he also a member, so we're gonna give him some credit for that. He said, "Good evening, good people. Get the likes up, supporting the channel, always holding us down. Thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. And we acknowledge you." Everybody, make sure y'all get the likes up, hit a like for the YouTube algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you share this with your family and friends because we're going to be cooking tonight, all night.
All right, it's time to go ahead and move on to our next topic of the night, which is once married, a wife goals are secondary to their husbands. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
Sis, can I share something with you? As wives, it's very important that we understand that once we become married, that the visions and goals that we have for ourselves are secondary to the visions and goals that God has given to our husbands for our family. But we have to realize that if we've already submitted ourselves to our husband, and we should have if you're married to him, that God will always make sure that your goals and dreams are looked after. You're not giving them up, but they're not the primary purpose in the marriage. The primary purpose is for us to ensure that our husbands meet their vision and goals because they're the ones that lead the family. And for the direction of the family, God is going to give it to your husband. So if you're doing your own thing, and your husband's doing his own thing, that means you're out of order and you need to come back under order by following his footsteps and following his authority and his direction as to where this marriage is going to go. It's important and it's God's word. Remember that today and carry on.
All right, let's go ahead and get into the topic, which is once married, a wife goals are secondary to their husbands. I'm gonna go ahead and start with Precious. What are your thoughts about that? It's true.
I knew you were going to start with me. I believe so. We're helpmates. And so in order to help, there has to be a goal that you're, or a vision that you're underneath. And honestly, your wife goals are usually your goals. You know what I mean? If you're picking the right one, then her goals are your goals. And so she's helping you with that. She's making sure that you're good. So I don't necessarily know about secondary per se, because I think you should be on the same wavelength as a team. You both should be working towards the same thing. So you have to pick someone that is willing to be on your team to actually help you for get to your goals.
You can have the same goals, but as people get older, they come up with new things that they want to do, right? So when you have something new that wasn't on the plan, then is it going to become secondary because you're a wife, or is it going to, come first to the plan that he already has? So normally, it should probably come secondary at the time, but it doesn't mean that the plan that you have that's new is not going to be executed. It just depends on the timing, because a lot of women, we like to come up with a whole bunch of ideas, right? But then some of those ideas might not be that great. So it's like dissecting what's better for, the time period. So let's say your husband is, his goals is to, be social media famous, right? And it takes a lot of money, marketing, whatever the case is. They trying to be like Mr. Let Go here, right? So you want your woman to help you elevate in that way. So anything that's taking you away from it can mess up the goals that he has, especially if he's the provider. So if he's the provider, then you can't mess up the provider's bag. Now, can you put in your piece later when the time is right? And I'm saying the time is right when it comes to the success that man has. Then sure, yeah. But if it's going to take away from that goal, since he is the sole provider, and that's, most relationships today is normally the man is providing and having higher earnings in that way. That's what women want anyway. Then it's not like it's bad that it's secondary. It's just, that's just reality of it.
Interesting. Go ahead, Lady Chan. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Lady Di. If the man's the breadwinner, the provider, then you've kind of got to put he's got to lead, and then you've got to kind of follow, definitely. And it also depends on kind of in a way, in the dynamic and how you meet, because you may have had your wife may have had or has a really great career as well, and your husband has a great career as well, but you have to come to some kind of compromise. And obviously the man is the role, he's the leader, so there's going to have to be like communication, talk about these types of things. And like Lady Di said in the beginning, what it is. If you want to add in new stuff, then you're trying to add in a bunch of new things, and then it's convoluting the relationship and taking away the dynamic of a proper relationship. You're doing this, he's doing this, and you're never coming together. Then there's a problem. But in the grand scheme of things, yeah, if he's the sole provider, yeah, you've got to kind of follow, and because he's the leader. But he will, the type of man that you are probably drawn to, and he's drawn to you, is because of maybe your goals and aspirations, maybe not, but maybe your goals and aspirations, and he'll be happy for you to live those out in accordance.
Lady Chen, I got a follow-up question. So let's just say that let's just say that he's not the sole provider. Let's say that your husband met you and you're just as successful as he is, and he tells you that he wants to pursue his career and he doesn't want you to pursue yours. Are you okay with that?
And he's well, then somebody has to be the sole provider. Well, if I'm going to be the sole provider, I mean, I'm going to then try and help him get to a position where, that he can then still lead. He still can lead. Leading is not to do with monetary value as such. But I mean, if he's got that goal and I'm in the position that I make money in order to help him get to that goal, and then he can, I pass the baton on and I can fall back, then that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So once you marry, then you're saying that your goals go down the drain.
No, my goals don't go down the drain, but I mean, they do become secondary in a way, because I'm the wife, so I'm not the man. So yeah, so I do become secondary in a way. Yeah. So it's not down the drain. Secondary doesn't mean down the drain. Secondary just comes off.
What if he says that he doesn't want you to? I mean, just say I provided life for us, and this is the way we're gonna go. Are you okay with that?
Okay, then yeah, then then I'm
just asking questions. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Shout out to Lady Shan. I like that answer. Shout out to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ali. What are your thoughts, sir?
Realistically, yes, it should be a woman. Typically, like a male is God made biologically to be the sole producer for the family. So you would think that a woman would invest. That'd be her greatest investment, is to invest in a man. So I do believe that once she invests in that man, she should not necessarily the goals. Well, let's start this over. The only reason why I'm confused is because a lot of women that say they'll put their goals behind for a man, but I don't see that happening. So it's confusing me, and I wanted to address it a different way. And it feel like it's becoming an echo chamber. So it's hard to answer this question from what we're seeing women doing versus what's actually happening. But if you have someone, let's say like an Anton, who's completely goal driven, or if you have a man who's just a family man, I believe if a woman is really following her purpose and she's following a man's purpose, she will put her goals behind him to make him the driving force for a family. A man's competition level is unmatched. His integrity, his resilience, and what he's made for, she cannot match him.
Go ahead, Press.
Her goals have to be somewhat his goals. That's why, when you're in a marriage, it's supposed to be for purpose. So how are you fulfilling purpose if the man is going one way and then years on end you want to add something? That's why a lot of men don't trust getting into relationships with women, because they're one way up front, and then 5 to 10 years later they want to add things and they want to do certain things. Well, was this discussed with him when you guys were talking about the future of your life? A woman's goals somewhat have to be her husband's goals when you're joining each other. Yes, you can have your what you're passionate about, and again, we're talking about marriage being purpose driven. So you can have your passions, but if a woman is not helping a man work towards his goals, is what are you there for? He can be single and work on his own goals.
So should a woman not have goals because she's married?
No, she should have goals, but at the same time, when you get married, you also understand that you're trusting a man to be a leader. So why would you want to be out here doing a lot of things that men do when you just married the leader who is going to lead you? Like I said, you can have your passion projects and things like that, so you're busy and you don't have idle time. But that time to me is, look, we keeping it in a family. We working towards his goal.
Yeah,
So,
part of a woman's goal is to be married, hopefully. So if the goal is to be married and you have a job and you have a career, your goal is still the marriage, and the career is actually just simply paying the bills, because we go to work, go to our jobs or whatever in order to pay bills. Sometimes your job isn't a goal. You're just at work. Just like, you start a business or whatever, but you got a job. Your goal is to start a business, not the actual job. So when you compartmentalize what your goal is and then what your job is, you got a better understanding of where you're going. Sometimes women can look at their career as their goal. Their career is a job until, they get what they actually want, if she wants a husband. Because some women don't want to get married, but if women who want to get married, that goal has to be to get married and not no damn job.
Her goal is.
Oh, go ahead, lady. Hold on, Bruce. Lady Dow was trying to get in. Go ahead, Lady Dow.
So, Precious, if you was married and you followed your husband's goals, right, his success, but your goal was to give back to kids, right, and it's not a nonprofit, you're going to earn money from doing that, and you giving back to the youth to help them get better. You're saying that you wouldn't even suggest doing it because you're following his goals?
Your husband is someone who wholeheartedly loves you. Again, to me, that's a passion project. That's not something that is.
I didn't say passion.
Not
passion. It's just something that you're trying to give back. It's not a passion. You're helping the community.
Right. You got to have passion. You got to have passion to do that. Nobody's just doing that. You have to have passion to do something like that. If your husband knows that that's your heart, then his goal and his what he's doing for the family is going to accommodate that. But again, that has to be something that is spoken up front. You can't come 10 years later like, I want to give back to the community, and interrupt what he's doing. Or if he has a certain, want to get to a certain place at a certain time, you just can't come in and say, I want to do this.
But that's
not what he agreed to.
But why would it be an interruption? What if we know I got a contract signed, we can make $1 million? How is it an interruption? Because what you're saying right now is that women can't have a goal, and not all their goals is jacked. There's some women that have great ideas. It's not a lot of women that have great ideas. But what if this man has a woman that actually has a great idea, and she's gonna, he supports her obviously, right? But she's not gonna take away from him, because we already let him get his bag and all this type of stuff to elevate the family. But like I said, as we get older, there are things that pop up because it's for the time, right? It's at due time. So let's say this goal, I'm just hypothetically speaking, this goal makes money. He's not going to say no to money. And why should it be a bad idea? Because what you're saying is women shouldn't even say nothing about a goal.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was What I said was, at the beginning, if you have a goal and you have a passion project, or you want to do something, you need to, that's an ASAP thing that you need to speak to your husband about. I said, you can't come in 5 to 10 years later and say, oh, I want to do this, when he has already mapped out your life.
But that's what I just said. I said 5 or 10 years later, you're going to come up with something, because as time grows, we grow. So this idea that you come up with, you're saying that a wife shouldn't be able to tell her husband because it's going to interrupt what he's doing.
She should tell him that up front. I don't think you heard me. That is something that a wife, if you're going to be joining your lives, right? His goals and your goals should be discussed up front. But
I said go. So I got that. But what I'm saying is, all right. Let's say you're married, right? You had kids, all the 9. Y'all are almost millionaires, okay? Your kids and you and your husband. Something pops up, let's say with one of your kids, and you come up with this brilliant idea Shark Tank style, right? I'm just saying, Shark Tank style, you could probably get a deal. All right. You're saying that you won't even mention it because it's going to interrupt the husband's goal. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because everything is not going to be the same. Like, as
you just brought in kids,
our ideas to make money it changes. So let's say I'm gonna use Anton, if you don't mind, Anton. You see how, let's say he started at a certain period. As he gets older, his money grew. Was he doing the same thing 20 years ago? Was his wife doing the same thing 20 years ago? She probably got knowledge as well, and it helped write his purpose. But you saying that a woman can't come up with something 10 years later, as if time goes on, and to bring it to his attention, be like, hey, I think this will be great. What are you saying? I don't get that.
I'm not saying that she can't bring it to his attention. I'm saying that if you trust a man, then you're going to trust his leadership for the life. Now, if y'all have, for you guys' life, if you have kids and an idea pops up, then that's still going through the man. You're not just going to just do because you just feel like doing as a wife.
So that's what I was saying. I wasn't saying to.
Let me get some other people in there real quick, and then we'll come back. Let's see if other people can shed some light on it. Hey, B. Taylor, what are your thoughts? I know you've been hearing the back and forth that's going on. What are your thoughts?
I think that every marriage is different. I think it's okay to have separate goals, but it is very important when you are married to have a goal together. You should always have a goal with your husband. You should always have a goal with your wife. It shouldn't just be, oh, I have goals. These are my goals. And then my wife have these goals, because you guys are not aligned anymore. So if you guys are both working towards the same, it's not about, I don't like the whole, oh, his goals and forget your goals, or his goals should only be my goals, and whatever goals I had should just be completely ignored. You know, especially if it's a passion. That's how people end up being depressed or whatever, because they never got fulfilled through their other passions. Like, yes, being a mother and a wife is probably part of their passions, but we're not all a monolith. So it's going to look different for each household. I have many married people around me. I was raised by my grandparents, very traditional, married and everything. And one thing that I've seen in all of these marriages is that they all had a goal together, but then it was like one year, you're like, you know what? I want to concentrate on this goal. As they're building their goal together as a family, they have separate goals, and that's okay.
All right. Anton, you want to shed some light on this?
Yeah, in a second. I know that Bruiser was trying to jump in, so I just want to, make sure that he'd be able to get off what it is that you want to get off.
Appreciate that, man. That's very kind of you, man. He damn sure was about to just say, fuck, Bruce. Oh, excuse my language. Yeah, but secondary goals, I'll say this. A woman's only goal is to become a wife. And I believe Mr. Lego put that perfectly. Any goals after marriage, her goals should be intertwined with the husband. And I believe Real Precious stated that many times. Personal goals should amplify, the structure and foundation of the marriage. That is just as simple as that. That's it. That's the only goals.
Oh, if y'all go back to the video, everything that she was saying was rooted in biblical principles. Right? Everything that she was saying was based off of, if you do this, then God will do this, right? And that's how I know it doesn't apply to most people, because most people don't align with, or they're not equally yoked. And that's why you see people out here dating based off of what it is that they like, instead of aligning with people based off of a similar path that they're taking. When you're aligned with somebody, and this is again why I say don't date, and just align with people that's in your network. What happens is you then become equally yoked, because it's not a tug and pull. It's not a, you got to get on my program. That's not even a conversation that's being had amongst people that are equally yoked, because we both going in the same direction. Right. And so me as a man, I'm very passionate about the things that my wife is passionate about because it's meaningful to her and it gives her happiness and it gives her joy. And, you know, it allows for her to exist beyond just the purpose of me. Let me say it one more time. It allows for her to be able to exist beyond the purpose of me. Because if you think about it, if the only purpose that a woman had was to be married, then why did he give her a brain, right? Why did he give her fingers? Why did he give her insight and understanding? Why did he give her, you know, a nurturing spirit? Why did he give her the ability to actually be able to learn more and faster and for their brains to actually develop faster than men do when they're younger, right? There are talents that women have that we don't fully utilize because we kind of operate like cavemen, and that's how I see a lot of marriages fail, is because they try to put themselves in a box because they think marriage is a monolith, and they live based off of these principles that was set before us, in which the majority of the people before us was failing, and that's why we find ourselves in the same situation that we are in today, right? And so because she's meaningful to me, my objective, for example, was to create a space or to excel in life to the point to where I could then fund her initiatives or do the things or give her or enable her to be able to do what it is that she want to do. She don't have any restrictions. She don't have anything that she can't do. And then when she decided that she wanted to explore and then figure out what it is that she wanted to do as far as her passion and things that she wound up coming back and just working for me because it was more meaningful for her to be with me because we were that aligned. We were that equally yoked. And you're not going to be the same way you are when you're 20 as when you're 30, right? And so when you lean into it and say, hey, these are my goals and these are my objectives, your life change and your purpose change as you continue to do the work. You're not going to be the same person at 20 to 30 and 30 to 40 and 40 to 50 and 50 to 60. And the way that people wind up staying together and actually building something meaningful is that they're not looking at each other as cavemen, but they're actually looking at each other as people. And I use her, right? I use her for her talents and I mine out what it is that she's great at because her sense of purpose is ultimately to pour into us. But I can't ignore the fact that my sense of purpose also benefits her too. So I'm passionate about her. She's passionate about me. And what our purpose then becomes, it becomes one, but it's only because it's rooted in the same thing. We both align, we both equally yoked, and we both going in the same direction. And I think that people forget that. They forget that. And that's when you become complacent. That's when you start to have conversations based off of the fact to say, well, you know, the only value that you have is to become a wife and to become a mother and all of that. Okay, so what happens when the kids grow up and they're out the house? Then what? What happens when the kids grow up? What's your purpose then? You're a mother, you fulfilled your duty. You're a man, you wind up making the money or whatever. And then what? You don't know each other. That we experienced that during the pandemic when a lot of people had to start living together and they didn't, and it was hell on earth in some of these households, and they didn't even want to exist around each other because they did not know each other, and they had all of these different things throughout society that kept them occupied or distracted from who they really are, and they never really explored what their purpose was as a couple. When you get married, you become one. When you get married, you become one. And I think that people need to start really evaluating what that means, because most people, again, they're not rooted in scripture. And that's fine, right? We don't always have to believe the same thing, but you still have to be equally yoked. That still applies across the board. I would imagine that if you're a Muslim, then you have to be aligning with Muslim principles in order for y'all to be able to exist in that environment. If you're a radical leader, there's no way that Coretta Scott King could have held down Martin Luther King if they wasn't aligning on the same page, considering that it's a strong possibility that he's gonna go out there, get arrested, get beat down by the police, possibly get killed. They got to be on the same page. She couldn't just be there just to, just for the same things that other people would be there for, as far as to build wealth and pass on generational wealth. They had a completely different purpose in their life. And them together were stronger together than they were apart, because her playing her role actually enabled them to be more impactful when it came to the civil rights movement. And so it's not just this monolith. No couple is the same. No couple is moving just based off of this one simple principle. It has to be a real alignment of what it is that y'all are as individuals, and whether or not y'all gonna come together, because you got to take your vows seriously. And it's not just this small little thing that we put ourselves in a box in. It's some people that get married for political purposes, in order to try to, you know what I'm saying, in order in order to make sure that they elevating themselves or they partnering from that perspective. A partnership in that particular situation is okay. They may not have an intimate relationship. They may just have a business relationship that allows for them to look good in front of the camera so that they can elevate each other, and then they go ahead and they execute their purpose. What you think? Bill Clinton stayed with Hillary Clinton because she was bad?
Nope.
No, he didn't stay with her because he was bad, but he fulfilled his obligation and putting her in a position of power because she played her role and she did what she was supposed to do. But it didn't mean that she didn't have political aspirations and she didn't have, things that she wanted to accomplish. She absolutely did. I see Indian women that are incredibly loyal to their husbands every single day, and they're executives, directors, project managers, and they move accordingly. But if you talk to them, they have goals and aspirations to continue to elevate in corporate America. It's just a fact. So I think that people need to start doing a deeper dive into what being equally yoked means. And that way you can understand exactly who you are and what it is that you're looking for.
And just remember the saying, at the bottom is saying your goals are secondary to your husband, not non-existent. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want any of the women to think that once you get married, your goals don't matter. They just become secondary, and once the man, because I think as a husband, we have to make sure we provide a safe space for you to do whatever it is that you want to do. Just like what Lady Di said, if you have a passion to give back to the community, that has to be poured into, you know what I'm saying? But we have to make sure that he is making sure his goal is doing what, it's supposed to do. And just like what Precious says, if it interrupts what he's doing, that can hurt him. So once he does whatever it is he needs to do, because that's the primary goal, the secondary goal would be Precious giving back to the community.
So then just bringing everything full circle to where Lady Di was Precious was talking, what Anton added. So then isn't the communication initially in the beginning very important? Why if the wife doesn't put her goal secondary to the husband, the relationship is done. So then shouldn't we align ourselves with, like Anton said, equally yoked people? If this person is about getting money, about building an empire, he should be aligning himself with a woman who's like-minded, right? Or if if a man is about just, hey, look, I just want a family. I'm a common man. I'm not going to do more than that. He aligns himself with a woman who doesn't want more, who wants to be that type of woman as well too. Because essentially the question can almost look like it's dividing us because people are so ego-driven in society. But then it comes to full circle. What is our goals as people? Is it money? So much so that you neglect your family, and the father neglects his wife and his kids, or the mother neglects her kids as well? Or is it making the money and flourishing? And even if you're going to live a superficial lifestyle, if we're going to say that, do you take that money to invest in your family? Are you about the money, or are you about the family, or is it a balance of both so that you sustain a strong legacy?
That's true.
It's about the husband. It's about whatever the husband. Every household has a husband, and the husband is supposed to set out guidance and dictate what the path they're gonna go on. That's why I say, if you're gonna create or you're gonna conjure up goals that don't have anything to do with the structure and the foundation of your marriage or where it could go, if it's got something to do totally outside of the scope of where y'all trying to go as far as progress. I mean, there's so many things you can think of, as a husband and a wife, hobbies, habits, or talents or whatever that could amplify what y'all have. I mean, and there's also things that you can think of and create goals that pretty much deviate from the course of where y'all want to be at in y'all marriage, or as far as where y'all want y'all legacy to be at. I think it's according to the man and his household and what he's got going on. And you're right. It's about him establishing some communication to let her know, look, this is what I'm on. This is the system I got. This is the projection I'm trying to get to. Are you down? You know what I'm saying? What are you good at? What can you bring? Let's see how we can fit that into what I've already got going on. And if they can do that, then more power to you. But if you got a woman that's got totally a total agenda that's just completely different from anything that you want to do, and it's going to cost you to pour into it. Like I think Mr. Lego said with Lady Di's example with helping out the community. First of all, what community are you helping out? Because last time I checked, we don't even have a damn community. So the way I see it is the community is the household. Until we actually have an established community where we can go to and get resources and improve resources that's established, that's set as a community, then yeah, goals like that make sense, because then it comes back on you and it comes back on your children in the future as well. But I don't see that. So I would say any goals that you have should be just building this household and building our marriage up. Anything outside of that.
So let me ask y'all a question then. What's the point of getting married? What's the purpose of marriage?
Well, like I said earlier, it's supposed to be purpose driven. So you're supposed to be able to fall underneath of that purpose that the man has. You have to be equally yoked in that way. If not, it's not going to work. You're going to be finding yourself divorced in 5 to 10 years.
But you have to be.
What's the hold on.
It's duty.
What's the purpose of marriage in general? Like, why get married?
Well,
that's a legacy. So
it's a contract.
It's a legacy.
It's a contract. It's a business transaction in a way as well. Like you said, people get married because business to business, it makes sense in whatever it is for that couple. It is for that couple. But I just think that it's a contract. Some people, if they're spiritual or religious, it's a contract with God under the guise of God. But it's definitely a union of a contractual union. Financially, it makes sense to be married. Nobody really wants to die alone. Nobody wants to pay their bills on their own. There's so many different facets of why there's marriage, but ultimately it's contractual.
Do everybody agree with that?
I don't. It is a contract, but that wasn't an answer to the question. Purpose of a marriage, and we talk about every marriage is different, but there's a certain amount of legacy that goes down to the kids and the last name. So your grandkids and your great grandkids can be supported and have a direction. Like, in my opinion, focusing on who you actually are, you're leading the family. And once you lead the family in a certain direction, that direction can actually feed your grandkids and your great grandkids if you do it right. Because once you die, because I love to be able to say, like, if it happens, that my children and my great grandchildren, my great great grandchildren are protected because of what I've built for them. So
so let's line it out though, then, Mr. Let Go. So you can do that. Wait. You can do that with a trust. You can do that with legal documents. You can do that with a lot of things. What's the point of getting married?
My kids are already made. So you're saying, what's the purpose of the marriage? In my opinion, what's the purpose get married and have children and then do that?
Marriage is supposed to protect women and get them off the street so they won't be out there messing with a whole bunch of dudes all day. So it's like leadership style, obviously, because you got a husband. But if you keep women unmarried, then that's when they're attracting bodies. So
from your perspective, Lady Di, you're saying that marriage is for the protection of women.
That's what part of it.
And I agree with that. Get these women out the street. I agree with that.
Anybody else?
What if you're not having children? So if he's saying that,
let me hold on. Well, let me back up for a minute, because again, we having a conversation based off of marriage. Mm-hmm. And in order for us to really have a conversation based off of marriage, I need to understand what the purpose is of why y'all trying to get married, right? From a man's perspective and from a woman's perspective. And I don't want people to just do it for the sake of doing it because everybody else is doing it or because somebody else told them that's what they're supposed to do. I'm trying to understand what the purpose is of y'all getting married. Go ahead, Lucky. I'm sorry.
Based on my upbringing, I always was told marriage is a biblical thing. So it's supposed to be the offspring and the representation of God. So it's a godly union, whether you believe it or not. So just to kind of answer the question, but also the end goal usually in marriage is wealth, because they understood that the way to get to wealth and pass it down, like Mr. Lego is saying, through the way of marriage. That's why single motherhood and single parenthood is always shamed, because the statistics shows that a child is more likely to be in poverty if they're raised in one parent household. So the what I was told is the purpose of marriage is about the union of God, but also it's not about love, it's about wealth. Purpose.
So Lucky, based off of what you're saying now, right? if that be true, and if marriage is rooted in biblical principles, then why do people that don't even align with the church or believe in God are looking to get married?
I ask that question all the time. I honestly don't know.
And
I mean,
the
because
reason
there's
that
ways. Hold on, there's ways you can get married without the Bible. So you can
Correct.
get contracts and things done. So it could be a little bit of ignorance. People may just feel like, oh, let me just read these vows. But I personally do not play with marriage. So I get people saying, oh, you should be married. But no, unless you're going to take your vows seriously and take that oath, I don't think you should get married, period, personally.
Well, the reason that I asked this question is because it's very difficult for us to have a conversation based off of marriage if everybody has a different premise by which they're operating as far as what marriage means to them. Some people, in my opinion, probably don't even have a premise, and they've never really thought about it in depth, which makes it much easier for people to break their vows and not even stay married and easily get divorced. Because why should they take something serious that they truly don't even understand or they didn't even do a deep dive into, right? And so even for us to even have this conversation, I don't know if everybody is on the same page as far as what the objective is behind getting married or aligning yourself with somebody for the rest of your life as far as getting into a contract. And, you know,
They aren't.
that I thought was interesting, she said, is rooted in biblical principles and it's a godly contract. Lady Di said it was for the protection of women. Mr. Let Go said it's so that you can pass down your legacy. Lady Chan is saying it's a combination of all of it. Real Precious is saying that it's to make sure that you can continue to align yourself with somebody and so that you can build up, right? And everybody is saying something completely different based off of my understanding. Bruiser is saying that marriage is so that a woman can get with a man and get on this program so that they can build together, right? And so everybody is in a whole nother space.
I didn't answer the reason though.
Well, I'm going about based off of your answer
okay.
prior to me answering the question, right? Because I'm just trying to gain context and I'm just summarizing, so I may be off, right? But in a general sense, everybody is on a completely different wavelength. And I just don't think that people even understand what the premise or the basis behind what marriage means in the first place is.
So what's your
I
definition?
think everything we said all was kind of like congruent with each other.
What's your definition of it then?
What is my definition of marriage?
We said was somewhat congruent with each other, though, Anton.
Hang on,
Hold on, let go. Go
Hold
ahead,
on,
Chief.
let go.
I couldn't hear her because she was going in and out. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Say it again.
What's your definition of or the reason that people should get married, or you just give? I would like to hear your take.
Well, my purpose, or what I think that marriage means specifically, is I think that Lucky more or less is more closely aligned with it. I think that it's a biblical thing that's based in spirituality. I think that it's a covenant between God and man, because God often associates himself with Mary and the church, and he often says that even if you go into the New Testament and he's saying that love yourself and then love thy neighbor as thyself and stuff like that. I think that it's a covenant between man and God, but it's also a promise to cherish what it is that's under your covering as a man specifically. As a result, he's given us rules and ways in which we're supposed to operate within a marriage. And he's even labeled it specifically in the different tasks that women are supposed to do as far as how is she supposed to operate as a helpmeet, how you're supposed to raise children, and then every other rule in the Bible or every other principle in the Bible is based off of things surrounding that, right? You're not supposed to be, covet after another man's wife, adultery, fornication. All of those things are contrary to how it is that he's setting the premise as far as how it is that you're supposed to be operating within marriage, which is also a representation of your covenant with him, right? And then you'll be blessed as you continue to move a certain type of way. As we've continued to evolve throughout culture, obviously, because Western culture specifically is rooted, or the rules in which we operate is built by the church, right? The foundation of the church is the basis by which we establish how we're supposed to be operating in society. And those are the laws in which we operate by. We've perverted it and changed it into something that's completely different. And so when people say, I just want to get married, they automatically tie it to, well, I want to pass it down to my kids or wealth or stuff like that. But I don't think that people even understand where marriage comes from and the foundation of it, and how largely in this Western culture, We supposed to be operating based off of Christian principles, and that's where the foundation of it is for me.
So marriage is like this to me. You have God, right? Then you got the husband, and then you have the wife, and then you have the kids. So the husband is a covering for the wife. So that's why I was saying one of the reasons is for the man to protect her. So when I say off the streets, I'm just saying she's on the street, she's not protected. So that is godly. That is actually biblical as well. But that was just one reason. There's many reasons I've seen many people were saying on here that seemed very similar. You just put it together, it all comes like, even everybody here says something that was good. And that's kind of what a marriage is collectively. But like you said, people are not having this conversation. They're not asking, well, what do you think marriage is? I think that was a great question you asked everybody. And I think that people should start asking that, because once they start doing that, it'll be a better dynamic, a better union. And the equally yoked that Precious was talking about, and what Bruiser or what you guys were talking about, that needs to be a conversation too. Because if we're gonna go back to this this question here, if you have a man that just wants to, let's say what Bruiser said, he just want to have someone do what his plan is, and you guys got to have similar plans. The woman that he meet that doesn't have those type of plans, she want to be having a whole bunch of businesses and doing all this extra stuff, but it don't align with him. So if he marry a woman that's like that, and then the 5 year later thing, she'd be like, well, yeah, I wanted to do all these things, and I told you from before, well, you guys weren't equally yoked because Bruiser said he didn't want that. So these conversations need to be had, so when things do pop up, it won't be like so crazy and out there. And it will be a better, successful marriage. A lot of people are just getting married just for the status, just for the ring, just for the wedding, just for to say they had a kid, don't even take care of their kids. But it needs to be more of like what Lucky is saying as a whole, under in the Bible and biblically speaking.
And I just want to say this just for the audience, because when we hear about marriage, especially on social media, it's always there's a negative connotation to it. I miss being married. My marriage wasn't perfect or whatever, and to a certain degree, I'm embarrassed that I actually ended the marriage. You know what I'm saying? I miss being married. I said before, to a certain degree, I still operate like a husband in a way, you know what I mean? Because I started my adult life like with a family and married and all this other stuff, you know what I mean? So it's like in my DNA. So to a high degree, I miss being married. That's
why you buy tires.
So then, it seems like everybody's being real vulnerable right now in a way. So shouldn't our investment then be in better quality people? The women investing in men, invest in his peace and his mindset, whether you've already had relationships or you right now in your life right now, you invested in better men and men invested in better women. And then when we have that conversation, shouldn't there then be accountability and responsibility to each other? So then if man is supposed to connect to God, which is his ego, and we want man to be as positively as egotistical as possible to invest in the family, and then the greater the man, the greater the woman, and then the greater the kids, isn't investing in families, is securing better quality people? Shouldn't that be all our primary goal?
I get what you're saying, but I haven't read it. I've read the Bible, but I haven't read it.
Before you go real quick, Bruiser, I'm not even talking about the Bible. Let's throw all the social constructs away. I'm saying, should our investment be in each other and better quality people? So that if we have these honest conversations where people are being vulnerable, shouldn't my interest be when Anton's talking about marriage is securing her, is providing security for her, to protect her, and her protecting me, my mind and my peace and my ego. So the greater I get, the greater she is. The greater we are, the greater the children we create. And the greater children we create, the better nation we have. Versus investing in material possession. And you're going fast again, Bruce. You're not even letting it.
No, I understand what you were saying. You was rephrasing it, and I'm saying I got it.
No, but I feel like you about to go that. Just like let it soak in real quick before you go. Okay, just a little bit.
All right.
Okay, go ahead, Bruiser.
Hold on, give me 3 seconds.
Nah, go ahead.
Just want to massage your ego real quick.
I hope.
All right. So I get it. I get what you're saying. You said making an investment. Should we invest in quality people? What do you expect in return when you invest in a wife?
Beautiful children, better. The woman is a nation. The greater she is, the greater the kids.
how can you predict that? Are you gambling with your investment when you say beautiful children?
Are you trolling right now? Or you asking
I'm just asking a question. You can decide not to answer it.
It sounds like you trolling, but I got to figure out if you trolling. What I'm saying is that if two people are vetting each other and we spend enough time with each other, we've gotten to know each other. We got to know each other's friends. We got to know each other's backgrounds and families because we're going to marry each other's families. If we make a commitment to that, you can't. There's nothing you can say. If I change, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing she can do about it. But there has to be a risk that comes to us trying to invest in marriages and families at some point, rather than us still investing in sex and babies and everybody becoming baby mamas and baby daddies in a broken society. So we have to
turn you on beautiful children.
It's beautiful people. Yeah, beautiful people. Beautiful children become beautiful people. They replace us. Everybody has to pass the torch. So what I'm seeing is a lot of people talk about they come from broken families. They talk about being isolated from their families. They don't even praise their families. And they're so more concerned about doing things that has nothing to do with people or their families. What I'm saying is that if you come from a broken family, restore the family. Be the new matriarch, be the new patriarch. If you come from a beautiful family, sustain the patriarch and matriarch. If you make mistakes, do everything you can to right that mistake. But our greatest goals is to create a brotherhood, a sisterhood, and marriages where we're protecting each other and we redirecting each other.
I think the problem with that, Ali, is that people are not getting better themselves, yet they're expecting other people to be better for them. You have to get better yourself, because someone that is not getting better themselves, when you join with someone and being married is a spiritual thing, in the spirit, you will know that person hasn't gotten better. They haven't gotten better. You see the history, you see what they have done. And when you're with them, you could tell, you could just tell if you're tapped into yourself and you have done your work. But a lot of people don't do that work. They go from broken household to broken relationship to broken marriage.
So then would you be open to both of us collectively implementing consequences for that? Like as a society?
The consequence of being broken is just more brokenness. So you have
No. That's not what I mean, Precious. What I'm saying, all the things that we're doing now, whether we talk about LGBT behaviors, man being emasculated, women being masculine, and we having broken people that's having broken identities to the point that they hate their families, then they hate their mother and father, then they hate them and resent themselves, and then they have identity crises to where, okay, how do we rectify that? We create punishments for things that don't even matter. So we having broken relationships with each other, but we're not investing in even like what we talked about the other time about was it discipline? There's nothing. We're not doing anything to redirect it. We reward all the bad things in society, and we punish people anytime people are talking about rectifying or restoring family. Anytime someone talks, whether it's, and you too, if you talk from a woman perspective and you're giving insight on how we can be better women, there's going to be women lashing at you. If brothers give the same perspective, there's people lashing at brothers. So how do we make a better society if there's no consequences for it? You know, you can work on yourself as much as you want to, but the problem is people aren't loving each other. So everybody's investing. Everybody's self-love all day long. Well,
they're not trusting each other, and we're gonna get to that.
Right. But it's because there's no consequences for quitting. There's no consequences for violating someone. There's no consequences for violating yourself. We think we're rewarded, but it just creates a worse society.
Yeah, no.
Ali, when you say the consequences is boundaries,
more pain.
Wouldn't the consequence be boundaries by like separating? Either a group of people separating from another group of people, or a person separating from a person that's not doing what the other person is doing, like simple boundaries. It could be
if we took but think about it. Let go. There's great women who eventually settle, and there's great men who eventually settle, because there's not enough great men and women who can come together. You have to eventually settle to right the wrong. But then in righting the wrong, somebody ends up messing up, and it goes right back to another broken relationship or broken family or broken society again. There has to be serious punishments and consequences for us that we all want to implement to keep us all grounded. If we don't do that,
like this, then look at it like this. In my opinion, the reason why society is messed up is because women are just going on by their business and running their own households. Because just like with me, I take full responsibility for my failed marriage. You don't never hear me say anything about what she did or whatever. I am responsible for my failed marriage, right? But a single mother is responsible for her life and her household. If more women were married, if more women were up under a man, now we can look at the man and say, yo, you are a part of the problem. And then we men can pull that man aside, because men listen to other men and actually help redirect that man for his family. But when you have a whole bunch of women running families, women don't, especially traumatized women and women that know that what they've done, you know, they've created a screwed up life. They're not going to listen to anybody because they're so focused on trying to just, you know, stay alive. They're in survival mode because, you know, they don't screwed up their own lives. But if more families were ran by men, I think more understanding of where each family is going would be able to be seen, because there's a man being the head of it, and you can pull that man aside and be like, yo, what is you doing? And that man will listen. So to be less punishment for somebody doing something wrong, and it will be more guidance because men listen versus women not listening.
Ali, I wasn't trying to troll you. It's just I personally believe that all children, regardless if they're born from a wife or a mother or a woman that's not married, are beautiful. That's my only thing about that. So when you said
I agree with you.
Nope.
Oh,
Nope.
Because my grandmother is one. You know, I got a couple of cousins that's one. They successfully married.
Nope.
I believe they're beautiful. You know, they became beautiful people too.
We think that fat people are beautiful too.
I'm just saying that's just my personal belief. I was just letting you know I wasn't trolling.
Killed somebody on the corner and just got out of jail, and then somebody clipped him. We think that he going to heaven, and they saying that rest in peace. Like, again, maybe because I'm scripturally based, the kids are the ones that pay for the sins of their fathers, and you are looking at a society that is upside down, is perverse, is literally Sodom and Gomorrah. And we got these blinders over our head because we want to use our own anecdotal people that we care about as an example as to how everybody is beautiful. No, everybody is not beautiful. It's some ugly motherfuckers out here, and I'm not talking about looks. I'm talking about their actions, how it is that they operate in society. They're egregious. They do some dirty shit. And I'm not just going to sit here and say that everybody is God. No, everybody is not a child of God. Some of y'all are the spawn of the devil. You are a reflection of a demon straight from the bottomless pit of hell. And I know I've seen some evil people. We just looked at some cops that killed a boy. Them was some evil people.
Got to be.
The way that I've never seen nothing play out the way that I seen play out on camera. The way that I seen that was worse than a movie. Them dudes was evil. Those were not God's children. God don't love everybody. Don't.
Let me go ahead and get B. Taylor in there. What's your thoughts?
I already answered the original question. Everybody was going every which way, so I don't even know where we at.
Is anybody that
scrolling across the bottom of the screen, B. Taylor?
I didn't answer, but it's okay.
Go ahead,
I already answered.
Go ahead, Lucky.
Nah, I mean, it was a good dialogue, and sometimes the conversations just go in a circle and then they go off to the left, and so I just be wanting to wrap it up. But I'm gonna say, just to answer what it is, I think it says once married, a wife goals are secondary to their husband. I'm gonna say yes, but I also am of the belief. I don't know. I think somebody said it. But pretty much, I think you should be with somebody where y'all share the same goals. I'm not of the belief that saying that if she has goals, that's automatically going to be taking him off of whatever said purpose is, because at the end of the day, we should be in a mindset of 2-income households. I don't know why we keep structuring the conversation as if the husband's just going to take care of everything and we take care of the kids and this and that and the other. Like, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But I like the families and the cultures that come in. And then you look up, it's a Chinatown, and you have families working in each little strip mall of things. Like, you don't really see that in our community because it's all we're so worried about trying to make one size fit all instead of just doing what your household do. Maybe you're with a man that's not as goal driven. Maybe he's a regular worker and the woman is more goal driven. So their goals should be together based on that household, on how they're going to get to whatever that looks like. Some people's goals is we both just want to have 800 credit score and drive a comfortable car and live in the suburbs. That's a cool goal. You know what I'm saying? So I think we always use this millionaire number as, and to me it just comes from because most of us are raised from survival and not out of love and structure. So I think it should be secondary in the idealistic world, but I think whoever is the more structured and most driven in that relationship, that's the person's goals that should be prioritized, and that other person should yield to what it is. So it should kind of be on the same page. I think idealistically, we want to think that most men are just here on their purpose, and most men are alpha and they're leader, and they come in, hey, babe, this is the goal, but that's not the truth. You know what I'm saying? You have a lot more women who are trying to be with men, trying to give them a goal because they see, like I always say, potential. So
but doesn't that mean women are loser choosers, and it would behoove them to like reserve themselves or sit back for a minute and slow down and make sure they find a man that is able to lead instead of just getting with a man that she can build up like she's his mommy?
I mean, I just kind of want to finish.
You got to pick alpha. Sorry, yeah, you got to pick an alpha.
So
I was talking about being equally yoked. I'm talking about being equally yoked.
Let her finish.
Y'all let her finish, please.
Yeah, let her finish. Lucky.
No, I agree. I think we can come up with responses, but it's just like with men, a lot of y'all aren't with the first person y'all started off with either. So are y'all loser choosers? You know what I'm saying? So I think sometimes we think it's gender specific, but people in general are effed up when it comes to choosing because they don't have that godly structure that tells them this is the order. So if you have a bunch of people out of order trying to figure it out through their life mistakes, and then they come back with wisdom, yeah, you're going to say there's some things I've done in my past that I'm not proud of. So now I need to redirect it and work under a new mindset. But in reality, but in a sense, it's like, yeah, you should pick a man that's better. And sometimes that means that, like I said yesterday, you may be single a little bit longer, just like me, and you should pick a woman that is more so in line with you particularly. Don't come in thinking, hey, are you going to be on my program? Are you going to be like, don't be so hard on about it. Just see if she's on whatever it is. Do y'all share? Are y'all like-minded? And that means that you may be fishing a little bit longer. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to go back to your ex that's single now. I've seen men do it a lot where they go back to the first wife or whatever the case, women go back to, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's just structured. So when we say it should be secondary to the husband, I think ideally, yes, if you have a husband that's goal-driven and your goals align with his goals. But if you are with a woman who's ambitious, she also has goals, and y'all both are workers, depending on what it is, his might be secondary to hers, because he might say, you know what, I'm going to keep doing this, and I'm going to put my money and do this. You put your money over here and do this, and we're going to work both things. You know what I'm saying? So I think it just depends on who has the bigger plan and who, and they should support each other. Like, we always use in celebrities, but we never use the idealistic couples where the woman is in a certain position that the normal conversation wouldn't agree, but they also have a structured household. The kids don't necessarily have to know who's the top, who's paying most of the bill, who's making more money. That comes with ego and you telling your kids too much. They just need to see a structured family, people who love each other and who are on the same page and have a certain type of way that they do business. So I think it just depends on who's the more logical one, who's more, you know what I'm saying, smarter. Sometimes you may marry a woman and you're not too savvy with certain things, but she's good at getting deals closed. She's good at actually networking for her husband. Maybe that's not you. So we think that men in general are just good at every aspect across the board, but a lot of men are broken just like us. That don't mean we just throw them away because they have certain flaws. I think it's just we need to just start to think of people on a mindset. And if you work with a mindset where we can get on the same page and get somewhere, that's cool to me. I don't think it should just keep being gender. You're supposed to do this, because that puts a lot of pressure sometimes on men to think, damn, all I got is 40,000.
But even though I agree with you, but just like what Ali was saying, as a woman, part of the punishment to the men that aren't applying themselves or putting themselves in a position or just growing as human beings, the punishment would be to set boundaries with those men and don't give them any time. You feel me? Then the more you do that, you'll be able to see the difference between this type of man and that type of man. But overall, I do understand what you're saying, though.
Lucky, can I ask you a question?
Real quick. I just want to say this before you go, Ali. When we talking about men, I don't normally go to the pookies like y'all do. When we talk, those are niggas to me. So there's a difference. You have men just like you have bitches and you have women. So if we're having conversations, I'm not thinking to bring up the man who just owned the couch, babe. You know, you got my Xbox. Like, I'm not talking about that dude. I'm talking about a dude who may just be a paycheck to paycheck, or he's a solo man, not necessarily paycheck, but most Americans are paycheck to paycheck. So I'm just saying, a solo man who has a good heart, he may just go to work and come home, and then when she comes, she adds to it, and now he's motivated. Most women motivate men. Some men just, they're cool and they content, and then they get with a woman, they like, you know what? I like her mindset. She's goal driven. Maybe she has the vision. I have the opportunity. So let's get on the same page to see what we can come up with. You know what I'm saying? So
most times you won't have women like that. I had Judge Lynn Toller on my channel, and you know, rest in peace to her husband. But that was their dynamic. You know, she said all she had when she came into the marriage was money and degrees. He had 4 children. But he was, you know, willing to be able to help her, you know, as she was a judge, went to school and things like that. And it worked for them. Not many women are willing to do that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say that, Lucky, like what you're saying sounds good for that type of man. It's just that there are not a lot of women like what you're thinking. I've seen this play out. There'll be a man that's opposite, right? The woman is very career driven, goal driven, and the man is just regular. He just wants to go to his job, come home, right? And the woman, she executing, doing all these deals and all this type of stuff, and he just sitting back like, I'm not interested. So then the woman is looking at him like, well, you're not a man, because why am I out here grinding and you're not? So it sounds good for them. You think it's just that
go ahead.
It's just that women are not thinking for, because not all men are alphas, right? If we're going to use that term. So you're talking about a certain type of guy, right? The alpha guy is not going to be doing all that. They're going to be the leader.
I'm talking about regular, average people. I don't really just come in thinking of the alpha. Most men aren't alpha. But so average people, and average people, just like average women, if they can try to give a man potential and support and get on a program that he don't have, that means that more women are willing to get behind something. So I get what you're saying. You can bring up, but most women are willing to do that. All you need is one.
But not all.
How diligent are you in your process? And sometimes when you have a certain mindset, you're only attracting the certain type of person. You're not even looking at the woman. What are her hobbies? What is she doing? What is the woman you need most likely doing as in her leisure time? Is she always trying to be seen and out and about? Or is she more of a productive person? Like, does she read? Like, we looking at behaviors. Like, we can keep bringing up, but yeah, most women aren't. But yeah, most men aren't. But you just need one person. Like, hello.
It's true. I agree that. When I said alpha, that's just a term that was thrown out. Some people think alpha means that you just I'm gonna make a whole bunch of money and I'm gonna do all this. Alpha could be a regular guy. It's just a term that's saying
cap. That's cap.
Alpha is a regular guy, can be a regular guy. I mean, he can be a regular guy, but he has to have certain traits. He has to be able to take care of things, whether I was in his life or not. Anton, I'm going to add some strings to his bow, but you're going to have your bow. I can't bring the bow. You make sure you've got the bow and a couple strings on it, and I'll add a couple more strings on it. But you're going to have certain that's just for me. So you can't say no, Anton, because that's just for me.
No, I mean, the no is that no, alphas are not regular guys.
I mean, I get what you're saying, because alphas are go get it, they're ambitious, they go get it, they usually make a lot of money. And
they don't have to be rich, but they clearly stand out from the pack.
Yeah, because the others are an alpha. Yeah, the others are beta males. Sorry, my accent. Beta. The other, I don't pronounce my T's. The others are beta males, and I don't look at those types of dudes anyway. So I mean, it's where it's applicable.
This is coming back to my point again, though.
A leader.
Lady Di, just chime in.
Lady Di, let her die. Go ahead, Lady Di.
All I'm saying is, I understand what Anton is saying. All I'm saying is that alpha to me is just someone that can lead his family. There are beta males that are regular guys that are not leading their family. They're having, let's say, the woman. And
that's not true. I'm not even trying to say that, but my grandfather is not alpha at all. That's not even no shade, but he definitely was on duty and he was consistent, and we had a structure type of, I think that we think
Yeah, he is.
He's
Alpha
not
He can
alpha.
be a leader. That doesn't make him an alpha just
I
because he's
think
a
we're
leader.
conflating responsibility with being alpha. But you can be
I think we
responsible.
don't know what an alpha male is.
Oh, we know.
Well, I'm shooting with a male.
We know.
got the
We know
definition.
exactly what an alpha male is, and we don't have to
We
be
know when he walks in the room and all
just because
the
the guy.
all
Listen, there's
around him.
plenty of good guys out here that is not alpha. Okay, there's plenty of them, and that's okay. And everybody is not going to be alpha. And I think that's the thing that both Ali and Lucky was both saying, right? It doesn't mean that they shouldn't get married. It doesn't mean that they can't find somebody that they align with or that they equally yoke with. It doesn't mean that they can't, you know what I'm saying, hold down a job or be responsible or even build wealth or all of these other type of things. I'm just saying don't conflate the two. It's a difference. It's a huge
Is there
difference.
in between? Because I mean, y'all are these are just talking points, alpha, beta, like because it's an
No,
insult.
they're not talking points. They
No,
will.
I'm saying it's an insult for a lot of men to be called beta, but we all know that a lot of these men are not alphas. An alpha man is a man that takes up the room, and men are respecting that man when he walks in. Women want that man, and a lot of these men don't have that. Let's be honest. It's you barely find an alpha males because a lot of men are followers, and that doesn't make them beta, but they may be leaders in their own home, but they're not alpha males. They're not dominating their entire community. They're only dominating their home.
It depends because obviously I'm from a different country from you in a different town from you. So I'm from London. So a lot of the geezers are over here. They're front for forward. They're very ambitious. We live in a big metropolis. So it's a lot of alpha males that I'm more surrounded by. My brothers are alphas.
I'm not really sure that you.
So I don't know if I don't know where you guys are from.
I don't think you can. I think you skew.
Finish, Anton. I'm just going to finish. I'm just saying that geography, and I don't know where everybody's from. Some people could be from New York. That's a metropolis as well. But environment does also kind of mold or put forward what's in your environment. The environment can craft who you're around. And if you live in the country, you may still be around lots of alphas. Just because you're deemed as an alpha doesn't mean you've got to be loud. And I know Anton's saying, you have to command the room. Yeah, but you can be alpha.
I didn't say that.
Who said that they command the room and they walk in?
I said
that. I did not say that. You don't have to. You don't have to be loud. You don't have to necessarily. Some dudes is moving in confidence.
You say loud, but you could
some
command
dudes
the room.
move, for example, and some dudes that is alpha can control the room, right? Some dudes choose not to control the room, but they're controlling it behind the scenes because they're controlling what everybody else's movements are doing, and they don't have to necessarily say anything, or they don't even have to be identified as a person that's controlling or is in control of what's going on in the room. So it's a lot of different ways in which you can attack a specific subject, but it's less than you think. I'll just say that. It's less than you think.
Give us the definition then,
Anton. Everybody on YouTube think that they're an alpha male and they're not.
Who out of this panel's alpha?
Where did you get this from?
Who's alpha, right?
D. Taylor.
I'm just a person. I don't care about all that other stuff.
Anton,
I'm just a person.
You an
I don't
alpha
give a
male?
damn about that stuff. I'm
Anton,
just a person.
you an alpha male. You're an alpha male, right?
Stick around long enough, you'll find out.
Oh, I've seen bits and pieces, so I already put you there. I would deem that you are.
You already know then.
All right, but I just want to see what your opinion of your own self is. If I'm asking you a question, I just would see, what your.
I don't think I have to say anything. I think that.
Yeah.
Here we
alpha
go.
Man, alpha male won't say he's an alpha male.
Yeah, I know. We all just have to just get it by.
But I want to address something though. This is what I meant by how we go full circle.
Hold on, Ali, I'm gonna let you rock.
I'm sorry.
Let me just say this.
Hang on,
you're on mute. Anton, you muted.
My bad.
Precious did it.
Precious did it. My bad. I'm in a space in my life right now where I just genuinely don't give a fuck about what nobody think.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't. Like, I am gonna do what I'm gonna do. I'm a run the checkup. I got a lot of people that rock with me. I'm a control everything. I'm gonna try to take over the world. And I just don't give a fuck. Like, I genuinely don't. I move in my confidence. I stand on my principles. I ain't never switched up as far as what it is that I rock with, what it is that I stand for, how I came into the game. I'm on this marriage tip. I'm on getting money. I'm on, you know what I'm saying, running up a check, and I'm all about bettering the community and leaving this earth in a better place had I not been here. Like,
nothing wrong with that.
That's dudes to just not give a fuck about what another dude think and do what they gonna do.
No, are you pertaining to me answering the question of who?
No, I'm not pertaining to you. I'm just saying in a general sense, like people need to just be them. Like if you a nerd, embrace that shit. If you you know what I'm saying, whatever it is that you are, lean into it hard because that's where your gift is. That's what your talent is, and stop trying to be something for somebody else that don't even care about you. Just be you. Just rock out, bro. I'm sorry, Ali. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Well, this is what I feel like this is the biggest problem in our society where when we talk about goals, the biggest problem in society is women have neglected their post. Like everything we spoke about is competing for alpha and who's the leader and whose goal we following, but who's going to be around with the child? Who's supposed to be with the kid? And if family is our greatest investment and the baby is our greatest investment, shouldn't the mothers want to be around the babies as much as possible? All of us are trying to be so goal focused, so leadership focused that the kid is neglected, and it's the primary reason why they have all these identity crises. Kids don't feel loved, kids feel neglected, kids don't want to be like their mother or their father. They despise both of them. For the majority, all these mental illnesses is coming from the things that they're not getting from their mother because everybody's fighting to be alpha. Everybody's fighting to be the man. The difference is the man will take all the responsibilities. Women want to be queens without the responsibilities. They just want the facade. They want the ring. They want the man. They want the look. But the man takes on the whole responsibility of being king. And everybody can. And I know B. Patel, you looking how you looking. But we are completely neglecting children. And if we're gonna raise great kids, shouldn't someone be in everything in nature? Someone is always around the post of the greatest source of life and supposed to be procreated. Everybody's around our kids. Everybody taints our kids. We let our kids watch anything, listen to anything, go around anybody, go to any daycare, just go anywhere. Everybody, we're neglecting the kids. So when I ask this, if we're going to have a goal, if we speak about goals and we truly focusing on our kids be the greatest they can be, shouldn't someone be with the baby at all times? And then who's going to be with the baby? And then that comes back to if we take all the social constructs away and we in the wild, shouldn't the man go get the resources and provide and protect? And the woman sustain what that man is and what both of y'all are supposed to sustain. Wouldn't that be the true goal, is to make that kid the greatest he can be and continue life? We're neglecting children. That we never talk about kids. On all these panels, nobody ever talks about kids. Everybody just want to do what they want to do. But the men are trying to fulfill their duties and responsibilities while the women are trying to be men. They don't want to be mothers, and the children are neglected.
And that's kind of like what the point is.
Can I go, Lady Di?
And have kids, right? You're gonna have kids. So if women have the goals, I'm just bringing up this point. If women have all the goals and they're career driven, and the man is like underneath that, then how is the woman gonna sit here and have the children and raise them if you're like the sole money maker or whatever, right? If you have kids, you got to be able to carry the child. You could work, but you shouldn't be working that much. People lose kids all the time, right? So you got to be healthy. So if you're out there grinding, working, I got to get this, I got to get that while you're pregnant, and then you have the child, right? You got to be able to nurture that child. Yeah, you could give your kids to the daycare at 6 weeks. Sure, you can. But it's a lot of risk factors with that, especially today. People don't care about nobody. They don't even care about these children. Right. So when you put all of these goals in front, then the kids kind of like, well, Ali, if you want kids, then they're kind of like somewhat neglected. And I'm talking about undergrade school. So we could talk about 5 and under. Sometimes the kids will get neglected if you don't have proper people. If you're not watching them, then you have to have proper people in place watching them. But in today's society, it's so hard to find these great people. So that if we're going to take the mother out of the home because of all of these, let's say, goals and all these type of things, and women don't want leaders, it don't matter about that, then who is taking care of the kids? Kind of like what Ali said. That's just a question to the whole.
So
well, I think, I'm sorry, Lee.
Well, I was just gonna make a quick. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Lucky. Go ahead. I'm respect.
I think that makes sense, but we assume. I like that you said under 5, because I was gonna say, are we gonna act like when kids is in school from 8 to 3? What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? You could. I mean, we have people in society that are okay with and both of their parents work. Like they're not effed up. Then you have people who one mother stayed at home and they effed up. So I think it just depends on the mindset. But I like that you said under 5 because that is a critical time. So if you are with the man that can take care of it for the first 5 years, that would be based on you guys' goals. But the average person who can't, they both need to be working. And honestly, sometimes you'd have to bite the bullet. Me personally, I would understand. Let's say Ali is with the wife, and they both in this recession, in this season right now, they both need to be working, and they have a 3-year-old. I think the 3-year-old would be fine for the next 2 years as they reach a goal without. Well, some kids don't even remember certain things. If they went to a support system, maybe he
That's
has a
when they
grandmother.
start learning.
No, I'm just saying. So that's why you have. I went to a Vietnamese nail shop where she explained to me, and I learned. When she got pregnant, they both worked at the nail shop. When she got pregnant, in their culture, the mother does not work 2 months after they have a baby, and then they wait X amount of years. They have also a support system. Their mothers, their aunts come to their house. Our culture like that. I can't stand my auntie. You know what I'm saying? So in reality, in dysfunctional families that we come from, sometimes you have to just work with the tools you have. They have apps where you can, maybe both of y'all can afford a nanny to come to your house. Maybe you need to get a remote job so you can see the nanny, and maybe you need to get cameras. There are steps that we can really take. There are solutions to these things so that y'all can reach a goal before your child gets to a certain age where you want them to go to a certain school. You want them to be in a certain neighborhood to be able to be in that zip code. So I think when you're talking like this, I agree with him, but I think that's when your goals should be, y'all should be knee deep in y'all goals in the first 5 years of your child, so that when your child starts to really remember and it starts to be heavy impressions, you are the most influential in their lives. You know what I'm saying? Not whatever they're doing. I think from ages 1, 2, and 3, I think the child would be fine.
Yeah, the child would definitely.
I agree that just like these women today, you see how they say kids they're reading on like a 5th grade level and all this stuff. Don't you think it's because the woman came out of the house? Why are these kids not at a certain level of education? It has dropped. So women are not.
That's another topic.
It's not another topic. Hold on, y'all.
That's an investment when it comes down to like where's your child? Because my child knows sign language and everything. Like, I mean, when you invest and have the money to put your child in a private daycare, private school, and have a nanny and all these things that you can afford, that helps out. Like my grandmother stayed home. She was a stay-at-home, and I loved it. You know, she picked us up from school and stuff, but then she went back to work, and guess what? We moved into a better area. We moved into a bigger house in a very suburban area where I got a better education. So she did go back to work, and I'm grateful for that because we got a better education.
So 2 points. First one is, today's women are going to work for another man, so they don't have to work for their man just to pay another woman to take care of their kids. I didn't finish. Just to go pay another woman to take care of their kids. Again, I'm gonna bring my experience again. I was in mental health for 15 years. Now I have a real estate business in North Carolina. Me and my brother have a mental health business in Minnesota. Do you know what the increased amount of kids that's being in mental health now? There's kids that don't have parents, and there's kids that have parents that have everything and don't know no value about family. Those kids just want to be touched. They want to be held. They want to be kissed. It's so bad that they create they're acting out because they want attention. So negative attention is better than no attention. They don't want to read anymore. They don't want to play with no gadgets. They don't want no technology. They don't want no money. They don't want any of that. They want a family. They want their mother and father to be attentive to them. You know how they recover real fast? Another adult gets around them, typically a man, gets into their life and loves them and supports them, hugs them, touches them, and their behaviors turn over drastically. But they're being neglected by their parents. Either they don't have parents or they have 2 parents that give them everything but no affection and no love at all. They're too busy focusing on goals instead of focusing on their kids.
And that's real talk right there. And nobody talks about that. I totally agree with you on that, Ali.
I second that, Ali, man. I'm with you on that. It's tough out here for these kids, man.
It's like we don't care about our kids. We're spending so much time just trying to chase our dreams and goals, but we're not like putting our children in a position where they can just even go to school and come home and be like, hey, this is what happened to me at school. You know what I'm saying? Just the small things. Like you go to school, you come home and you ain't got nobody to talk to. You know, you had a bad day, you're getting bullied. You know how like traumatic a child's day at school it could be virtually like versus your day at work. You think you having a bad day, you got control of your day because you could go to work, you go get another job. The child, you know, depending on how old they are, they can't switch schools. They can't quit school. They got to go to that same school, deal with that same bully, that same teacher, same kids every day, and they have no control of their lives. And in a lot of cases, don't nobody want to hear like what they going through because the children don't necessarily have a voice. So I totally agree with Ali.
And it's just what Anton said. How many people, why are you married? Are you married for the validation? Are you married just so you have somebody that's with you? Have you ever really, are you loved? Do you really have affection with your partner? Do y'all really share intimacy? Is that why people end up cheating and walking away from their partners and people just settle in relationships they're not really happy in? A lot of people don't know how to be people. A lot of people don't know how to share affection. A lot of people weren't parented or loved or know how to love the next person. All they know is about themselves. So a lot of people get in narcissist relationships. It's not really about love. And that's why these relationships continue to break. And the society continues on. And you have all these other people with identity crisis and the LGBT and all these letters keep going and people become non-binary, don't want to be a man or woman. It's going to get worse and worse. Families are out the door. And the birth rate now worldwide is 1.7, I believe, where we're having a negative birth rate where two people are having one child and they teach us that we overpopulated, but we actually in the 40s, there was the average person was having 5 kids, average families. And if you look at the consensus, people were getting married. Even real estate, when I look at the houses that I go after, everybody was married. All these people had all these children. Now we're getting to a place where people don't even want to, they so selfish and so focused on goals, they don't even want kids. They don't want to spend time with each other. People are literally taking trips away from each other. When we talking about that on the panel the other day, people taking 20-day trips away from each other. It's like they don't even want to be with each other. The vacation, only time they're happy is when they're doing something, anything other than being inside their family. It's crazy.
And Ali, man, I'm glad you're saying that because when I talk to the fellas on my panel, I always try to tell them, man, if y'all gonna have children, get married, man. Get married before you have these kids. Because the beauty of having a prenuptial agreement, you can actually put joint custody in there in the event of a divorce instead of having children out of wedlock and having to go through the court process. So I tell them, if you ain't trying to have kids, man, okay, I can see if you don't want to get married and to each his own, do you? But these kids.
And the biggest problem is we are just using the opposite sex as coping mechanisms, cures for loneliness, cures for boredom, simply because we want somebody to have sex with, somebody to do stuff with, and it's not really about, I want to build something with somebody, and then when it comes to using or being with somebody as an underlying coping mechanism, y'all have a child together. Nobody really cares about the child because you never really cared about the actual person that the child is coming from. So, because if a man doesn't care about the woman to a certain degree, he's not going to really care about the child. And then dudes be getting with chicks because they got fat asses or they're cute or whatever, but they don't really care about the woman. And then a child comes and they're not bonded with the child because they're not bonded with the mother. And next thing you know, that's how everything falls apart. And that's why I always believe in marriage. And even with me, I want to get remarried because I love marriage.
Yeah, I think the bond.
I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we got here.
You want to get remarried at 40?
Yeah.
What age group would you?
I don't have to be. I'm cool like I am now. But yeah, I miss that.
What age bracket would you go after? Same age as you?
30s.
Okay.
All right, y'all. If you guys just tuned in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. How we looking on the likes, chat? Anybody in the panel know? I'll be looking on the likes. Are the likes down? A lot of super chats. Queen Sheba 1999 says B Taylor. SPA says 199. Who's burning food? AP accountability partner $20 says Ali. Marcus Evans $20 says, brother Ali, you did good yesterday despite the nonsense, and you'll do good tonight. Stay strong, bro. GMAC 2, number 2, 489 says, that's why it's called submission. She must submit to my mission that will lead and ultimately benefit the both of us. Marcus Evans $5 says, what up, Lucky? King Malcolm Shaka $10. Also, member says, instead of his goals being primary, while his wife's is secondary, why not use in tandem with his goals? Isn't the ultimate goal to build a strong family? AP accountability partner $5. Also, member says, the honest black man delegation have devoted and would like to trade Mr. Let Go for either Pookie, Ray Ray, or Tyrone. Shout out to Dexter Evans for becoming a member. Welcome to Green Gang, sir. Frenchie K757 $2 says, hey, B. Taylor. DB says, if it's not benefiting the nuclear family, we're not helping people who don't help themselves. The number one goal is always our family. And saying $2 also member says, support what you're spending your time watching. There you go, Anton.
There we go. Black Titan is back in the building.
Appreciate that, Black Titan. Let me say that, man. Let me say that.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Black Titan, $100. Who was Bruiser supposed to be tonight? Batman, money for Bruiser light bill. Appreciate that, man. Anything can help, brother.
Will G $20 says Anton cooked this topic. Uncle Stepdaddy 499 remember also says Ali and the reincarnation of Kevin Samuels. I'm sure of it, the light skinned version. Marcus Evans $10 says legacy is power. Greatness to work $5 says marriage is covenant with God, not a contract with the world. Pokeman $799 says threefold cord. JC $5 says marriage is a reflection of Christ's relationship to the church and God dominion in the world through procreation and raising godly seed covenant. Marcus Evans $5 says cook lady die. Marcus Evans again says Bruiser, you my guy, but respectfully stop with the trolling, bro. Pokeman $2 says man dominating to our own detriment. I9 King Colin says thank you for the birthday show. Keep me safe and sound, out of trouble, and not out there in them streets. Excellent show, guys. Marcus Evans says damn lucky with the rebuttal. Original everything else is carbon copying $5 says we have to completely reset. We have been and are being hypnotized all our lives. Read our holy books and read the mastery of love. Humble Dad says $5. If a man is not structured with a plan, how is he a leader? Christopher J 499 says, do we all make the same facial expression when Mr. Lego told everyone to let She's So Lucky finish talking? Just asking for research purposes. LOL. Original everything else is carbon copy $5 says we have made this process so complicated. Geesh, my God, help us. Chike Auto LLC 99 says, Lucky, I love you, but your last definition is out of order. Stick to your first biblical definition. Your parent told you the truth. Stick with the biblical definition. Let the feminism definition go. Marcus Evans $5 says, both Lady Dan and Lucky have a point. Greatness to work $5 says, alpha is a term invented by the Greeks for animal use by the slave master to domesticate blacks. Alpha is not a term to be applied to humans. Here you go, Anton.
Shout out to my man. Do y'all know who Anthony Brian Logan is? Anthony Brian Logan is a GOAT, yo. He is one of the dopest dudes on the internet that is doing his thing. I absolutely love him. He tapped into the live stream before, and I think that Anthony Brian Logan is probably one of the best YouTubers out here in the streets. I love his work. He really, really stands on his principles. I catch his live streams here and there, and so I just got to make sure that I acknowledge ABL because that is my guy. I'm rocking with him. We subscribe to the channel. Anthony Brian Logan is in the building. You are absolutely One of the best people that's doing it out here on YouTube. So we appreciate you, big dog, for coming through with the 50 ball.
Shout out to Anthony Brian Logan. The real Pookie $2 says everyone's an alpha until a real wolf walks in. Chike Auto LLC 499 says God bless you, President Ali. Greatness to Work $2 says Bruiser, aka Morpheus. Uncle Stepdaddy 199 says Ali and Anton is Thanos out here. Marcus Evans $5 says Morpheus Jr. in the darkness. Trucker Yo $5 says mothers today are bringing babies in at 3 weeks and just say this. I remember the toxic things my mother was doing at 3 years old, so that's a lie. Trucker Yo $2 says 3 weeks into daycare is pretty sad. Caesar Palace $5 says question: should black women talk about how a man should lead when they leave black men twice as much as every other race? Broke or rich black women leave black men. That's you, Bruce, with the baby. The AP accountability $2 says Anton, watch the reflection.
He just wanted to say hey because the first the Lapeef Thursday show I was on, remember I was in the hospital and I was actually in, I think it was a postpartum, and I was on there. I had my cameras and all that stuff set up in there. He just wanted to say hey. The first time I was on Lapeef Thursday, he was born, and he just wanted to say shout out to Lapeef Thursday. That's all.
Aw.
Brother Junior.
Damn, we don't get no air horn.
There you go. Shout out to Bruiser Jr. Marcus Evans $5 says big fact, brother Ali, about the children. Great point.
Oh my God. Black Titan been holding us down. Black Titan is out here tricking off on the Lapeef show, and we appreciate it, big dog. Because if you gonna trick off, you might as well trick off here. He says Ali took the words right out of my mouth. They are the future. Most adults nowadays are too selfish to even realize this and wonder why their children grow to be cold criminals, etc. Kids have the possibility of being productive or destructive. Shout out to Black Titan, also a member of the channel. We love you and we appreciate you, big dog.
Black Titan, appreciate you, sir. Lastly, Joy Harper $2 says, what's wrong with marriage over 40? More reason than babies. Thank you for everybody that has donated thus far. Shout out to Black Titan. He is officially the sponsor of the show. He's been spinning the bag and definitely appreciate it. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you would like to become a member, that link is pinned to the top of the chat. Become part of Green Gang. Let's go ahead and get this show started. Now it's time to get to the meat of the conversation. And we know the ladies like the meat.
Ow.
Not lucky.
Oh, and B. Taylor, I know you laughed at the super chat the dude had for you. I know that dude. Be careful. He keep them NDAs.
I don't know which super chat you're talking about.
All right, let's go ahead and hop into it right now. Going to hop into it. Damn, what the hell is that? Oh, here it is. Who has the hardest time trusting, men or women? Who has the hardest time trusting, men or women? I'm gonna go ahead and go to Lady Chan on this one, then I'll go to B. Taylor.
I would say usually it's women. I think. Easy answer. I need to elaborate.
You said who does? Who has the hardest time trusting?
Women.
Why do they have the hardest time trusting?
I don't know, because it's just sometimes that we can let the general. It shouldn't be that way, but there's always like a stigma attached to men that they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing, etc., etc. So we tend to not trust them as much as them. Well, I don't know. I'd have to hear it from you guys as a man's point of view, but I'm just saying that's what I think.
Come on.
What aren't men supposed to do, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, like cheat.
What?
What do you mean? What is cheating?
Oh, here we go.
Well, because like, for example, I'll give you an example, right? Some people that think cheating starts with the emotional aspect of it. They don't necessarily care about the physical aspect of it, right? They just don't want you to get attached. And then some people think that Cheating is when you spend money on a woman, right? Or something like that, or when you got a work husband. So I'm just trying to figure out, what do you define as the threshold by which a man starts to creep into the cheating aspect of life?
Anything that's not authorized. Anything that's not discussed with your wife, anything that, emotional, sliding in another girl's DMs, physical, or obviously, sexual. Yeah. Thanks for the
Do
soundbite.
you think that most men are supposed to be monogamous, though, in a general sense?
I could take two approaches with that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh God, Lapeef, those sound bites, awful.
Shut your ass up. Shut up. You about to get your ass whipped, boy.
That's Bruiser. That is Bruiser all day long.
Yeah, that's Bruiser.
That is all Bruiser.
I appreciate you stop using them sound bites while I'm speaking.
That's Bruiser. That is all Bruiser.
Hold on, wait.
does it all
JR
the
had
time.
the other one. JR had the other one. Though.
Yeah, I just would just like to have a decent conversation without silly sound bites, because then I could do my own as well, but we're not here to do that, are we? No, we're not. So anyway, so what was the question? Sorry, I've just lost my train of thought.
No, I'm just saying, what do you think that most men are meant to be monogamous? Do you think that men in the general sense are supposed to be monogamous?
Oh yeah, that was right. In like I said, two aspects. If you want to really take it down to the grassroots, no, men are not supposed to be monogamous. But then if you inflate it where we are today in the Western world, we've put that.
Well, think about what you just said, though. You said that most men are not supposed to be monogamous. So if it's really cheating, if a man is operating within his nature, and is it more or less, based off of what you're saying, is it more or less the woman's responsibility to really set her expectations correctly and then operate within that framework?
Yeah, that's what. But what I'm saying is that anything that isn't okayed. I mean, there's marriages where the man the man will say, "Look, babe, love you, but I got other broads out there. I won't bring anything back to you. They won't be coming back to you." But what it is, and if the wife agrees with that, then that's not cheating. Anything that's unauthorized. So that's just how I see it. If it's authorized or you just want to turn a blind eye, then you've turned a blind eye. But I mean, I just think that Bruiser, stop. Lapeef, stop.
It's all Bruiser. It's Bruiser.
I'm not the only one.
It's Bruiser. Listen, don't let him hide. Don't let him pick up his hands now. All of a sudden,
speaks, I'm just going to kill him with mine. It's all good. So yeah, I mean, back to what we were saying, I do think that women still do have they trust less. They don't trust you. We don't trust sometimes you dudes. That's just it.
Are we going off of subjective definitions?
Whatever definition.
What do you mean, Lucky?
Speak what you want.
Well, because oftentimes, just for me, it's really difficult to follow sometime on panels when I'm thinking we're talking about the actual definition of words, but then people disagree based on their personal. So I'm saying when y'all talked about cheating is just having more than one sexual partner, has nothing to do with emotions based on definition. And just like adultery, you can only commit adultery if you're married. And are we going off of what the other person thinks because their feelings are hurt?
We going by off of what you think.
Like trust. Yeah, just like, who do you think?
We going by what you think and your lived experiences. What do you think?
Out of men and women, who do you think trust less?
Excuse me?
Who do I think trust less? Men.
So men trust less than women. Can you elaborate?
Bruiser, I'm gonna get you.
I look at trust less as far as I think it's actually smarter. Isn't it trust no man? So I think men trust less, but men do it a lot of times out of hurt, it seems like. So like women are more prone to get over things to continue to have even the opportunity, or someday hopefully we can regain trust even if a man does commit infidelity. But typically a man, he can't even regain it if you cheat or do the same things to him. He feels like it's one and done, and then he goes out into the world with that pain, looking at every woman like, oh, they're all this, and then they're coming from hurt. You know what I'm saying? So I think you have men who still hurt from the girl that broke their heart at 16 and they are 30 something. and they see her in it. You know what I'm saying? It's like real deep if a man experienced that type of betrayal. So I think that men trust less.
That's pretty gay, though.
I mean, it's the truth.
Oh God.
If he having a guy, but if a guy, and I'm not saying it's not true what you're saying, I'm just saying that if a guy is still holding on to that, and he didn't adjust like Will Smith on that movie Hitched, then that's a problem. That's a real problem.
Guys be like that though.
Yeah, but on average, when you think of even just the dynamics of how things go, men are less trusting, so they put a lot of different boundaries up. You have men putting boundaries up off girl trips, and they girl ain't even been on a trip. They can't even afford to go on a trip, they girlfriend. But they got boundaries up saying no girl trips. Because I see such and such doing this because it's a trust issue there. I don't need you doing these type of things. Meanwhile, I could do it. It's different. You're a man, I'm a woman. So I'm just going off
because y'all want to go out with a bunch of hoes.
I didn't. I said women.
I'm just saying that also goes back on the type of woman you have, like a woman who just has a whole bunch of hoes as far as what her friends. So I'm not trying to get sidetracked.
If they ain't got a husband, they a hoe.
I'm just speaking simply off the trust part. So I think that men they trust less.
What'd you say, Lady Chan?
I said don't say that.
You got a husband?
No, but it doesn't make. No, I don't have a husband.
Wait, what did you say, Bruiser? Are you trolling again? Are you?
No, I'm asking a simple question.
Wait, hold on, Lady Chan.
Taylor. Okay. Let me get to it.
I have a
Taylor, when you went to the NFL party, what did you go there for?
I have a question for you. So you said that
you didn't go there to find a husband, did you?
I'm married.
I'm waiting to see where I can. I've got.
I was talking to Lady Shan and you interjected for some reason.
What did you say?
I asked Lady Shan, did she have a husband?
Why?
No.
She can answer that. Why? Hold on. Why do you gotta ask? Why I gotta ask her a question?
Women on the panel saying if you're not married, you're a hoe. So I'm trying to see where you trying to aim at when you ask her that.
Well, if you let me
hold
finish
on, Bruiser, real quick. Detailer. Because y'all don't say men, so don't go to say men. No, let him talk. Let him talk together. Ain't no Captain Saber. So am I saving you? Am I saving you?
But you saving every man on the panel.
But y'all staying on cold. You staying on cold. Let her talk to him. Y'all, you messy. Be telling you so messy. Like you always do this. Defend a man. I would understand if you defend a man. Do you defend us when someone who defends us when you talk crazy? Who defends us when you talk crazy? Who defends us when you talk crazy? Who defends us when you talk crazy?
Oh God.
Okay.
So let them talk with each other. Stay out of it.
Of the motherfucking
She was not here. She was not here tonight. Let him and her talk. She's new. You stay on cold. You don't even know her.
You so mad at women. Like,
no, you're mad. You did this. They was talking.
What's going
gaslighting,
on with your
triggered, gaslighting.
Something is going on.
He telling you known for being triggered and gaslighting. Go ahead,
Why are you
talk.
so angry?
Try to overtalk me. Go ahead.
You always clenching your jaw and balling up your fist like fucking Arthur. Like, damn.
But this is why women don't trust more. Because women can cling on to something and really get offended. Women have a hard time trusting. If you know who you are, you're not going to butt into other people's business. You're not going to worry about what other people are saying. And that's why it's hard for men to trust women.
Women trust men.
Women will take all their hurt, all their pain, all their junk, all their trash, and it'll come out in ways where they don't think that people can't see that they're hurt.
Can I ask you a question, Precious? I like how you put that. Is it safe to say that the trust issues that a woman is going to have could be amplified by the fact that their father is not raising them and not covering them from cover to cover as far as being married, and they having to go out on their own for a husband? Could it say that?
I always say I have the saying from the womb to the tomb. So things that you don't heal, things that you don't address, things that you don't face are going to continue to punch you in the face if you don't address them. So if someone doesn't have, everybody doesn't have a father in the house. Everybody doesn't have a someone that is raising them up to structure them, to give them discipline, to tell them you need to sit down and be quiet because you're out of line. Everybody doesn't have that. However, if you don't have that, you need to be aware that you don't have that, because if not, you're just going to be out here looking crazy.
All facts.
Precious, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do a lot of men pander and simp?
Yes, a lot of men do.
So women, when women stay on cold, they trust men that they're not even with. They know they trust men. The men they trust are men that won't. If you don't trust a man, it's because you chasing somebody you know that don't love you, but you trust that he don't love you. You trying to make him love you. But when a man really loves you, he's not going anywhere, unless what Lady Sham brought up, he might step out. There are men who are as loyal as their options. Then you have the other man that will be tired of what you put them through and will leave. Then you have another man you can manipulate and control all day. Y'all know exactly how men operate. The problem is that women aren't prepared to be wives today, and men can trust that. Women don't know who women is as safe. We're safe. We're in a woman's fantasy. We don't know what y'all going to do every day. Y'all will sacrifice your entire family for your feelings. A man's not going to sacrifice his family for his feelings. So we can trust you. So we can trust you to always do what is in your best interest, where men will literally do what's in the best of society's interest and will come to save you even when you're wrong. So y'all trust men. Y'all just manipulate them.
Well, that's not necessarily trusting though. If you're manipulating someone, then you don't have ultimate trust in them.
Why do kids try to manipulate their mothers?
You have trust in yourself to trick them, but you don't have trust in that person per se.
No, Ali's saying he's trusting that these things are going to take place, even though it's a negative thing. The outcome is going to be prevalent.
Y'all got it wrong.
Did I have it wrong, Ali?
All of y'all have it wrong on y'all talking points, not in your assessment of what each other is saying. Listen, women are more loyal. Men have problems trusting other men. That's my assessment. Every single time anything that has ever negative happened to me has happened as a result of another man, not a woman. Right? Anybody that has ever turned on me, anybody that's ever did me dirty, anybody that's ever operated out of jealousy, anybody that's ever backstabbed me, it was not a woman. It was not a woman. Not one time in my life has it ever been a woman. Not once. And usually women will come back and they will move differently, or they all apologize, right? But I don't look at women as a threat at all. I don't look at women as a threat at all. Not even a little.
How does it make us wrong because of your situation? You would never.
Exactly. I'm just so confused. You just told everybody they're wrong.
Your talking points are wrong. And what I'm saying is everybody keep referring it back to relationships. And I'm saying that the problems usually come as a result. Guys trust their chicks, but they don't trust their chicks around certain guys. Which is why you then see guys, and why we have the narrative where we say, hey, don't check the player, check your chick. They usually are more focused on paying attention to the other guys, and they're not necessarily paying attention to their chick. Right? They know Ali kind of said it. You know the character of the person that you're with. Nobody is generally surprised or mind blown when something happens to them because they actually know the person that they rocking out with. That's not a surprise. Most women know the type of guy that they get with. They know what the possibilities are. They know when he's going out. It's not even a woman's intuition. It's the nature of understanding the person that you're with. That's not a surprise. Not a thing that people don't trust, which is why they start to move a little bit more cautiously. They don't inherently trust the person that they are, right? Meaning that another guy or a woman don't trust another woman because they know the nature of a woman and they know the nature of a man. They know themselves, which is one of the reasons why they have that eye open for the person. I kick it with my chick all the time, right? And she'll say it. She'll say, Anton, watch that one, watch this one, watch that one, right? And I don't even think twice about it because in my mind, it takes two to tango, so it doesn't even matter, right? I ain't paying no attention to that hoe either way. But she's mindful of it and she's pointing out certain things because she understands more the nature of a woman because she is a woman, which means that she's less trusting of women. She knows who I am. She knows how I'm going to move. She ain't thinking about me. She knows that I'm transparent in how it is that I'm operating. Most people that are in a relationship understand and they know exactly the person that they're in a relationship with, right? But then I know the nature of a guy, whereas a woman might be looking crazy or she might be thinking that a dude is that it's all sweet and stuff like that, right? Why do you think that back in the day, most guys didn't let their woman go to work?
Because of other men.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why they didn't let their woman go to work.
What year? What era?
Way back in the day. Way back in the day.
At some point, women couldn't even work.
No, women have always worked. Women have always worked. They worked during the world wars. They worked all the time. Women have always worked. Do not sit there and fall into that lie. That is not true. Women worked around the house. They worked when it came to taking care of the farm. They worked when it came to the factories, when men went off to war. Women have always worked. You need to do your research. That is not true. That is a lie. That is a talking point on YouTube. That is not accurate. All right. Women have always worked. Men traditionally kept their wives at home because they didn't want them to get fucked by the supervisor.
So you're saying there was never a point in history where a woman was not allowed to work, to be employed?
Maybe a woman way back before we had the dollar in existence, didn't necessarily get paid for what it is that she did. But even in a relationship, a woman always participated in the growth of the family by working. That has always been in existence. So don't ever believe that. And that's why even today, when I see women say, well, I'm looking for a man to take care of me, that has never been in existence. A woman has always contributed in one way or another as far as what it is that we doing and building up this family and working and grinding. But I believe, and again, this is just my opinion, that people are less trusting of people that are of the same gender because they know the nature of who they are.
But you see the question, just real quick, the question, it was just general. Like, so I trust my boyfriend, but I'm saying in general, if you have to put it, who's more trusting or less trusting, I was just using a generalization, but obviously there's always unique situations. Who I'm with, I trust. But in general, I just feel that women are less trustworthy of other men. But what you're saying, Anton, yeah, that we could be less trustworthy with our men around certain women. But it depends who your man is as well. So if you've got to be worried about who your man is around certain other women, then that means you have to really, you shouldn't really be.
A woman that's in sales usually does really well when she has men as her clients.
Or boobs.
Yeah, that's true.
A woman is not impressed by another woman in sales. So when a woman ascends the corporate ladder, she's not usually being promoted by other women. That's her competition.
True.
Which then incentivizes another woman to tell the guy, hey, look out for her because you about to get finessed.
I thought we were talking about men trusting women and women trusting men in relationships.
But Ali, okay, in my opinion, Ali already addressed that specifically, right?
All of us didn't.
But then, as usual, we add additional context because I don't think that anybody is truly surprised by who it is that they married to. You know the character of the person that you're in bed with. It's not a surprise, in my opinion. But that's just me.
But not a surprise, but people don't understand how to vet, or they're getting fooled by people who are just portraying a certain person, and then they end up lying at the end, and people find out later. So it's not.
So the guys that you didn't talk to in your lifetime before you get married, you didn't know the nature of who those dudes are. You were surprised.
I just told you, some people like to lie and they like to say things, especially, for example, I'm not using me. I'm really speaking in general.
Do you know when a guy is lying to you?
I'm not talking about me.
I'm asking you a question in general. Do you know when a guy is lying to you?
I had to learn when how guys. I didn't know it right off.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
I know now. Yes.
I can add this though.
You didn't know when a guy was trying to finesse you and lie to you. Not saying that you went along with it. Not saying that you get.
No, I didn't.
If a guy approached you today, do you know whether or not he finessing you or not?
Yes, today I do. Yes.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't know if it was me. If I was, I say I'm single. When I was approaching you, there's no way you would know. Nobody never knew when I was finessing. I'm just that nigga. But I will tell you this. I will tell you this. As far as trust, man, I could say the issues I had with trust, a hard time trusting.
Like they could tell you lying now.
Anyways, the issue I had with trusting when I got into relationships came from, and I found this out because I had went to therapy. I found out that I had issues because of my father and my mother. You know what I'm saying? The upbringing I had.
Get you back real quick.
And it made it hard for me to trust anybody.
Go ahead.
The reason why I know how men, or it's not even just men, people in general, when we have conversations with individuals, some people just have it like a very simple conversation. We gotta like actually talk and have an
Get your ass back, Lady Chan.
What would you say, Bruiser?
No, I'm saying Lady Chan with that. I know that wasn't JR because JR don't even have that sound effect. But I got you, Lady Chan. I'm gonna get you. Just watch. I'm gonna get you. Just watch and learn.
God, is that you?
Really like have real conversations with people. You could beat out all that BS. Like people tell themselves in a conversation based on what you're talking about. So if you're just gonna say, "Well, how was your upbringing?" and then they're like, "Oh, it was good." And because I had my parents, you got to keep going. You can't just stay like, oh, that's what's up. And then I did too. Let's move on to the next question. No, you really got to ask questions about what actually is going on. And I'm not saying right at the front, like no one has full, dialogues in the first conversation. I get that.
Y'all are crazy.
But you can't just like stay there and then think that, okay, well, yeah, I know exactly about him. I know everything about that person. No. So
I actually agree. You can't fully trust everybody.
Y'all are smoking crack, man.
Anti, you a Christian. Your Bible says trust no man for a reason because everybody has a capability. Doesn't mean this.
Yeah, but the thing about the scripture is that you got to read the scripture before it and afterwards to get the entire context. I'll give you an example. Right?
I'm open to education.
I'll give you an example. When y'all go out to the bar, right? You don't know whether or not you're trying to get took home that night. It's not a surprise what's happening to you. You already understand what the finesse is.
Because you signed an NDA.
You're allowing yourself to get taken home because you already was looking forward to get. Ain't no dude finessing you. Ain't no dude tricking you. He ain't doing nothing different than what you already looking to do. If you go home for that night, that's something that you was already looking to do in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
That's
so
not
that,
an NDA first.
That scripture come before what I just said or after?
What?
Because you were supposed to tell me, you said you have to understand the scripture in context. So what you just said, is that in the scripture?
What do going to the bar got to do with the scripture?
Because we're talking about trusting. So I was agreeing with Lady Di on that.
What I'm saying is I can't speak to that specific scripture.
What he's saying is it is written that from the heart the mouth speaks. So if a man is trying to take you home, that's his heart. You know what he's trying to do. He's not gaming you, is what he's saying. Like he's not.
What I'm saying is, with regard to the scripture, I can't speak to that specific scripture because I'm not referencing it right now and I don't see what's before and after it. So I'm not going to speak in context to that specific scripture because there's more context to it as to why it was written in that way. Like, for example, if he says be fruitful and multiply, right? He was also talking to the animals when he said be fruitful and multiply. So there's additional context that you have to have in order to be able to parse through that specific scripture. So if you want to bring up the scripture, then we can talk about it.
Well, hold on.
No, I was saying, I'm sorry, Bruiser. I simply only brought that part up because what she was saying, I thought you were saying is crazy because she was just saying you can't completely 100% just trust somebody. So I'm saying, well, that's how I always thought about it because everybody is flawed. They have the capability, but the choice is theirs. You can kind of know somebody's patterns, but everybody has that capability. So look at the people in the we talked about last week, men not knowing their wives or hoes. So I'm sure they're walking.
For example, he talked about it in Psalms. I just pulled it up. He was talking about not putting your trust in man, right? What he was specifically saying was not to trust man, but what he was saying was to trust God. He was saying not lean into the understanding of man, but leaning more into the biblical ways and the ways in which God taught you, because man's heart is flawed. Okay, so we can't even use that in this particular instance in order to justify our arguments that don't apply.
So you're saying she's wrong. I'm saying, are we saying that it's wrong to not trust somebody 100%? That's what I'm trying to understand ultimately. Like, what are we going off of? What principles is setting the tone?
I don't think it matters whether you trust them 100% because nobody is looking to trust somebody 100% unless they are married to them in the first place. And my point is that when you go out in society, you're not necessarily looking to trust your employer. You trust them about as far as you can throw them. And that's one of the reasons why you get a signed agreement. When you get a contractor in, you don't just automatically take their word for it. And that's why it's protections in society in order to ensure that you get paid. That's why we got family court laws. That's why we got court to be able to sue people and take them to court for civil judgments in the first place. You don't have to necessarily trust in every situation because you have protections in place. My point is that you're not looking for somebody to trust when you go to the bar. When you go to the bar, you make an informed decision of whether or not you want to go home with somebody. And you don't lean into whether or not you trust somebody. You just move based off of your instincts.
Yeah, because whenever y'all make it to this man's house,
like casual hookups.
Damn,
because I'm saying that, okay, and the entirety of it, right? The basis of my argument is that most people know who they're in a relationship with. They are not surprised. It is not wild when somebody steps out on somebody. They are not mind blown. Most of the time, women have instinct that it's already happening before they ever catch them, right? This is not a wild situation. In most instances, people are not blindsided. You know, most of the time, the women know that the men that they want the most are the ones that's the most desired and the ones that most other women is competing after anyway.
So Anton,
when a woman get in a relationship with a dude that's, let's just say a celebrity, a high-powered dude, a rapper, a basketball player, whoever it is that we celebrate today, do you think that it's beyond the realm of possibility that she know when he go on the road he fucking other chicks? Y'all don't think that she already accepted that in her heart before she got with him?
Based on his profession, absolutely.
Y'all don't think that he probably fucked her on the road before he made her his girlfriend?
But with all that being said, does that mean that women are the ones who don't necessarily trust? So in my opinion, going against what you're saying about men don't trust other men and then men don't trust the same sex, I don't think women trust themselves. I don't think they trust women, and I don't think they trust men. In most cases, I ain't gonna say most, but in a lot of cases, their mothers or fathers taught them at a young age not to trust men. So they're out. In a lot of cases, their own mothers either abused them, emotionally neglected them, or allowed somebody else to abuse them. So, and then when she went to her mother for protection, she dismissed her like it wasn't that bad, or she was lying. So that means she doesn't trust her mother, which means she doesn't trust women, because if you can't trust the woman that birthed you, how can you turn around and trust another woman? You know, we just going to look at that particular person as a representation of all people to a certain degree.
Do you believe fathers can teach children as well not to trust, or is it just mothers?
No, I did say fathers and mothers teach their daughters in a lot of cases, not the same all the time, because I didn't do that. A lot of fathers teach their daughters not to trust men. And that's why I said, so she doesn't trust men either between her father saying it or her mother saying it. And then when her mother treats her like crap in some type of way, or dismisses her or abandons her in some type of way emotionally, she doesn't trust her own mother. And then she grows up with damaged neuroception and a lot of emotional issues. So she goes out and does a whole bunch of dumb shit due to the fact that she's traumatized and she's coping with her childhood trauma. And she does a whole bunch of crazy shit. And now, guess what? She doesn't trust her own decisions or her own actions, i.e. what Anton is saying, she's going out, sleep with different dudes, really to cope with things instead of, you know, looking for love. And of course, it turns bad. So she doesn't trust herself. She doesn't trust men. And she doesn't trust women. So with all that being said, women don't trust more than men, because men have an understanding of who to trust and who not to trust. I don't think women trust anybody. And I think that's the main reason why so many women are single to this day, because they have trouble trusting themselves. They have trouble.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. How do women teach their daughters how not to trust men?
I'm gonna get B. Taylor in there too.
How not to trust a man?
How do mothers teach their daughters how not to trust men?
By just literally tell them, don't trust no man, don't let no man control. You know, in a lot of cases they're going to project how they feel about her dad or men in her life. Because her mom,
okay, well, wait. You cooking now. So where did that lesson come from?
Her mother. Her
Based
mother's
off
experience.
Based off of what? Based off of what?
Her experience.
Her experience. And
so is it the mother teaching the child, or is it the child observing the mother's
experience?
What happens to the mother?
Both. She's directly going to teach her not to trust men, and she's going to
real,
observe her mother not trusting men.
Depends on the age of the daughter.
If we're gonna be real though, if we're gonna be equal accountability partners, how do we completely remove the trauma that's been imparted onto the mother that then led her to say anything about the man in the first place?
And usually her own decisions cause the trauma due to the mother being traumatized when she was young.
He asks you, how do you remove it, Mr.
Hold on, Bruiser. Choosing wrong dudes, hence the reason why there's no dad in the household when she grew up.
So are we completely removing the responsibility from the man?
No, I'm just saying between the two sexes, women, in my opinion, don't trust women, don't trust themselves, or don't trust men.
But you put 100% of the onus on the mother, though. You never said.
No, I also said fathers teach their daughters not to trust.
How do the fathers teach their daughters not to trust?
The same thing. He actually tells their daughter, his daughter, don't trust these men. Don't let no man control you. Don't let a man do this. Don't let a man do that.
Who do that?
There's a lot of men that actually are afraid to a certain degree. What Anton is saying, he doesn't trust other men, so he keeps his daughter in some type of way corralled and keeps her from wanting or looking for love from another guy.
Fellas, put a 1 in the chat if y'all teaching y'all daughters not to trust men.
These dudes in the chat ain't got no kids.
Hey, you got to keep engagement up, man. Give them a chance.
I want to get B Taylor in there. Go ahead, B Taylor. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, JR, because I never got a chance to answer the original question. So who has the hardest time trusting? I would say men. Men have a very hard time. I think earlier, Lucky said something about they got hurt in like elementary. They don't trust nobody no more. Also, men don't open up to women like that. They don't trust women with their finances. We hear it all the time. Reasons why they don't want to get married because they don't trust women because they're scared if they get married, she's going to take all his wealth. Like, men come in ready to protect themselves from women. And where did they learn that from? Maybe the men can explain it, but men come in off the back, they worried about their finances and they don't trust they don't trust women. That's why they're territorial. That's why they don't like girls trip, because they think when their girl go out, nah, she gonna be this. She gonna go out and be influenced by her friends, no matter if she's a good woman or not. Like, he don't trust it. So men do not trust. But I will say, if a woman has been scorned, you best believe if you got a broken woman, she is going to go through your stuff, bother you because she's not over giving all of her trust to the wrong man, and he has broken her heart, and now she's carrying around that weight as if all men are like that. Maybe not just one man. Maybe she gave all her trust to one man, then he broke her heart. Then she's like, all right, I'll give another chance. Maybe I picked the wrong dude. She picked another guy. He do her the same way. She picked another guy. He do her the same way. Then she hear her homegirls having the same issues. Then they develop this concept of don't trust men. They're not this. Maybe they caught their dad cheating on their mom. Now they have this like messed up perception about men. So if you're talking about a broken woman or a woman who has been through a traumatic relationship experience, yes, she's going to go in it having a wall up that either she got to heal from that if she wants the relationship to work. But I think overall women want to trust men more than men trust women. That's why men, their friend groups, they be having friends longer than women. They have that one homeboy that they can call. They'll rather call their homeboy than talk to their girl about it, because they know, like, nah, he didn't see me cry. He didn't see me go through stuff. Like, they have that one friend, that guy friend that they grew up with. Like, men can hang on to friendships longer than women because of the trust that men have with each other over women.
But B. Taylor, you can't get away from the fact that most of black women, white women also, have been traumatized by their own childhood. It's not always a man. Women.
Wait, hold on. You just said black women, then you said, well, white women also. So
okay, well, black and white women, whatever. But you can't get away from that being a fact, because you said, well, some broken women, some traumatized. Most women are broken and traumatized due to their childhood, not even a man.
You gotta fix the women up. You always say you gotta fix the women up, so maybe it's the ones that you do attract. Maybe that's
Women love to talk about how a man did something. Their childhood did something to her, not the man.
By who though?
Their childhood, their mother, their father, somebody in their family. Most of the time is the actual mother, not the father, because the father wasn't there.
We're traumatized, right?
Their mother.
Well, hold on. You said these women were traumatized. Are they only traumatized by the women in their family? If you want to go down that route, we can
I
go
said
down
the
that route.
majority has been traumatized by the mother. I said that. Mommy,
So
mother.
not the man in the family, none of the men.
Mainly.
You just said that if they come to their mother, if something happened to them and somebody touched them or something like that, they come to their mother and their mother don't believe them.
Well,
right?
you got to think about it. How did the person get to the child? The
Yeah,
child
where
is
was the
under
father?
the mother's supervision,
Where
and
was
the
the father?
boyfriend gets to the child. How? Through the mother.
Where was the father?
The father isn't there.
Okay, then. So let's start with the leadership.
The leadership is the mother if the father isn't there.
Wait, did you just say the leadership is the mother? So now
If the father isn't there, who else is the leader?
On women, are we? This is
The leadership is on the mother if the father isn't there.
It seems like you're trying to twist it,
leadership on women.
No.
You just said the woman.
I said what I said, B. Taylor. I said what I said.
Men, if
You can disagree, but I said what I said.
You want to protect young girls and you want to protect women, men need to lead, not the woman needs to lead.
But there's no man in the household.
Hold on, women are not meant to lead, right? So therefore, where is the man? It's obviously
There's no man, so the woman is the leader.
It's a common denominator that you keep skipping over, and you're
The common denominator is the actual person that raises the child.
Man in the home protecting the woman and guiding her.
Do you agree, B. Taylor? Because we're gonna keep going back and forth. Do you agree?
Are you listening?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. B. Taylor,
wait, hold
can
on.
I ask you a
Before
question?
you ask me, you can't.
I'm asking you a question because we're gonna keep going back and forth.
You cannot ask me a question.
Can I ask you a question?
Listening.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask me a question if you're not
Okay,
listening.
so here's the
You're
question: if the man
you're
is
ready
not,
to ask questions, but
if
you're not
the
ready
man
to
is
answer what I'm
not in the
saying to you.
household, who is the leader of the child?
The man, where is the man?
If the man is in the household, who is the leader of the child?
Where
Answer
is
the question.
the man?
If the man is not in the household, who's the leader of the child?
Where is the man?
Who's the leader of the household if there's no man in the household?
Asking me a question without answering mine.
Okay, cut. This isn't working.
So, are we talking about like regular, are we talking about married people where they're divorced and then she's a single mom? Or are we talking about women who just have kids with a man and then the man is just not there because they're not together? Which one are we talking about?
I thought they were speaking on trauma, but I just want to say, just to kind of, wrap this up. Can we all agree or do we disagree that abandonment is traumatic or it's not traumatic?
That's a part of the trauma, but the person that stays is usually the person that traumatizes the person.
You're saying the person that's around is the influence.
The influence. I like that word. Yes, I agree. The influence. Right. So now we can move on, B. Taylor.
Okay, never answered.
Who else? Precious, Lady Stan.
The one, Lucky.
Anybody else other than B. Taylor?
Hold on, let me go to.
Is this your show? I thought it said Lapeef.
Hold on.
I didn't know.
Somebody else, please. Hello. Anybody?
Hold on.
Well,
hold on. Go ahead, Ali.
B. Taylor made some good points, and you made some good points. The funny thing is, when she's conflating what she's saying, when she's saying she dealt with a man who left, and you dealt with a woman you didn't stay with. Y'all saying the same things, but that means when we go back to the goal thing and we're not communicating, a lot of women who lay down with a man had no idea who that man was, didn't know his goals, didn't care about his goals, and didn't even allow that man to claim them. So when you're asking where the man is, that man wasn't prioritized. Neither was his goals. If that man said he didn't want a child, if that man said he didn't want to be there, you didn't care nothing about that. Not only that, you said you want 50-50, you want equality, but it's not when it's my body, my choice. When it's my body, my choice, you don't care about fairness. You don't care about equality. You don't care about that man's responsibility to that child or even him having any words. So you can't say, I want the man to be responsible for everything, but you don't listen to nothing. You can't say that. So if you prioritize the man, then the man will be there. But if the man can't take no leadership in that household, and we all know this from what's happening to Master P, what's happening with who else, 50 Cent's son. I don't care how much a father fights for his son, how much he wants to be there for his kids. The mother, just like on us, just like you can get men to pander and simp, a mother's influence on her kids is way stronger than the father's influence over his kids. If you turn those children against them kids, it's not till them kids get in their 20s, 30s to learn that what their mother was doing. So we don't put no accountability and responsibility on what the mother does to keep the family together. It don't matter how hard that father fights to be in his child, whether he went to go get full custody, whether he's paying child support. If that mother is turning those kids against that man, it's going to be a hard thing for him to repair or rectify that relationship. And I know I have a lot of experience in that area with family members, with mental health, and a lot of people who do get to certain positions look at their father different. They go, damn, it wasn't my father, it was my mother. She didn't keep all of us together. But I'm still traumatized over what my mama did as well too, because we don't talk about the fact. What's funny is women love to overuse trauma when it's convenient for them. Is the boy traumatized? Is the boy sexualized?
Absolutely.
Did a lot of women turn out young boys, babysitters, mothers, were they touched? And the same women that turned out other little girls? We don't have that discussion. So you can't bring your trauma into the consideration and not talk about the over mothered boy who also was sexualized and think both of them just supposed to have sex when it's convenient. But he's just doing what his mama taught him. And a lot of men who do teach their daughters stay away from men is not from good men, it's from bad men. It's not away from good men. It's from bad men from things that they lived out or situations they had with other women, and they do look and take consideration of what they've done with women who were traumatized as well too. If we're going to use that word, what I think is overplayed, and they don't want their daughters to go through the same thing.
See, women love to look at the man's responsibility after the man is gone.
I know.
Just be rolling over people's
I know.
points.
It's crazy y'all do that.
Because I really wanted to ask you guys, since he brought that up, because that is a really big thing that we don't talk about. That is heavily influential on little girls and boys. But I wanted to ask, like, just me personally and my biological father, I was raised by a stepfather. My biological father always made it seem like it was my mom from a certain age, right? I'm just being honest. But when he got to being on his own, he wasn't consistent. So then me as a child started to see it was really you. And I hear that story from a lot of different people. So are we saying that percentage of that happens in households where when it's the father's time to really be in the child's life, there is fathers that are not consistent. You know what I'm saying? Based because they're, whatever the case may be, they don't really follow through. So they give their children impressions as well. So now you have influence from the mother and the father. Do you guys believe that particular scenario is not big enough to talk about in these discussions? Or do you?
Right, because you said when it's the father's time to be in a child. Why is the father's time whenever the relationship
In this
is screwed
scenario,
up instead of his time being whenever the relationship?
Y'all talking about, he wasn't there, right? That's what we're
Right.
talking about, right? So I'm saying there's times where the father comes back around when the kid gets older, right? Like you mentioned 50 Cent. 50 Cent did mention when he came back around his child, he said that he wasn't my son, he was her son. So I'm saying, do you think that when fathers just choose to come back around in these scenarios where they're choosing to still not even be around, even when you're an adult and you're trying to have a relationship with your biological father, you hear even men on shows trying to fix their life, confronting their fathers, and they're not really acknowledging it. You know what I'm saying? Because they come from something broken. Is that scenario not big enough to add?
No, it's not, because in these cases the woman is keeping the father.
A lot of the times the wife.
Just because my answers ain't the same as yours, I mean, you got to cut me off every time, bro.
Right.
It's definitely worth speaking on it, though.
I said it doesn't happen enough to a point to where it's spoke of on the rate that it is.
Right.
On the contrary.
But it's worth talking about is all she's saying.
Okay, it's worth talking about. I'm saying it isn't spoken of a lot for you to notice it, because it isn't happening as consistently as the contrary.
Oh, it happens a lot. It happens a lot.
I'm saying the woman is in most cases, from my experience and my research, the woman is making it difficult for the man to be in a child's life.
And that's true.
Well, that's the thing. The man leaves.
But Lucky's
leaves
and then they try to flip it and say, okay, so now we should be talking about the father not being in the man's life after you don't ran the man out of the household.
I didn't
now
say
you
that.
want
I
him to
just
be a
don't
distant father.
I said
that need to be the pinpoint
it's
of the
important
conversation.
enough. Like I didn't say now. I'm not trying to change it or make it about nothing. I understand the dynamics of these conversations. I'm saying, do we think it's important enough? Because we always hear these other things in just one scenario. But me being around a lot of women often and hearing their stories, that's usually how it goes when when they want to have a relationship with the father. He's either made another family. You know what I'm saying? So I heard enough, and maybe it's anecdotal, but I've heard enough throughout my life to bring it up to ask you guys, do you guys each know a scenario like that? And if it's more common, do you think it's often enough to add to the conversation as well to give it some balance is what I was really
asking. And the answer is yes. The answer is yes. My father just disappeared at some point. So yes, it is something worth talking about. And I just wanted you to know that you're seen and heard. You feel me? Because yes, we talk about women and single mothers and all this other stuff, but yeah, it is some men, a lot of men that just disappear out of their children's lives, or either just like what Bruce has said, he can't see his child, and at some point he gives up, right? And that's a problem also, because you should never give up on your child. But a lot of men just get tired, throw their hands up, and they just disappear. And the child grows up to be like 17, 18, still looking for their father's love. And he still doesn't seem to care, even when the mom isn't pulling, them away from each other no more. So no, Lucky, I totally agree with you. That is definitely worth talking about.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, that's gonna be Taylor and then Lady Chan.
Can I so Mr. Lego, you said that your father wasn't in your life, so like a lot of men experience that. Do you think the anger towards a lot of mothers with Black men stem from they're mad at their moms for picking crappy fathers for them, and they hold that resentment? Like, why did you choose this man to sleep with and make a child? Now I gotta grow up in this situation because you couldn't choose better. Is that why a lot of men are like really just angry at like single moms and bad decision makings, because it's like a trigger for them because they wish that their mom chose better so they could have had a better dad and not the dad that walked out on them?
Well, I want you to think about just your question overall. The answer isn't being angry and resentful. It's seeing a system not work. See, if you see a train fall off the tracks and you know why it fell off the tracks, if you're on the train, you'll be resentful because you injured, but you don't resent something going wrong. You just see something from the sideline like, damn.
But you're not in the sideline, you're in it.
Hold on. But the thing about it is when you see something go, when you see a system go wrong, you like, oh, damn, now I see why this is the way it is. And you get a little deeper in it. It's not resentment. It's a system that doesn't work, which is having a baby by somebody. The dude lives over here. My dad lived in Philly and we moved to Atlanta, and now we live in Atlanta and my dad ain't stunned me or whatever, right? So, out of sight, out of mind. So it's not being resentful. It's looking at what went wrong. What put these two people in this situation? Not getting married, not committing to each other. And those are the things that, in my opinion, because I can't speak for other men, that pushes me to say, hey, I believe in family. Stop having fathers, babies or whatever, because I can speak as a kid of a single mother that father was just like, oh, well, you know what I'm saying? And it's hurtful. But the thing about it is the systematic part of it is the mother and the father not getting married and not putting together a stable household. It's not resentment, it's system.
But why would you feel some type of resentment, or feel you're
system, not resentment.
Because you're impacted because of these decisions. So
we all are impacted by anything.
From the sidelines, you're looking from actually being in the train as it crashes. So you are hurt and you are injured, and that perception of how you view women, how you view their decisions, how you view single mothers, how you view certain situations is because it's coming from a hurt place.
Do you know it's not coming from a hurt place? It's coming from a hurt system. See, the thing that you don't understand, B. Taylor, it's a system that is hurt. It's not, see, you want to, oh, you're angry. No, it's a system that I identify with that is broken, and it still goes on in 2023. And this is something that you are refusing to pay attention to. Single motherhood is the systematic thing that is still causing trains to fall off the tracks and injure people. So as an adult, I see a systematic thing that keeps going, and it's not about resentment, it's about love, because I care, just like Ali was saying, nobody seems to give a shit about children. So
because you were that child.
Hold on. I see these children go through the same things that I went through, and I'm like, yo, let's get it together. It's a system that still is going on 20, 30 years later.
Let me see if I could go a layer. Let me see if I can go a layer deeper.
Hold on, Bruce. Let me try to get Lady Chan in there, then we'll go to Bruce, then Ali. Go ahead, Lady Chan. You want to chime in?
Sorry, I lost track. My bad. Where did we go with this? I'm not really sure what the root question was. My bad. If you want to go,
I can go. She can go after me.
I'll come back to you. Let me go to Bruce, then Ali.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm trying to understand where B. Taylor's trying to go from here. What I can say,
Taylor's just trying to gaslight people.
I'm gonna give her a benefit of doubt this time, a little bit.
But what I can say is, if you want to talk about resentment, a lot of times the resentment comes from the child not understanding how the situation failed. I understand that is a system, but the resentment towards the woman, the mother, and inevitably Black women or women, period, that you starting to see when you call it the man is hurt and he despises women. It's not understanding the scope of how it failed, and the woman and the mother not having enough accountability to set the story straight, to explain what the hell happened. And you just letting the kid go out there thinking that his dad ain't shit. And then his dad got to hear a whole damn process. And his dad got to go hear a whole nother different side to it. And now he's got to pick and choose who the fuck he want to believe. Oh, excuse my language. And now he's like, damn, this makes sense. And then as he get older, he's starting to see this repeat. And then that system, Mr. Let go, and say, my father was right. Why did my mother tell me this? It's an accountability issue. It's an accountability issue. And the most accountability and the most important accountability you can have, if you don't even have it to another man whenever you're trying to go out here and vet, is to your damn children.
Go ahead, Ali.
So let's dissect two mentalities, right? There's a different mentality, and no shots either. I'm being genuine. There's a difference between a woman, a baby mother mentality, and a wife mentality. And in saying that, the priorities that woman has is a different priorities than a wife has. And typically, women who are wives were groomed to be wives, or they later in life they saw the things their mother went through, and when they want to be a wife, and they find out how to learn how to be a wife. A lot of women who remain baby mothers saw their mother do the same thing. A lot of people I see that let's say somebody I dated before too. Their mother had three different baby daddies with 3 different kids. All the women in that family had 3 different baby daddies with 3 kids from 3 different baby daddies. So the main thing is this. B. Taylor, I'm gonna use. Is it okay if I use you as an example and not directly to your life? I'm not using you like your direct life.
You can't use me as an example because I'm not
not a shot, not like your life. I'm not saying. I'm saying like if me and you are talking. Lord. Okay, so Precious, can I use you?
You can use me.
Hey, go ahead.
Precious.
You gotta have an NDA, Ali.
Lucky, can I make you do anything you don't want to do?
No.
Can I grape you?
Possibly, yeah. If you're stronger.
But I mean, like, can I take something from you if you don't want? You know my bad. Maybe I said it wrong. Should I do that?
Should you? No.
Yeah. So we always any decisions we always make, it has to be something that we both can get consent to. Correct? What? If I now let's say there's a bunch of people that have reckless and irresponsible sex that never have kids. Correct? Now I'm going somewhere. Let me just keep going.
You spoke fast.
There's people who have reckless and irresponsible sex. Mr. Lego. Yeah. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, Mr. Lego. I'm joking. I swear I'm joking. That have sex and know how not to have babies. Correct. There's people who marriages that don't have babies. Correct. There's people in relationships that don't have babies. The key factor to that is the woman. right? So now, if me and you recklessly have sex and I want the child and you don't want the child, do you say my body, my choice?
Me personally, or generally?
In generally, what women have the power to do.
Yes.
Okay.
My body, my choice.
But women say they're about 50-50 and being equal, correct? No. When it comes to a child and we talk about goals and mindset, again, it comes back to the point that if that man said he didn't want a child, the woman disregards what he said. If he says, I'm not going to be there, she disregards that. Now, let's say she
wants to hurt him, she'll terminate the baby. Yeah.
Right. If she wants her, but if she keeps the baby and he didn't want a child, there's good men. The reason why y'all call men Captain Saberho, because this is man's biology to save women. All you can name anything in what's happening with a woman, high body count, babies, baby daddies, men are coming to save y'all. Y'all know there's a whole bunch of lanes where men, y'all have so many ways where men will come and save you, right? So let's say that guy goes, okay, you having my child, I'm going to take care of you and that child, right? But you have to listen to my authority now. Now that that's my responsibility, you and that child's my responsibility, you have to listen to me now. A lot of situations that happen is that a woman is expecting the man to commit to her and the child into a lifestyle that he did not agree to. She's not on his terms. She's not on his goals. He wants that woman to conduct herself a certain way, carry herself a certain way. He wants those children to operate a certain way as well too. He don't want his kids to be operated under feminism mentality, LGBT mentality, all this destructive mentality, or being, let's say, a superficial child, where a lot of women will prioritize themselves and still market themselves even after a child, as if they never had a baby. They're still single. They still act like they single and they market themselves. Would you agree to that?
They still act like they single, or are they actually single and marketing themselves?
So there's a lot of women that still market themselves even in relationships all over social media. They don't even have a man.
Okay. I mean, we can use that, yeah.
So there's men that eventually we completely give up on that. They will find no peace because he has no reason to invest in that because he can't raise the child. The woman says, that's my child, right?
Okay,
let me finish and then you have it.
Everything.
Right.
Did he wear a condom? Like,
no, you can't say that because you said it's my body, my choice. You said it's my body, my choice. Right. So who opened their leg?
She can't get pregnant without his sperm.
No. We're taking full responsibility. See how you just did that?
No, I'm saying. So is it only one person's responsibility? I'm just trying to understand.
This is so. Look, we're trying to have an intentional conversation, correct?
Right,
we both were reckless.
My mindset is always mutual responsibility. I think each person should take it. That's just
I'm agreeing with Lucky on this one.
Mr. Lego, why you co-signing? Because that's what I said.
Right.
I don't understand. I don't understand how I missed you because I already said that. I said this, but the man says it's his response. Where did you miss where I said you and the baby is his responsibility?
No, I was making sure because when you were going on the journey, and I'm agreeing with you on the steps, and you saying she can say my body, my choice, and he didn't want the child. The first thought that came to my head was, did he practice the appropriate birth control to then say that? You know,
it's still her body, her choice.
Yeah.
It's still her body, her choice. It don't matter what he thinks anymore. It's still her body, her choice. She decided to lay down and have reckless.
But did he know?
It doesn't matter what I think.
This is where our disconnect is, because I think of mutual responsibility. So I don't disagree with you, but I'm entering into something in your thought process just to provoke thought.
Of course.
Do the average man know that a woman has the my body, my choice right?
Yes.
Before they fuck her.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the responsibility in my mind, period. I agree. Women have a large responsibility of outcomes, but men also as well, because she can't get pregnant without the man. So if I'm going into sleeping with you, and I know that these are the laws and the advantages you can use against me, including child support, let's practice prevention and stop sticking our penis in women we don't see.
Okay, you can use that talking point.
You know what I'm saying? That's really what I'm
saying. No.
Without a condom,
after a woman has taken that right upon herself, right? Do you think that man can ever trust that woman? Could he instill any kind of trust in her if they were dealing with each other in a certain way where they both consented, and now she's using leverage over that man? I don't know why the heads is turning.
Oh, but no, like with his child?
If I can't take
simply
you,
because she kept the baby,
Mr. Lego, you can't do it, Mr. Lego. Come on, Mr. Lego. You was talking. I didn't.
Since she kept
no,
the
let
baby,
me finish, Mr. Lego.
Mr.
Lego, let me finish. Let me just finish. I can't. Once we're intimate, correct? I have no leverage anymore. With you, if a woman decides that, how can a man then trust that woman with anything else? If she said,
Don't come inside of a woman you can't trust.
No, don't do that, B Taylor, because Lucky just said you can't trust her anymore.
What is she doing wrong?
So hold on. Mr. Lego, stop what you're doing, man.
What is she doing wrong?
Man, just stop. I don't do that.
What is she doing wrong in this situation by keeping
You realize what is the okay? Tell me why you're doing what you're doing right now, because I'm trying to go somewhere. Tell me why you're doing what you're doing.
One, you're going somewhere way too damn long. That's the first thing. But the second thing is, if you, all this my body, my choice, if I put my body in a woman without a condom, that's part of my body, my choice. What are you talking about?
So
having sex with women with no damn condom.
Right.
If
So
you
I'm happy.
are
Okay,
worried about getting put on child
okay.
support.
You decided to pander. So let me finish. You decided to pander. So let me finish. Lucky said that you can't trust that woman anymore. B Taylor, what did you say after that?
About which part?
Trust what?
When she said she's not giving me any, I don't get no consent to say if I want that child or not.
You get the consent when you decide to plant your seeds inside that woman's garden.
That's your consent.
Then why does the man supposed to be responsible after the baby gets here, but he's not responsible in the mom?
Because he made the baby.
Yeah, it's
Mr. Lecco, what are you?
Accountability of don't plant your seeds in gardens you don't want your seeds to grow in.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so
Are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish?
Go ahead, Ali. Go ahead.
Can you be grown? Can you be grown? If this is how can someone take your credibility of coaching serious if you can't let nobody finish talking?
Oh my God!
You hold on. You think you're as qualified as me in this subject?
Who cares? Just
then you're saying a woman's talking point. A lot of women who say they will say they don't care what a man thinks. So why are you saying a man's supposed to care? What are you talking about? If you don't have nothing to add to it, why are you speaking? Thank you. So let me finish again. If a woman and a man are supposed to consent with everything in their life, why is it that a woman takes it upon herself to use that as leverage against a man, and then that man's supposed to trust her after that?
I don't think trust is important, but I think I get what you're saying. I don't think he should trust her. I think that's why you have co-parenting situations where they can't stay together. But the child didn't ask to be here based on those two people's negligence. So if she keeps the child and you don't agree with it, I believe, I'm not saying you have to agree, I just believe that sometimes our reckless decisions does not remove our responsibility after the fact. Because sometimes our decisions in a situation could end up life or death. You might make a decision where you got to learn to walk with a fake leg. I mean, that's extreme.
Okay, I agree. Did I agree to what you said? Now I can no longer trust you. I know you're doing things upon yourself, because if you didn't want to be a mother, if you complained about financial issues, if you said you didn't have the capacity to be a mother, you would have deleted the child if I wanted it. Correct?
In general, yeah, women do that.
Right. So now I can no longer trust you. But as a man, I'm gonna take on my responsibility and say I'll be responsible for you and the child. I already said that, correct?
Yeah, but I don't know why you would be responsible for a woman you're choosing not to be with, and you're just responsible for the child, especially if y'all was just reckless, casual hooking up and you had a baby.
How can I? So here we go with the goals thing again. How can I raise my child with the way I would like my child to be raised if the mother goes against everything that father says, if she's expecting that man to be responsible of that child?
That's a part of the responsibility, because you guys started off reckless and you didn't cultivate a union first.
She doesn't trust you.
Okay, hey, Mr. Lego, I'm not responding to you anymore right now. No, so let me tell you what happens biologically. Let me tell you what happens biologically, and it's nothing about me. It's what happens with biological. Once that woman is not on that man's page and she's not investing the way that man wants to raise that child, when all his finances, his energy, and his manhood is applied to that child, and he really wants to raise that child and help that woman, a lot of men will completely check out, and then they will be the stepdad of the year, or they'll take care of other women and their kids in a relationship. So you can't tell me that this guy is a terrible father if he'll leave you because you serve him no purpose. He has no input on this kid. Anything he says, you fight against it. You make it hard for that guy, for the guy to be there, even if he's there. He's just sitting in the household where a woman's running the household, and he has no respect or integrity, even with his kids. And then you're complaining about a guy being the stepdaddy of the year. So what I'm going to ask you is this: how is a man horrible if that man, which you see countless men do, start a whole different family with another woman, take care of her kids and his kids, or in a relationship, take care of her kids and his kids? Is it really that he was horrible, or that woman didn't comply with nothing that he said and he couldn't be there for that child or her?
Ali, I want to ask you a question.
Why do you don't even let her? Mr. Lecko, I don't know what your objective
Lucky,
is.
but I want to ask him a question after Lucky responds.
I'm sorry. I think that in that situation, I agree with you because it seems like she's pushing the biological father out of the home, and she's having a somebody else, another man, influence the kid. My response is, I don't think that you're wrong. I just think the reality is because it first started off wrong. Sometimes in situations when you have kids and she has that power and you knew it, but you was controlled by your penis, that's the consequences of the situation. You're gonna have you may have stuck in your penis in a woman that was not trustworthy in the first place. So therefore, these are the consequences. She may delete the baby. She may kick you to the curb
and do whatever she wants to do, right?
You're gonna now if she's allowing you to just co-parent and you want to take care of her, and she said, I don't want to be with you, just co-parent, then that's just the position you have because you just want to be in the child's life. That's the difficulties of it. I thought that's usually why we champion marriage first before kids, because most people don't like each other. Right. And then you have this scenario as well to add to what you're saying. Most men don't even understand postpartum as well. So I think when we talk about this, there's so many different dynamics, but I think they equally have responsibility in it, and they both may not trust each other. You know what I'm saying? But you didn't prioritize the right things in the beginning, so you can't get the best outcome out of a fucked up situation.
So Ali,
Lucky,
can I ask you a question?
No, hold on, Lucky. I want
to ask you a question. This is
I'm still talking to her like you engaged in a conversation for about 30 minutes.
This is a panel.
I'm still responding. I'm still responding to her.
Can I ask you a question?
Not right now. I'm responding to her.
I want to ask you a question.
I'm responding to her. I'm not going to answer your question.
ask you a question.
I'm not going to answer your question. I'm responding to her.
Can you hurry up?
I'm gonna take my time.
I'm trying to ask you a freaking question.
So, Lucky, this is the problem too. This is the problem. Exactly what he's doing.
I just want to ask you a damn question.
No, I'm not. So again,
just ask it.
If you are bringing,
he keep going at these women. I want to ask you a question.
You're still thinking about it.
You just go at these women like
I'm not going. I'm having a decent conversation with her. I'm not fighting her.
But
You fight. You fight. I'm not fighting
you and her. This is a panel.
Okay, so
are you
again, Lucky? Hey, Lucky. Oh Lord, you show yourself today. You a simp in the panel. This is what you are.
Can I ask you a question?
No, because you know what's funny is that you interrupted her.
No.
I'm gonna tell you. Earlier, you interrupted her, and then you interrupted her. Say, "Hey, y'all, stop interrupting Lucky." You literally did that about 30 minutes ago.
All right, can I just ask?
Did everybody on the panel see that? He interrupted Lucky. And then he said, "Hey y'all, don't interrupt Lucky."
Wait.
Mr. Let go. I'm not going to answer your question. I'm not going to answer your question.
Every time you unmute is going after a woman.
That's you.
As a man asking you a question, you don't want to answer it.
That's you.
Are you aware of that?
You aware of what you doing?
Are you aware of that though?
No, are you aware of that?
Every time you unmute is to go after a woman.
Do you coach men more or women?
You don't want to answer the question.
Do you coach women more? Do you coach men or women? Who do you coach?
I'm asking the question.
No, I want to know if there's some leverage involved. Do you coach women or men? Do you coach women?
Okay, cut. This isn't working.
Do you coach women or men?
Sir.
Do you coach women or men?
I ask you your question first.
Do you coach women or men?
Okay, so my question is this.
Do you coach? I told you I ain't gonna answer your question.
Well, we don't need to say shit then. This shit don't make no damn sense.
You don't need to say nothing because I was talking to her.
You don't need to be on no damn panel if
I
you don't want to have a conversation.
You want to take this ain't the Mr. Let Go show.
This ain't the Ali show either.
I sat back and I was quiet.
Talking.
JR asked me to talk. I don't talk like you talk.
30 minutes
he
later.
Asked me, he said, Ali, you got anything on the
30
subject?
30 minutes later.
He don't want to say, damn, Mr. Lego talking a lot. Hey, Ali, you got to go to everybody else because you talk. No, you talk a lot.
I just want to ask you a question.
No, you biased because you coach mostly women, so you're going to be biased.
Can I ask you a question? Why are you afraid of the question?
Because you pick when you want women to be accountable and when you don't want them to be accountable.
Why are you afraid to answer
when
questions?
you want to have sex with them, it's all good.
Why
but then when you want to be wives, you hold them accountable.
Of my question.
Because you're pandering. I can't have a conversation with a man who's pandering.
Going after women, and you don't want to have a conversation with a man.
How about this? Talk to yourself.
You don't want to have a conversation with a man, bro.
No, you don't want to
realize this.
You think that people don't think I want to have a conversation with a man?
It's like, hey, women, this. Hey, I want to have a conversation with you, and you don't want to do it. Why is that, sir?
Because you unqualified to have a conversation like that with me.
Why is that, sir?
You shut down. You don't have. Anytime somebody says something, you don't even let the talk. You don't even let the information sit in so people can take
that
it
comes
in.
out your mouth, you're always directing it at a woman, and I'm having a conversation with you, and you don't want to answer the question. Why is that?
You doing exactly what you say I'm doing. That's what you're doing.
I just want to ask the question.
I don't do this to people.
Are you receptive to my question?
Don't ever say nothing about B. Taylor.
Do you want me to ask the question? Yes or no?
Nope. I'm not answering your question. I was having a conversation with Lucky.
B. Taylor, what you got?
I'm just sitting back in my feminine energy. Thank you.
This shit is sad, though.
No, you sad. If you're a leader of the community, you care more about what a woman has to say than a man.
No,
instead of civil conversation where we get to somewhere. My conversations ain't like yours. You just cut off people.
Be challenged by a man.
You think so?
Yes. Let me answer my question and we'll see. Let me ask my question.
Man, you a trip, man. You a trip.
Let me ask my question and we'll see.
I'm not answering your question.
Are you afraid to be challenged by a man?
No, I told you I would answer your question after I was finished talking to Lucky.
Lucky,
that's what I said.
Lucky, are you done, or do you want to keep going back and forth with this shit?
I don't like being put in
see, no, I love this. This makes my point.
It's me and you now, Ali.
It's
me and you.
It's not a code. It's not a
code, Lucky. Because if it was the other way, I would just shout out to
Ali.
I already talked to you.
Just make your point. But I do want to hear
Ali, you ready? Let's go. You ready, Ali?
If everything is about your children,
you ready?
Isn't the first thing you should prioritize is a husband before you ever have sex?
If they was in the streets, they would have shot each other. This was Anton be talking about.
That he'll
they can't meet in person. Don't set that up.
The only person he'll challenge is a woman.
Are you serious?
What's going on with you, bro?
See the veins popping out, Mr. Lego neck.
Do you want to embarrass? Do you want to embarrass yourself today?
I just want to ask you a question, sir.
Do you want to embarrass yourself today?
I just want to. Yeah, I want to get embarrassed when I ask you a question.
Okay, you said that you said to throw all these women to the street that don't listen to you, correct? You tell them don't give them IG. Yes, you did. Anton knows, JR knows, Bruiser knows, everybody that's on these panels know.
Ali,
you say that,
can I ask
no. I ain't gotta ask a question because you contradict yourself. You say women are children. Look, that's childish. Y'all women do that. Y'all know women do that. So he contradicts himself. Y'all know he contradicts himself. Anton calls him out on it. He'll say women are children. In one moment, he'll say women hold themselves accountable. In another minute, he say women can't hold themselves accountable. But then he coaches women to be accountable.
But
That's
you don't
crazy
want
to me.
you don't want to hold yourself accountable.
No, is that what you do? No, is that what you do? Is that what you do? Because I'm not just going, hey, look, I ain't gonna troll you. I'm gonna tell you exactly what you do.
Answer the question and get this smoke.
Do you tell women to be accountable?
Answer this question and
do
get this
you tell
smoke.
women to be accountable?
Answer this
Do
question.
you tell women
what
to be
is the
accountable?
question, Mr. Lego? Ask the question.
Can't just ask the question.
Yeah, I want to know the question.
Yeah, it's gonna be something. It ain't gonna even matter. Watch, it's gonna be something irrelevant.
You forgot the damn question.
You see how it took so goddamn long? My question is this, and what you were saying to Lucky. If a man drops his seed in a woman, is it or not his responsibility for what happens afterwards and not just hers? He's the one who nutted in the damn woman. And you're sitting there talking about how she is in control. He shouldn't trust her anymore. He is the one who nutted in her. Did they plan for the baby? Did they get married before they had the baby? No. So that's the reason why the woman isn't trustworthy, because she let him, but the man isn't trustworthy either because he did it. So neither one of the people should trust each other. So if she turns around and has a baby instead of listening to him and terminating the pregnancy, that does not make her not trustworthy. She's making her own decision off her own merit. And guess what? It has nothing to do with the man because he's not even in the situation because he didn't marry her. He didn't commit to her. So nothing he has to say really matters because it's between her and the baby due to the fact that he nutted in this damn woman and most likely she's going to be left on her own trying to figure this shit out on her own because all he said is, hey, you going to get rid of it? Hey, what you going to do? It ain't mine, saying all this dumb shit. So in the beginning, she ain't going to trust the damn man. So it's about her not trusting him, not him not trusting her, because he's the one who nutted in her.
Okay, ask the question. So what's the question? Did you ask the
question my goddamn self because I knew he wasn't going to answer the shit.
He already asked.
Answer the question, Ali.
I already answered it. Lucky, did I answer that question?
See, he ain't going to answer the question.
I already
That's
answered
why I had
it.
to answer myself, 'cause
He just want to hear himself. I already said the man should be responsible for the woman and the kid. Lucky said, I don't need you to be responsible for me. I just want you to be responsible for the kid. And then I said, if the man,
I was saying that in a scenario because y'all aren't married. So in the event that you can't and she doesn't want you to, like you're saying, you still should be responsible for your kid regardless. Like that was just my overall point.
And I said, if the man has no input in that kid's life outside of child support or being there, where the woman controls the household, and anything that's said to that kid, anytime he says something, she's ready to fight. What can he actually do for that kid in that household?
Marry her.
Y'all know no. The reason why this
her before he nutted in her.
The reason why this is such a circular argument is
That doesn't change.
He should have married her before she married him. Did she want to nut or did she want to prioritize the baby?
The baby ain't came yet. Before
I didn't ask you that. Did she want to nut? Did she care about the man or did she want to? I'm asking you that. Don't run from the question. Did she want a father or did she want a nut? Did she even know the man? Is the and if we were reckless and irresponsible, should we have a kid and destroy society? No, hold on. Should we have a kid? Should we have a kid?
He started the process.
Hold on. Should we have a kid? And should I have a kid by a woman you said makes bad decisions and a child and irresponsible? And she's going to be reckless. Let me finish.
Nutting in her.
Look, see what you do. That's feminine.
That's him being irresponsible for nutting
I didn't cut you off when you talk.
Irresponsible woman, sir.
That's why I just listen when you talk.
He nuts in the woman, and now she's irresponsible. Are you serious?
I'll let you rest in your femininity. Go ahead.
Are you serious, bro? Are you serious? The man starts the process by nutting in the irresponsible woman. He's the first irresponsible person in the damn situation.
What would you tell your daughter? Watch this, Precious. Hold on, Precious. If you was raising a daughter, would you? No, don't do that, Precious. He's running now. Watch this.
No.
Look, he's done. He's cooked.
There's other people on the panel.
You're not gonna answer that question. What would you tell your daughter? Whose fault would you say it was your daughter? If it was your daughter, whose fault
is what? Huh?
Whose fault is it if it's your daughter?
I just said it's the man's
fault.
Whose
fault is it if it was your daughter?
I just said it's the man's fault for nutting in the woman. I said it's the man's fault.
So you'd raise your daughter in a way that if she let someone inside of her and nut in her, that it's his fault before she got married? What? That's what you coaching? That's what you coaching.
I'm confused about what you're saying.
So if you had a daughter that you brought up, Mr. Lecco has a daughter that he respects and cherishes and values.
Yes.
And she decided to let a man in her raw and nut in her. Mm-hmm. Is that his fault or her fault for giving it up?
That is her fault for allowing him to have sex without a condom.
Now we can move on. Now we can move on. Pandered. You pandered.
On the man's side,
you done. You got famous.
For nutting in her.
Nah, you got famous. You can move on now, JR. He just did it again.
It's sad, bro. Like, you okay? I'm looking at B. Taylor now. Like, damn, I agree with B. Taylor.
Honestly, the biggest problem with our community, and I see it on display personally right now, is that we're all reactive to the problems that happen within our community because now we're trying to solve for when we was never aligned in the first place, right? And the alignment that you're supposed to have is to bet effectively. And the reason why we have these principles and why I live my life based off of the biblical structure is that I would never be in this situation because I would never have a kid out of wedlock. I would never put myself in a position to impregnate a woman unless I was married to her. And when I got married to her, that means that part of marriage is to put myself in a position to have kids, right? And so
facts.
Right now, we having a conversation based off of being reactive to a situation in which we empowering women to be able to make the decision for us. When in reality, and and we all know
we made the decision
that men control access to marriage, when women control access to sex. So Ali is right. Mr. Let Go has a point. Lucky has a point. But it's all irrelevant when we operating outside of our purpose and we having kids outside of wedlock. And so if we decided to marry before we carry, then we remove the reactive nature of how it is that we move within the community, and instead we start to create stronger families.
That's it. She'll be under the dominion of the man, the control of the man, if he marries her and trusts her to be up under his dominion. So when she gets pregnant,
let him have
there
his
is
point.
no
You always try to
problem.
take his point. Let him have his point.
And it goes back to the system,
Let
like
him have
I
his
was talking
point.
about earlier. These dudes are just nutting in women and then wondering why the woman did what she did. Because he didn't marry her ass.
You already said it was your daughter's fault. We already moving on. He made his point. If people are being reckless and irresponsible, that's the problem. But I also did say that a man should be responsible of the problem if he created as well too. Essentially, everything we should take care of everything. Everything is our responsibility. But as long as that woman listens, if she doesn't listen, he can't be responsible over her. That's my point.
And
I already said it's a man's fault. No, you ain't nothing else you can say over that because it's our responsibility. If we made a mistake, we got to fix it.
Right.
But if she won't let you fix it, you can't do nothing about it.
I think the biggest thing is that we tend to want to hold women more accountable, in which they should be held accountable largely. And I see why Ali is so passionate about his point, because men by default are held accountable because we have no other option but to be there in our child's life or to be subjected to whatever happens in family court. So whether we want to or not, we have to participate in that child's life. Because we
start the process of the participation by nutting in a woman.
I don't think that, but we did. And I think he acknowledged that though. I don't think that he's disagreeing with that specifically. What we saying is that less responsibility is put on the shoulders of women because they're so used to men being subjected to the nature of how we operate, and that we have no safety net, and we always gonna have to be responsible for our decisions and our actions, regardless of how we feel.
Mm-hmm.
But largely, women is absolved from that because they have the federal government, they have family court laws, they have laws to be able to determine, hey,
women are children. Yeah, I agree.
Well, can I jump in? Can I say something on that? Because I think men don't understand that women keeping the child, regardless if she keeps the child or not, going through abortion is very traumatizing for a lot of women. I think men just think it's just, you just walk in and zoom and it's done. Like, no, it's like literally women go through that and their body is like traumatized for a whole year.
Yeah, nobody is debating that.
I know. I'm saying y'all saying like women just, like it's so easy for them once they get pregnant, like they have to.
I'm not speaking towards that at all.
Being a single mom obviously is a bad stigma that you have to carry on your weight and your shoulders. On top of that, you have
to be Taylor.
Hold on, I just want to make my point.
I'm sorry. You're right.
You got to carry that stigma. You got to take care of that child. Your market value has went down. Now it's hard for you to date. Now you have to you can't be selfish anymore. You have to take care of a child for that completely year, especially if that man's not involved or you're having troubles back and forth with that man. You're going through postpartum depression, trying to be the best mother that you can be. You probably have to go now and work. I feel like the child is her accountability because she has to take care of it, and she risks her market value, and her body will never be the same. Her mind will never be the same. She will never have the same time as she used to have. And the man that she probably wanted to go for, and not the man that she got pregnant with, she will probably never get. So she has to live with a lot of those consequences. Y'all want to talk about the financial part, like court and federal government and taxes and all of that stuff like that. Like y'all are thinking from that standpoint, but y'all are not looking at it from like what that weight that woman has to carry for being the parent and the caretaker if that man is not around, or if that man starts a new family, or whatever the situation is. I think that men, y'all say that when y'all have a child, y'all have to be accountable. regardless of being there for the kid or a family court. Well, same thing with the woman. She has to now risk everything that her value went down. So
she let him go raw, didn't she? Didn't that
Hold on, let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
No, that's it. I'm just saying, like, she has.
So let me ask you a question, B. Taylor. How do you solve for that?
How do you solve that?
Yeah, how do you solve for it?
Solve it after or before, or preventing it? Because I don't recommend it.
Okay, so why would you open your legs up into a man that you're not married to in the first place?
There's many different reasons why. I can't answer that for many different reasons.
That's actually an excuse.
Don't do that, Mr. No, Mr. Lego. Mr. Lego, you let Anton talk to her. You stay right there.
A lot of
Don't do
women
that.
don't know their self-worth. They don't have value. They're not taught that it's important. Like, a lot of the young girls was popping their thing at 13 years old.
See what he just did?
It was a cool thing.
Yo, Precious.
Anybody
you see what he's doing right
Ali.
now? Do y'all see what he's doing right now?
I don't know what's
Hey,
going
JR, honestly, y'all see what he's doing?
Anybody can get to smoke Ali.
Hold on, y'all. Let me tell you.
Anybody can get to smoke Ali.
Let
That's
go.
all I'm
Let go.
saying.
Let go.
I guess the thing that I'm saying is that what I'm hearing from you is everything but accepting personal responsibility for the
I think it is. No, I'm not sure where you're not hearing that. I think accepting personal responsibility, I'm talking about after the fact you get pregnant. Now, if you want to talk about before. Preventing, let's talk about that.
No. You listen, ignorance of the law does not absolve you from being responsible for the law, right? And so when you take that into consideration, what I'm personally saying is that we don't care. It should not be our responsibility, or you should not look for any sympathy or care from anybody, including men, about the situation that you put yourself into.
I never said that.
Well, you did, because you led off with
I don't. You said it like 5 different ways.
I did not say that you should feel bad for them. I did not say that simply. I'm saying that y'all were saying men have to take accountability. I'm saying women also have to take accountability. And her punishment is after she gets pregnant and decides to have a baby out of wedlock, there is consequences to that she has to live through. And
No. It's self-inflicted pain, but it's not nearly to the extent by which men have to subject themselves to.
Well, you can say
simply
that
because you will always have a safety net. By default, you will always have a safety net by the federal government that incentivizes you to not. One of the problems is that you aren't held responsible, because truly holding a woman responsible would be to remove the safety net that comes along with.
And that would be putting the child
incentivizing her to have a kid out of wedlock in the first place, right? But what they did was they gave you an option, and they said, well, you can delete or not, regardless of where it is that we stand on that spectrum. They also gave you the ability to even be able to continue to feed and support yourself with WIC, women and children, and EBT cards, and all of these other incentives, and to make sure that you got that safety net to land on your feet, whereas men don't have that. And so you're looking to the reason why women can't take full responsibility and accountability for their actions is because nobody truly has ever held them accountable.
I think that you're looking at it from that standpoint. Some women can't even, for you to even get EBT and all of that. First of all, if we want to go back on history, if we want to go back on that, the whole process, the government started to put men on child support because they were tired of paying for these kids, and the men are not being held responsible. Because where's all this money supposed to go? They're not just giving out free money. Somebody has to pay for it. So you want to talk about
that original history is foggy.
Hold on. Not every single mother is in poverty as well. Like
your history is foggy, man.
A mother that's single, because not every mother that's single is on welfare.
That was originally reserved for wives that then had to be subjected to husbands leaving the household, which is why the law is archaic and it needs to be changed. And as a matter of fact, what
happens to the children?
Sorry, hold on. I'll let you finish.
You did it because I actually wasn't done, and then you started talking.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My point was, what happens to the children? Because you're saying let the mother suffer. So when the mothers suffer and the fathers are not around, and y'all always talking about it's the children, where are the children being taken care of? Where are the children going? Are they on the street with the moms? Are they in the shelters with the moms? Like, where are they going? Because I know some mothers who struggle where they were in shelters and sleeping in their cars with their children.
And you know what the solution for that
I'm
is?
talking about, and the fathers were not around. So where does it come where we want better for the children, right? Who's taking care of the children? Because
you know what I say?
Open your leg.
Hold on.
I'm not even done. The foster care system is overloaded. Nobody's taking in these children. You want to take the children away from the mother. The father is not around. What is the solution for the children? Because we don't give a damn about the mom, right? She made her decisions, right? She made her bed, right? What about the children?
The solution is fuck them kids. Straight up and down. And that's why I said.
And you heard it all. And you heard it, everyone.
Now you want to overtalk me after I let you finish. The solution is fuck them kids, because the minute that you remove the safety net, then you'll start to really hold women accountable for the men that they open their legs to. And because we don't have no safety net. So then you'll start to truly hold people accountable, because that's the problem in the Black community, is that there is no real accountability for your actions. When you say fuck them kids and you sink or swim, you get a fucking job, you figure out your babysitter. It's not the federal government's job to continue to find out if whether or not they can supplement your income or they can supplement your daycare and all of that. When you truly levy personal responsibility on somebody, then they start to make better decisions. And then they start to make decisions not to have kids out of wedlock. Then they start to vet more effectively. But it's so easy for you to just be willy-nilly and not really take responsibility, because then you remove it from yourself and you say, well, what about the kids? Now, what about your decision to have a kid outside of wedlock before you was married?
Facts.
See, we being retroactively responsible. Now we trying to fix a problem that we never should have had in the first place. You have to nip it in the bud. And the minute that you remove the incentive for a woman to open up her legs to a man that she's not supposed to be having kids with in the first place, then you remove all of the problems within the Black community, because then people have to truly be responsible for their actions.
And that would never work, because you just said
sexual liberation.
You just said fuck them kids, right? And this is why.
Yeah, all y'all just go home.
Let her finish.
Let her finish.
And I'll wrap it up. This is why crime rate is high right now, because a lot of adults are saying fuck them kids, and those kids grow up and saying fuck you too. And they grow up and they come in your home and they rob your house and they steal your cars and they're in jail
because they don't have daddies,
and they're selling drugs and they're gang banging because society said F those kids.
No, because you bred them. Because you bred them. Because you bred them.
And y'all, and they came from y'all.
No. You bred them. You bred them. And it's not my responsibility. Because let's be clear. No. Let's be clear. It's my tax dollars that supplement what it is that you have going on with your kids.
Poor people.
It's my tax. No. I don't have kids out of wedlock, but I have to pay for these ugly fucking kids that's then gonna grow up and steal my wheels. That's fucked up.
It's not.
No. I'm paying for a kid that I'm not even responsible for. You think that that's fair? You think? No. Let's really peel the Band-Aid off. Let's peel the Band-Aid off all the way. Let's peel the Band-Aid off all the way. I go to work every fucking day. I pay more taxes than I have to.
Not Medicaid.
No. Because now you want to overtalk me. I pay more than I have to because I have to take care of a group of people. I have to now be responsible for bad decisions that women make because they fed into feminism and they sold themselves out. They sold their souls to the white woman to fuck up their families, and now they trying to remove themselves from holding themselves accountable for the people that they open up their legs to. I gotta pay for that shit. Is my fault because I live in a society where y'all pick the fucking president. Y'all policies, you pick these dumbass politicians. Y'all making all of the decisions of what's going on in the country, and now y'all want to remove all responsibility that comes along with it. Y'all pick the politicians. Y'all the determining factor for whether or not we gonna have these fucked up policies that's going on. We got all of these stupid Democrats in office, continuing to raise the taxes so we can pay for these badass kids, and we can continue to fund the prison industrial complex that y'all breeding them in. And I have to be responsible for it? Come on, man. At some point, y'all gonna have to look in the mirror and take responsibility and say, yo, we got to do better as a community of women. Because even if every single guy that is a good guy decide that they want to exercise dig discipline, the majority of the dudes that y'all picking to have kids with is the worst of society. And then y'all want to come on later and say, hey, be Boyce Watkins and save us. Fuck y'all and y'all kids and everything that them kids stand for. Because Biden homeless. It's not my responsibility, and you need to own that shit and suck that shit up, go to work, do whatever you got to do like a man got to do. Because let me tell you something, the family court law, they don't even care about whether or not the man can afford it. If he don't come up with that money, he going to jail. I don't see that happening to women. Y'all want equal, but it ain't equal. Because it ain't equal responsibility. It ain't equal in the family court law. And you know how I know it ain't equal? Because at the same time that y'all advocating for more feminism, more equal rights for equal play, y'all advocating against family court laws and updating the laws that wasn't even designated or allocated for y'all in the first place. It wasn't even meant for y'all. Y'all took advantage of the system. Y'all fucking up our community. It's y'all fault.
Do you think it's equal or they're fighting for superiority? I just wanted to, based on what you
were saying. They full of the devil. That's what they are.
I would say.
Did somebody steal your wheels recently?
When a woman is broke, she gets government assistance.
Hey, Mr. Lego, Mr. Lego, you can't do that no more. You can't do that no more.
Turn around.
You can't do that no more. You cannot do that no more. You're not doing that this show. No, you're not. Because I'm watching you now.
Y'all
no, you gotta stay on code. You gotta stay on code.
Her children.
Hey, Jayon said he gotta read the super chats.
Yo, Ali is butt hurt.
No, they can literally no. Think about it. They can literally take a man's take a man
send
and
him to
put
jail.
His name on a birth certificate in order to get benefits for it, and he's responsible for that child, even if the federal government know that it's not his kid. It's men going to jail today for child support for kids that's not even theirs.
Not even theirs.
That's crazy. And y'all want to sit here and have conversations with us about responsibility? First, you're going to have to come to the table in honesty and in truth and being real about the situation that y'all putting these guys in and y'all putting yourselves in. Y'all can't even come and be honest with who y'all are, and y'all want us to be able to support y'all and protect y'all and hold y'all down and marry y'all. And then y'all wondering why black men is divesting themselves against these women. What makes you think that they want to be with y'all and y'all not even honest with yourselves and coming to the table honestly? We don't even ask nothing from y'all. We don't ask y'all to do nothing for us. We don't ask y'all to bring money to the table. We don't ask y'all to support us. We don't ask shit from y'all. All we are is behind the 8 ball because we continue to subject ourselves to the very person that we lay next to is really our enemy because they won't even be honest with what it is that they bring into the table. You bring in lies, deceits, irresponsibility, and you're looking to get saved and you're looking to retire. All they do is use us. They don't actually add value. You want to know what's really wrong with the black community? Is that the woman is out of her purpose and she's not a helpmeet no more. Yep. She's the enemy. She's more of an enemy than the white man ever has. She's more of an enemy than anybody in history has ever been to the black community because she's the very person that comes in with deceit and looks to use you and then disperse of you when she's done with you. And then she'll move on when it's all said and done and then say, well, what about the kids? Fuck them kids and fuck that woman too. Throw that hoe out with the bathwater. Throw the baby out with the bathwater. Start the fuck over. Get a whole new group of women, and then fix the community that way. Because we tired of these hoes.
I can't relate. I don't know if this is like a personal thing.
No, it's real. I'm not the problem in the community. I'm married to my woman. I've been married for almost 19 years. I never had a child out of wedlock, and I still got to look at my paycheck and say, "Who the fuck is these little kids?"
Have you actually know? Like, have
you
actually
right here
where most of your taxes are going? Because most of your taxes is going to Medicare,
to you,
not Medicaid.
To you,
to who?
To you,
single mothers, single mothers.
No. Because what you're not gonna do is group me in there because none of y'all know my business or my personal life or what I got going on other than what I show y'all. Y'all don't know what I got going on. Y'all don't know what's happening over here or with my children.
Be Taylor, calm down, stand down, stand down, stand down. We're not talking about you. Calm down, calm down.
I don't get government assistance, so that's for one. Don't try to stereotype me or any of that. No, because I have a right to defend myself. Don't point at me and say to you. Say to whoever you talking to.
No, it's to you. And the reason it's to you. The reason that it's to you is because you're the one that's spouting out these talking points. No, you are just as much as the problem because you support this narrative. You're the one that sent these fucking posts.
You're so mad that your Wheels got stolen off your car. You want to start pointing the finger at every black woman that probably have a kid. You don't know what the fuck they got going on in their situation or their life, but you want to sit here and have the nerve to point the finger and say somebody's getting government assistance. You don't know what
No, you feeling guilty now because now you got to substantiate
if you
your
actually
argument.
want to know where
You
your
know that
taxes are going, then you
spit
will
some
look
wrong
up and
stuff.
see where most of your money is coming from. Most of your money is being taken out by Medicare, not Medicaid. So if you actually look up where your taxes is going, then you would know and stop being mad and pointing the finger at whoever and being mad about your checks.
Fellas, the minute that y'all realize that she is literally a representation because she's
I don't care if you can stereotype me all you want to, Anton. I'm not gonna let you.
You didn't even let me finish what I was gonna say, and this is another reason. This is another reason why men tend to walk away from the table. No, because this is another reason. Because it's funny because you asked me for respect and I let you talk. I literally shut the panel. No, I shut the panel down. I literally, I was stopping Bruiser. I stopped Mr. Let Go. I asked Ali to hold off, and I said, "Hey, y'all, let her finish her point." Now, when I get passionate about something, you don't want to hear it because you feel like you're taking it personal, right?
No, you pointed. You said you.
You are, and let me add the context.
Okay.
You are a representation of what it is that we not rocking with because you're the one that made the point. You standing on these principles, you advocating for this, and you also are refusing to hold women accountable, which is your sisters, right? Because I hold my guys accountable. I push for the things that's best for our community, and I'm also a representation of what I would like to see, right? But when you say certain things, and I'm not talking about you and your personal situation, because I don't know your situation, but you're a representation of it because you're espousing all of these talking points. That's bad for the community. And so when I say you're the problem, I'm talking also about your mentality, not necessarily your personal situation, because some woman is going to watch this and they're going to look at you and they're going to say, yeah, because she right. And this is how I'm supposed to move. And then you are supposed to become responsible for the people that you then influence. I hold responsibility for the things that I say because I influence people to think a certain type of way, and I have to stand on that. I have to be responsible for how they turn out. Whenever I have a coaching session with somebody, I get on their ass and I say, listen, I'm not getting on you just because I want to be mean to you. I'm getting on you because now that we had a conversation, you're a representation of me. So if you go outside and you say, Anton told me this, that's going to be a lie. And so I need you to stand on your principles and become the person that you're supposed to be, because now I become responsible for you because you took up my time and I added value into your life. So you have to be responsible for the words that you say just as much as you live in your life, because how you impact people and how you influence people is largely why do you think that fat shaming and fat culture and gay culture and all of this other shit is so popular? It's not that because certain people is living it. It's because they emphasize it and they celebrating it and they promoting it. And now it's become a part of social media. And if people don't agree with them, then it's cancel culture. It's the way in which we think, and we need black women to be on core or on task with black men as far as trying to fix the community through their actions and not enabling this bad behavior, because all you're doing is creating a generation of women that's going to look to you for inspiration, and you're going to tell them what they want to hear, and they're not going to hold themselves responsible, and we just going to get more and more and more bad kids that's not actually fitting the narrative of what it is that we want our sons to marry and what we want our daughters to rock with.
So on my page, on my personal YouTube page, I actually do talk to women, and I tell them, don't do it this way. Don't like. I literally
why you over here saying something
hold on,
different
let me
then?
finish talking, Lego. Let me finish talking. I use testimonies and I inspire women, for women who have fucked up, and be like, how can you fix your situation to be in a better situation? I have younger sisters. I mentor them and tell them not to make the same mistakes that I had to learn from. So while you're saying that, I am for women, but I know how to talk to women. That's why a lot of women are not listening to certain women, because y'all don't come off in love the way women
So our delivery?
Wait, hold on. Women need to be talked to very differently than how you talk to men, point blank. Because Anton, I watch your $1 Million show and stuff like that. I really like how you talk about finances and stuff like that. I think that's what you should stick to, because I actually learned some stuff from you with that. I love it because I'm trying to balance my money. Okay, so it's not shots fired. I'm like saying,
I don't take it as a slight. Don't listen to what Bruiser is pressing.
So I'm just saying that I love how you talk to the men. I think what you're saying is very influential, but the way you talk to men, Women, you tell them that, you start talking to them a certain way, they'll turn it off. They're not listening. So I do talk to them a certain way. That's why I have 47,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel, because women were understanding me because I was coming from a more of a relatable, vulnerable space. Y'all might not like my delivery and how I say it, and I may be team women, but once I gain the trust of women, they are open to listening to me and where I can help.
Well, let me ask you a question. What are you telling them when you got their ear?
I mean, it depends what they're asking me. There's many different things they're going through. Women are going through a lot of things.
No, to keep from it happening again. No, to keep from happening again. What do you tell them?
Keep from what happening again?
To going through the same situation of being a baby mama.
Oh, I mean, shit. I'm freaking getting hit up all the time on.
No, what do you? No. That's not. I asked, what do you tell them? No, what do you tell them?
Nothing.
It's different situations.
No. What do you tell them? No. That's so easy. I know what men would tell them. How do you keep a woman from being a baby mama again?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
no. How do you know? What do you tell them?
What do I tell them? It's different. It's different women. I tell them different things for this.
No, what is it that you tell them? Give me one thing that you tell them so they don't be a baby mama again.
I have them look at their situation and why they chose the man. Because if they don't understand why they chose that man and why they decided to have a child,
you would tell them what I told them the first time. No. You would tell them what I would tell them the first time, and you would say if you become a baby mama again,
like to pick fights with women, like they said earlier, because you asked me a question and you want me to respond. You're not answering. And I'm responding how I want.
You don't want to have a generous. You don't want to hold women accountable. You don't want to hold women. Hey, lady, die. How do you keep a woman from being a baby mother again?
No, seriously. Are you okay? You've been saying all night.
How do you? No, you just gaslight everybody. What? How do you keep? How do you keep a woman from being a baby mama again?
You tell her not to not to have sex. Period. Until she gets a husband.
Is that what a man would tell her the first time? Is that what a man would tell her the first time?
Is that working? No, women are still.
Is that what a woman would tell her the first time?
You got to teach her to keep her temptations down. You got to teach her to keep her temptations down.
They're not listening.
Right. So if she becomes a baby mother again, becomes a baby mother again, whose fault is it really this time?
They're not listening to that.
But you got to preach it more. Because if you influencing them to be like how you said they listening to you, you could tell them not to have sex.
Yeah, and that's it. We tell teens not to have sex. They still have sex.
Yeah,
right?
But
she didn't say that part.
You didn't give no advice.
That's not what I'm saying. So in order for, let's say the younger,
we got to bring it to a close, y'all. We got to bring it to a close.
Yeah, go ahead and bring it for a close.
Well, hold on. Let me say this. B. Taylor, I actually like you, right? I think that you are really good at, being a YouTuber and entertaining. And I rock with a lot of your values and stuff. So I don't want you to take, any of this conversation or anything personal as far as me saying it towards you and your personal situation is not. I'm not attacking you personally. I attacked your argument. Okay. Right. So that's all I'm saying. I'm always going to attack the argument. I'm not attacking you personally.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
See, that's how you talk to women. I'm just playing.
I know.
The biggest enemy to black women is other black women.
I know.
Nah, Big Taylor, you need to just give an answer and not deflect.
No, you need to stop talking to me because and go get fucking.
You just talked to me. I wasn't talking to you. You just look at I'm looking.
What is going on?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, everybody. I know some of y'all got to get up out of here. We have extended the time. Lady Chan, I just want to say, first off, I know it's probably like 6 or 7 a.m. where you are. Thank you for tuning in. I mean, for joining the panel and giving your perspective. I understand. But people that got to go, I still got to read these super chats. I'm going to read them because they super chatted. So if you have to go right now, you are excused. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and get through these super chats and if you can stick around, that's cool too.
I heard do the super chats. I'm down. So I'm go ahead after.
I already know all the super chats gonna be like, oh, Miss Let Go, because Ali and Minion is gonna be in there. I went out.
You flip flop.
The king of the super chatters.
You flip flop.
So everyone, get rid of me.
You do the same thing B Teller did. She talked to me, then told me don't talk to her.
All right,
his minion's gonna be all in the chat.
We got to
I had to take a Tylenol tonight for that headache, all that yelling he was doing.
Yo, JR, I'm about to make you a whole lot of money because every super chat gonna be about me. I'll talk to y'all later. I'm going to bed.
You dangerous, B Taylor. You
All right,
dangerous.
Caesar Pal $2 says, what happened to read my super chat? We get into it now. Chike Auto LLC, 499 house member says, I said that Ali is single. She ain't got no man. B Taylor, if you got a man,
They don't know. They don't know. They think I ain't got no man. That's funny.
Jolly 99 says, passing by to show support. Shout out to the panel tonight. Hashtag Lapeef Network. Get them likes up. Chike Auto LLC says, Anton, disagree with you. 100. Most men don't want the wife to work because they want their wife to stay at home and raise their kids. You do not generalize all men because of what you think or feel. Arnold Allen, the third, $2 says, LOL, I be watching women. Bruce Leroy, 499 says, I watch the show frequently and Anton ain't no damn Christian. If so, what kind of Christian is he? AL, $10 says, women have always worked except for the 1932 Economic Act, which made it so each household could have one income. It got repealed in 1940, but even the folks lied and said they weren't / didn't get married. John the Baptist says, Anton, your car sales have to be great. EG says, women are naturally hopeful and nurturers that innately trusting. Men are natural protectors and aspire to be leaders in order to protect and lead. You completely trust. And saying $5 says, if she's a single mother, you don't have to blame the father at B Taylor TV. The mother is a leadership because she's a single mother. The logic works. Shaking my head. Pokemon $2 says, B Taylor, stop burning my food. Nolans, need you. Serge Shy 87 $2 says, Ali and Anton having a 30-point game with he facts. Sugar Curls, $10 says, I really appreciate Precious and Mr. Ali. Point side note, it's physical and emotionally painful to hear and see women argue with a man, and he has to overtalk her to get a point. Much love. Shout out to the member Sean Gates. DMT Zell 499 says, young man would definitely harbor some resentment towards single mothers in that situation. As he gets older, he will recognize the failed system. Greatness to work, $5 says, Ali said the condom broke so you can make your point because it's a good point. Chike Auto LLC said, let go have to be quite man. Why are you acting like B Taylor? Arnold $2 says, Mr. Let Go, please stop talking over people. Damn. KK Days, $5 says, Ali. Emerald Edge 72 $2 says, trust and respect go hand in hand. Lexicon $5 says, Ali is thesis insinuating that a man's seed has the ability to practice zygote disciple while free ridiculing in the woman's womb. Stan or Arnold $20 says, I got $100 to drop Mr. Let Go first. Arnold again $2 says, rest your throat, Mr. Let Go. John the Baptist says, I will add you to the pod. Drop Mr. Let Go. Yeah, I guess Mr. Let Go was right. Honest Citizen, $35 says, let's go. Ratchet behavior is so bad, it makes even B Taylor look like a saint. Let go. Let go. Let people speak. This is not your show, Lapeef Show. Pokemon $10 says, can I add to the pod? Almost there, family. Crown $5 says, AJI staff, Mr. Let Go to go. This dude is annoying. Get him out of here. DMT 499 said, Mr. Let Go is inconsistent. He will pander and protect women depending on the situation. King Talk Let Go and Thursday Let Go are different people. AL $5 says, so Mr. Let Go, what if they married and the same situations happen? The guy 499 says, open palm face smacks. DMT again says, 189 Ali called checkmate Mr. Let Go a dummy. Grizz Treats 499 says, who is responsible for the decision of having a baby before and in most cases instead of deciding to be a wife and conforming to a man's structure? Black built like a conquering king $5 says, if anybody can get the smoke, then Ali light a fire under this East Philly bomb. Timo and saying one $2 says, yep, sorry kid, mother suck at responsibility. Jasmine, studies show that the burdens of a parenting often falls on moms. John the Baptist, Anton Cook,
greatness to work. $5. They need to make a law that women can't receive government assistance nor child support if they were not married to the fathers. John the Baptist. Anton, I owe you and your wife a dinner you cooked and served tonight. Almost there. Chike Auto at $4.99 says, I said it. She ain't got no man. She got baggage and a negative energy. Anton, you are right. No man want this wired attitude. 4 more. Brave Dave, $5 says, keep the energy, Anton. Sometimes you have to punch down. 3 more. John the Baptist, Ali. What if B. Taylor and Mr. Let Go had a baby? And Sonya One, $5 says, LOL, B. Taylor, if they're not listening to it and having sex again outside of marriage, then it isn't their fault. 1 more. Smitty, $20 says, shout out to Anton the panel. 2023, we are up. I don't think nobody, we got a couple more people that came through. Black Man Unfiltered, what's up, brother? That damn Anton preached a sermon tonight. Open Ministries now. I think this was Ali. You look good with Precious. Oh yeah, that's it. Man, a lot of super chats. Appreciate you guys. I know I kept you past it. Lady Di, I know you're gonna probably fill out the report, so I expect to hear something from HR. Precious, thank you. Make sure you guys follow everybody on their individual platforms. I know Lady Chan does have a platform as well. So the Real Precious, Lady Di, Ali, and Bruiser, which just has Concord, but I'm pretty sure you can get to it if you go to Bruiser. Also follow Anton. Get the morning show. You got a lot of channels, so make sure you guys follow Anton. Who else was on here tonight?
Lady, oh, never mind, she right there.
Just follow everybody, man. It's late, man.
Let's let go.
Yeah, Lucky B Taylor, Mr.
Yeah, Lucky. Follow everybody. Just scroll back a little bit, and you will see who was all on the panel. Just look at their name and follow them. Let's go ahead and support each other. I just want to say thank you. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I know it gets a little bit late, and hopefully you guys join next week.
Love y'all, man. Y'all be safe.
All right, y'all too, man. We out. Man.
Have a good night.
You too. Another bang.
Night.
check out Trigger Mike in the morning, 10:30 a.m. Central Time. Women earn more money. Shout out to all my grand guys. That's the last track. Y'all check out Trigger Mike Show in the morning, 10 a.m. Central Time. Why do women earn more money?